Hi, and welcome to the first presentation of the second day of ABG's Investor Days. My name is Gonzalo Artiach, and I'm a healthcare equity research analyst here at ABG. The first company of the day is Ascelia Pharma, an oncology company with 2 programs in mid to late stage development. And with us, we have here today Magnus Corfitzen, the CEO. Magnus, the stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Gonzalo, and thank you to ABG for allowing us to update the investor community on our progress. So I will be making certain forward-looking statements in this presentation, and please pay attention to this slide before proceeding to the next. So the Ascelia Pharma is dedicated to improve the life of people living with cancer by offering better treatment options. Our business model is to identify, develop, and commercialize novel drugs that address those unmet medical needs. We have 2 drugs in clinical development. We have Orviglance in a global phase 3 study with FDA orphan drug designation, the only product that will target a $500 to $600 million addressable market. We have Oncoral for treatment of solid tumors, ready to start phase 2 in the treatment of gastric cancer, where there's a significant unmet medical need. Our company is based in Malmö, Sweden. We're traded on Nasdaq Stockholm, and we have a solid balance sheet providing runway until Q4 next year. So we'll start by going into the pipeline, starting with Orviglance. And what is the problem that we are solving with Orviglance? In cancer care, liver metastasis is a major problem. Liver metastasis is when the tumor is in one organ and it spreads to the liver. This is very often the cause of mortality. It's not the primary tumor, but the liver metastasis that end killing the patient. The liver is also very often the first site of metastasis, and therefore it's very important to identify the liver metastasis early to treat them aggressively. As you can see on this slide, there's a very significant ratio or likelihood of certain solid tumor types that metastasize to the liver. Up to 70% of patients with colorectal cancer will have liver metastasis during the course of their disease. So what is the practice to manage liver metastasis today? Liver MRI is the most sensitive and accurate method to identify liver metastasis and also monitor response to treatment, surgical planning, follow-up after treatment or during therapy, and even when a patient has had surgery and has been declared no liver metastasis, liver imaging is used to monitor reoccurrence of the cancer in the liver. So that is very important. So the problem specifically we are solving with Orviglance is depicted here. So we follow the patient journey here, starting from the left. This patient has a suspicion of cancer in the liver and is referred by the oncologist to the radiology department to assess, to perform a liver imaging procedure. They make an assessment of the kidney function. Most patients have normal kidney function or mild or moderate impaired kidney function. And those patients are typically being given an intravenous infusion of a gadolinium-based contrast agent. So gadolinium is a toxic heavy metal. It's very efficient to give better imaging properties on MRI, but it's toxic, and therefore it's chelated, so it's bound in a chemical structure to minimize toxicity. This is good for most of the patients. The problem is in patients with poor kidney function. They have the risk of nephrogenic systemic fibrosis, which is a potentially fatal side effect. And it's caused by the very slow excretion. So because the kidneys are not functioning very well, it takes a long time for the gadolinium to leave the body. And in some patients, this causes this devastating condition. These patients, so there's a black box warning on all package inserts of all gadolinium products. And this is the target population that we aim to help with Orviglance. Orviglance is based on manganese, so no association with nephrogenic systemic fibrosis. It's also an oral product. It's excreted exclusively by the liver, so renal impairment is not an issue for these patients. This is an unmet medical need, and this is what we're targeting with Orviglance. So to give you an example of what it means when we give Orviglance to the patients, this is a picture from one of our phase 2 clinical trials. So the left-hand side, you see an actual T1 weighted image where you see the liver to the left. You see some black structures. Those black structures are bile ducts and blood vessels. So radiologists with also more images would easily be able to identify those. The patient is then dosed with Orviglance, and you see the picture to the right. What you notice is a significant enhancement and brightness of the healthy liver cells. That's because the manganese in Orviglance enters into the healthy hepatocytes. Metastases are by definition not liver cells. In this case, it was a colon cancer patient. And you see, marked by the orange ring, you see a metastasis. It's originally colon cells, and they're unable to sort of absorb the manganese, and it will stay black on this picture. So it's a very clearly and well defined. This is one example, one of many patients that have been in our clinical studies. To date, we have completed 8 clinical studies with Orviglance and consistent good results on efficacy and safety. We've also done a reread of the data, where we've gone through either in a larger sample size across the different studies with very convincing results, 33% more lesions and very highly significant effects on lesion visualization, which is a co-primary based on delineation and conspicuity. One of the studies in patients with normal kidney function, we had a comparison directly with a liver-specific gadolinium agent, and we saw here that the 3 readers that evaluated all the images had higher scores for Orviglance than the gadolinium agent. We have still one ongoing clinical study, the phase 3 trial. We hope to complete that soon, but that is not yet complete. Yesterday, we sent out an update on the plan for completion of this phase 3 study. So it was several messages in the press release. The first one was that when we had done this rigorous analysis on the existing data, done that a while ago, and we have shared that both with investors and also presented at a conference, RSNA, a year ago. We saw very strong results. When we measure, what is important here is that we measure the data in these 20 patients, which is a small sample, in exactly the same way as we plan to measure patients in Sparkle. When we do that in 20 patients, we reach a highly significant p-value, which is 0.009, which is a very strong result on a phase 3 endpoint in only 20 patients. This is due to an effect level of Orviglance that is 2 to 3 times higher the level that we have assumed in Sparkle. The original analysis led to, and some conservative assumptions, led to 200 patients. With this information in mind, and also that everybody is aware that the phase 3 trial has been delayed several times, we have had, throughout this year, had a dialogue with the FDA because we believe that we can get a statistically strong result and a clinically significant result in a sample size in Sparkle that is in significantly less than 200 patients. We very recently received feedback from the FDA. Based on that, we decided to complete Sparkle with 80 patients, not 200, but 80. We believe we can get strong statistically significant results, and we think that that result will be sufficient to lead to an approval with the FDA. That is what we communicated yesterday. We also, unfortunately, had to update the timeline, and it will not be end of this year, it will be February or March. So this has been an ongoing process with the FDA, a long process. It takes a long time in these dialogues. And obviously we cannot comment and inform the market about that dialogue until it has been completed, which is consistent with how other companies manage FDA dialogue. So our focus has been not on the exact number of patients, but on when do we have the last patient in and when can we generate the top-line results, which is what really drives the next step in terms of the full study report and the NDA filing and subsequently the approval. So that has been the focus in our communication. So the phase 3 trial here is now focused on 80 patients. We have 58 today. We will be after each the last Friday in every month, we will give an update on where we are in terms of patient recruitment. And just to remind you, the patient will have first an unenhanced scan, then they will have an Orviglance scan, and then the two of those will be compared. So for the primary endpoint, we will do a comparison with the unenhanced versus the combined the best information from the unenhanced together with the Orviglance enhanced. So the left-hand side versus the combined information from left and right-hand side. And that's where we saw very strong results in only 20 patients. So we expect to enroll all the patients by end of February, or in February, March, so end of Q1 next year. And we will update you thoroughly. And I can assure you we work as hard as we can to get this completed. So what happens when we hopefully have completed the study, positive results, FDA approval? What is about the market? So the market is quite significant. It's a $500 to $600 million addressable market, US, Europe, and Japan. US is, as with most other specialty pharmaceuticals, is the largest individual market. Our ambition is to commercialize Orviglance in the US ourselves and look for partners in other geographies. So this is you would say, well-defined unmet medical need. It's well established in the clinical practice and in you could say, with the black box warnings on all the gadolinium products. And we have been and continue to be in sort of preparing the launch, working with payers and the clinical community in terms of describing this, understanding which messages, which kind of data will drive the most, you could say, solid value messages across to payers and clinicians and patients. So part of that has been market research, and this is some slides that just gives a sense of, you could say, the unmet medical need that is out there. We've spoken with radiologists, oncologists, and nephrologists, which are important for our target patient population. And we asked them, when you have a patient in our target population and you need to do liver imaging, what would you do? And the majority would do an unenhanced. So these patients would only be imaged with the left-hand side information from the picture I showed you earlier. That is what these patients are getting today. I would say around 10 to 15% would get a lower dose gadolinium, not approved, but it would give some kind of enhancement, even though that has not been proved in clinical trials, because of concern on safety. In some of the cases, the patients would get a full dose gadolinium because the image quality for that particular patient in that situation is not deemed adequate. So this is the situation in the absence of an Orviglance. So coming with an Orviglance, which would be approved in this indication, we expect, and with a strong claim for safety and efficacy here, we think we have a very compelling opportunity. Also, when we asked the doctors involved the US doctors involved in this survey, there was a very strong willingness to use Orviglance in this target population, with 84%, even this far away from launch, where the messaging and the, you could say, information to the medical community has not really taken off in a big way yet. So the plan is to build a very focused commercial team in the US, around 40 people at launch. The reason is, when we analyze the market, we can see that these patients are typically referred to the major medical centers that have very high volume, are very efficient, and have a high throughput of patients. And they account for roughly 75% of the Sparkle patients in around 400 hospitals or accounts there. So we think that is a great opportunity. So we continue to work and prepare for that plan. But obviously the key focus right now is on completing the Sparkle enrollment. The other program I'll spend a few minutes on is Oncoral, equally exciting but less advanced. So Oncoral is based on irinotecan. Irinotecan is a very potent chemotherapeutic agent, topoisomerase 1 inhibitor. It's approved today as an infusion given every third week to patients to treat primarily colorectal cancer, but also pancreatic cancer. When you give it's an infusion of about 90 minutes or 120 minutes, where the patient go to the hospital and sit in an infusion chair and have a line into the vein. That is a massive dose given to the patient all at once. The clinical effect, if you will, could talk about that, is that the patient will have a lot of irinotecan in the blood for the next few days, and there's a very high level of side effects. We think we can optimize the efficacy safety profile by giving daily doses. So we give sufficient amount of irinotecan to have an effect on the tumor, but we give a lower daily effect, so there's a more constant level of irinotecan and SN38, which is the active metabolite that is actually killing the tumor cells. So that is a much more constant level, so the different parts of the tumor cell cycle, so we are able to treat it better. So when we completed our phase 1 clinical studies, we saw, you could say, an improved tolerability compared to the intravenous version. When we look at the data for that, we saw in particular better data on neutropenia, which is depletion of white blood cells. That is a big problem with the infusion version. So white blood cells are involved in the immune system, so which basically means that the infusion version of irinotecan can sort of suppress the immune system, which is a particular concern in cancer patients. So we saw the same type of side effects as with the intravenous one. We didn't introduce new categories of side effects, if you will, which is also a very positive sign. And even, you could say, supporting the concept that having a more constant level of irinotecan and SN38 in the blood, we saw patients who had previously been treated with the infusion product of irinotecan, where the tumor has continued to grow. They actually stabilized, the tumors stabilized when on Oncoral therapy. So that was a very good sign. Obviously, this is not just us working on more frequent dosing. There are other examples of that in the cancer therapy field. Here's an example of infusion of irinotecan, but where they test every third week versus every week. And again, giving a sort of more, smaller doses every third week, so giving a more constant exposure. And here, the overall survival in these breast cancer patients had a much better outcome. Again, supporting more frequent dosing is important for irinotecan. So we're heading into gastric cancer. Gastric cancer is a very aggressive cancer form, and unfortunately, you could say the survival prospects of gastric cancer are not very good, in particular when it's discovered late, which is often the case. So in the clinical guidelines, there's a recognition that irinotecan can be used further, in late stage of the disease, when other, you could say, already approved opportunities have been exhausted. What you see here is an animal model with an aggressive cancer form, a cancer variant of the gastric cancer, where the combination between Lonsurf, which is an approved oral anti-cancer therapy, is combined with IV irinotecan. That seems to inhibit tumor growth in this aggressive model, and we think that combination, which would be Lonsurf plus Oncoral, would be very attractive for the patient, and all tablet therapy, and with what looks like a very effective efficacy here. One thing is animal studies. Obviously, human data is what counts. So we planned a phase 2 clinical trial in around 100 patients in gastric cancer, where we will combine Lonsurf together with Oncoral versus Lonsurf alone. And Lonsurf is approved as a monotherapy. So we think this combination would add some benefits to patients, and this is what we plan to study. We've announced a clinical collaboration with Taiho Oncology. They are providing Lonsurf free of charge. They're providing advice, and we have a good dialogue with them. Unfortunately, due to, you could say, circumstances, we decided earlier this year that we would not initiate dosing. The IND has been approved. We have national approvals in the countries where we plan to do the phase 1 part of the dose escalation part. But to make sure that our focus is fully on completing the SPARKLE enrollment for Orviglance, we have decided not to start enrolling patients here yet. Gastric cancer is the lead indication that we're looking at, but there are so many indications where irinotecan could play a role, where there's data that support that irinotecan could be efficacious. Today, irinotecan is only approved in colorectal cancer and pancreatic cancer. We look at gastric as the top priority, but there are other tumor types that are very attractive to look further into. So just the priorities for the coming period, you could say we complete SPARKLE enrollment by February, March is number 1, 2, and 3. What we're also doing, we have started already reading the images of the patients that have already come into SPARKLE. So that would be the first batch, and then when we have the last patients, we will do the second batch. And that, when all the images have been read, we will do the statistics, and we'll do the QC, and then we can announce around mid next year the top-line results, which will then, you could say, prompt the next steps in the process. Our financial runway continues to be good. We had 180 million in the bank at the end of last quarter, and that leads us into Q4 next year. So, to summarize, Ascelia Pharma focused on orphan oncology. We have a program, orphan drug, in phase 3. We have another compound ready to start phase 2 with potential for orphan designation, and we're financed into the end of next year with some very important milestones before then. So, looking forward to that. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Magnus, for your presentation. Now we have time for a few questions. And I will start with one relating to your news from yesterday.
Yeah.
Of course, I mean, you have reduced your amount of patients from 200 to 80 patients now.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much you can comment on that, but what are the differences? You're saying that your protocol is the same from before to the one that you will do now or you're running now. But what are the differences in terms of statistics or in terms of like readings from what you assumed before that, of course, led to 200 to now that it's 80 patients? Is it something that the radiologists do different now, or it's any kind of Can you comment something on this?
Yeah, thank you. No, so it's the protocol is exactly the same, except that we will stop at 80 patients instead of 200. And the rationale for that is when we see this with basically identical reader setup in 20 patients, as we have in the Sparkle study, and in 20 patients we reach statistically significant result with a p 0.009, which is a good result. We reach a phase 3 endpoint in 20 patients in a phase 2 study. Obviously, it's a slightly more heterogeneous population in the phase 3, and we have made, you could say, statistical penalties in our assumptions on that. We still think there's a good deal of margin. We also think that we could probably have a good result in less than 80 patients. But based on the discussion we had with the FDA and the feedback, we said 80 is probably the number that we want to go to.
And how did you calculate before for 200? Of course, these 20 patients came later, but how did you calculate this?
Yeah, so we used the data that was available at the time. But the challenge was that we did not have, you could say, the exact same criteria in those trials. The earlier trials that we did were based on you could say slightly different versions, but we didn't have the same scale, so we had to transform those scales to something. And when you do that, you always have some uncertainties, and then you build on some uncertainties. You take some buffer every time you do that. And looking back, we did the best that was possible at the time with the data that we had at the time. We also did a quite extensive feasibility, and that looks strange now. But when we spoke, we went to the hospitals that participated in the Sparkle trial, and we asked them about how many patients did they have, how rapidly could they enroll, and even when taking significant, you would say, deduction from that, we expected Sparkle to be completed in 9 to 12 months. Looking back, I mean, we know that is so far from the truth as anything can be, but that was the information we had at the time, and therefore we decided to have some, you would say, more conservative estimates, just to have margin on the safe side. We think with the strong data, with the same reader setup, which is very important because it's 3 readers that will analyze on the, and they're analyzing with the same scoring setup as we're doing in Sparkle. That's and the same scale. That's very important for having an accurate estimate. So if we can reach that in 20 patients, even with a slightly more heterogeneous population, we are optimistic about a very strong result also with 80 patients.
Oh, thank you very much, that's useful. And I have another question in the Oncoral segment. Lonsurf, it's approved, as you were mentioning, in gastric cancer, but it's approved in the later line, so let's say third line and beyond. Is that the setting that you are targeting for your phase 2? Is it third line and above, or what a little bit on that?
We're setting the third line where Lonsurf is approved, so it's the established therapy, and it also will allow, in terms of patient recruitment, they will be offered today Lonsurf, and in this study they will be offered to say, hey, you can participate in this study where you will get Lonsurf, which is a standard of therapy for this stage, or you can get Lonsurf plus something else, which might work even better. And that's typically how you develop oncology drugs. You start, you could say, at the later phases of the therapy cycle, where because the strongest agents, the most documented agents are first line, and then you move second line. So if Oncoral and Lonsurf work well in a third line setting, maybe the data is strong enough to move it into second line, and potentially even first line. So that is typically the strategy you do with oncology drug development. You start from the back, so to speak, and then you move upwards in the hierarchy to make sure that the more data you have.
And one final question: can we expect to see the Oncoral phase 2 start in H2 23?
That will be dependent on funding. So right now the focus is on completing the Overglance Sparkle study, and then right now we don't have the funding to do that, and we need to look at what are the best ways to get Oncoral moving forward, because there's a strong interest in the clinical oncology community. There's a good dialogue with Taiho, and we want to bring it forward and get data on this agent, because there's a big need for patients out there.
Magnus, thank you very much for your nice presentation and for being here with us today.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi again. Our next company is Nanexa, a Swedish biotech company focused on development of novel delivery systems for drugs. And with us, we have here David Vesveri, the CEO. David, I'll give you the word now.
Okay, thank you so much. And it's a pleasure being here this morning, already well in the December month. So I'm going to speak to you about Nanexa and where we are today, and a little bit about our projects and so on, and the progress in the company. So what is Nanexa then? We are a company that is focusing on a drug delivery technology that we have developed ourselves. We call it PharmaShell, and it's a technology for long-acting injectables. You can compare it a little bit with a company like Camurus, even though they are a few years ahead of us. But we're in the same type of market, same type of potential, I'd say, that they have. And we're developing this now with both own projects. I'll come to those a little bit later in the presentation, but also partner projects. Partner projects where we will out-license the technology to the pharma companies of the world. And I can mention that already now in the presentation that we have gained quite a lot of interest from the pharma companies now with data that we have generated the last couple of years, I'd say. So the interest from now, I would say the really big companies have grown, and the feasibility study agreements that we have signed and will sign have now grown to a position where we actually get quite a good revenue from those agreements as well. But we are of course looking for the final license agreement to get the real money, so to say. But it's good that we have actually increased the value also in the feasibility studies. It shows that the interest is even higher, I'd say, in the pharma companies. Going then to our project portfolio, and as you know, we now have 3 projects, 2 of them actually in the clinical phase. Next 20, we actually started our first clinical PK study, a phase 1 study, yesterday. So the first dose was given yesterday. We're very happy about that, and that's a clinical study that will give us very valuable data points quite soon, actually, in the first quarter next year, and also second quarter. It's a dose escalation study that will follow from dose to dose, and hopefully be able to give you some input or output from that study through the development of it or execution of it. Apart from that, we have the newly launched project Next22, which is a product for diabetes. Liraglutide, a peptide that is now used for the type 2 diabetes treatment. But that specific molecule is used for daily injection. Now, there are products in the market for weekly injections, but there's really a drive to get fewer injections for the type 2 diabetes. And I'll come to that a little bit later. So what we're aiming for here is a 1-month depot, actually, of liraglutide. And we also have the Next18 project that we started a clinical study already 2021. We got slight problems with tissue irritation there that we have now solved, and going back to that again later in the presentation. But what is important here is that we have 3 projects, and together it will definitely have a peak sales of well over $1 billion. Specifically looking at the Next22 project, we have very big hopes for that project, and we have taken a valuation from an external partner, Explico, which is a Danish company working with project evaluations and company evaluations in this field. And based on the market segment and market development, and also the clinical need and so on and so forth, they can see that we have well over $1 billion in sales for these 3 projects in total. So that's very exciting, I'd say, and promising for us going forward. It points at the position where we actually can get very good license agreements on these projects. Now, this is an extremely crowded picture, and I will not go through all the lines here. But to the left, you'll see a little bit our technology. We actually coat API particles with an extremely thin inorganic coating that dissolves very slowly, and that dissolution of the shell is actually what controls the release of the API, giving a slow release and even and very nice plasma concentration of the drug. Some of the features, unique features of PharmaShell is shown on the right side. What I can mention as being one of the sort of the top ones are the really high drug load, 80-90%, which is, I'd say, unheard of in comparing to other drug delivery systems. We also have, what is really important is to have the control of the initial release. What is first released, maybe the first day or so after an injection, and we have a possibility to now control that, and that is also something that a lot of other drug delivery platforms have a problem with, specifically for products or substances that are easy soluble. There are several other unique features, but I will not tire you with all those. This is also a crowded picture. What has happened? Have we gained any? Have we progressed, or are we standing still? We have progressed quite well, I'd say. Looking at the Next 18 project, for instance, we started off in the end of 2021 with these slight tissue irritation problems in the first clinical study. But what we did then, very swiftly right after, is to evaluate what was really causing that problem. And it turned out, which was very likely for us, that it was the API as such that was the sort of the problem to giving this irritation. And what was good is that we actually found a way to go around that. We found a way to reformulate the Next 18 project, or Next 18 product, I should say. And not only did that give a possibility for us going forward the project, which is very important for us, but it also gave some very good insight into how to build our IP portfolio. So that will give even more opportunities going forward. What else? Well, we have strengthened our IP portfolio quite well. Not only that we have more patents granted, but as you know, we also had a litigation process with Vitrivax, where we actually secure that they will not use our process going forward in their development of vaccines, which is their focus area. So we also reached a settlement agreement with them that we feel is very good for us. We have a possibility and a mechanism for licensing going forward if they would need our process, which we believe they will. And we also have a possibility to actually police that in a controlled manner. So that is very good for us. And that was actually the aim of this whole process. What we also did during the year is that we actually finalized and moved into a new facility in Uppsala that we also got GMP approval for. So that is I'd say that's a facility where we actually have a pilot plant that we're able to manufacture clinical trial material for all phases, from phase 1 up to phase 3. And that is something to have that in-house is a very good strength for a company like ours. We did launch the Next 22 project. We did sign, I think, 3 evaluation agreements with big pharma companies, which is very good. And like I mentioned earlier, we get better paid for these than pre-COVID, so to say. And like I mentioned also yesterday, we started actually our first clinical study in the Next 20 project, which is very important for us. So yes, we have moved forward quite well, I'd say. This is a sort of a vision. How will we look like in 2026 or so? Well, we believe that we have out-licensed the 3 projects that we now have started. They are in different stages of development. One can potentially look at Next 22 as also being in the NDA phase. The clinical studies needed for that to get approval is quite limited compared to oncology field, for instance. But we believe that all those 3 projects are in either clinical phase 3 or in NDA phase. So that's really good. We'll get a lot of revenues from those at signing, at milestones, maybe not royalties yet because they're not launched, but we'll get a lot of milestones, and we get payment for the work that we perform in these projects. Apart from that, we also have a number of, you shouldn't say just 3, or it could be 4, it could be 2, I can't say, but we have a number of partner projects that we also get a good revenue stream from. And those are maybe some of the projects that we now do feasibility studies on. They could be projects that we start a feasibility on maybe next year or so. But we'll move those into either phase 1, 2, 3, and during 26. And also for those projects, we'll of course get a good revenue stream. So at that time, and going forward to 26, it will gradually be a process where we actually start gaining a lot of revenue. And I think that is important for us, of course. Then going into more detail of the projects, next 22 then, which is type 2 diabetes, an enormous market really. And what we're aiming for here is to, like I mentioned, to make a 1-month depot out of liraglutide, which is a GLP-1 substance that is off patent now, so we can work with it as our own project. And what is the problem then with the current treatment? Well, a lot of type 2 diabetes patients don't take their medication as they should. So the adherence to treatment is really, really poor in this area. So what we want to do is to really see to that these people get the medication throughout the month that they so they get a continuous treatment, I should say. And that will, of course, actually increase the efficacy of the treatment. That's just, it goes by nature, that is. And what I can say, the last bullet, there's strong interest in developing long-acting GLP-1 products from the major pharmaceutical companies. I can mention that 2 or 3 or 4 times, it is a strong interest from the big pharma companies on looking at the GLP-1s. And it is, like I can look here at the market, it grows by about 10% each year. It's already now a $50 billion market for the GLP or for the type 2 diabetes products, about $15 billion for the 7 major markets for the GLP-1s. And even though we work with one that is off patent now, one can think of, well, you will take just a few percentage of the liraglutide market. But no, we do think, and also the Explico thinks, that we'll take not only from the liraglutide, but we'll take from all of the GLP-1s markets. And that is due to the benefit of just having a treatment each month. One can extend that also, thinking that we can do first a 1 month, we can extend that with our technology probably to once every 3rd month, so a quarterly treatment. But we're aiming for a first 1 month to start with. So it's an enormous market potential here. And thinking about this is not including China. It does not include India, for instance, and the Asian markets. So, well, Japan is included, of course. But looking then at next 20, the project where we just started our clinical development. This is also a huge market. Revlimid, which is the original product here for lenalidomide, I think have sales of $11 billion today. So it's a huge market. Even though when the patent will drop, the price will drop, but still the market will be there for products like this, and we will be able, hopefully we have good signs of that we will be able to get a premium price on this product. Given that, and that lenalidomide will be a base treatment for multiple myeloma, even though there are new drugs coming into the market, this gives us a very good and strong and good feeling in the stomach about this project. We will really have a possibility to out-license this project as a project with a good revenue stream. I should also mention here, actually, on all projects, maybe the names on the advisory board doesn't mean that much to you guys, just looking at the names. But if you Google the names, I can tell you that the advisory boards that we have on our projects would very much match an advisory board that Pfizer or any other big company have. we have a very good network when it comes to specifically the hematological oncology field, but also in the diabetes field, of course. So that goes also for the next project, the next 18. And what's really interesting in the next 18 project is that we see a possibility actually to move this project from what's called a non-inferior strategy, where we just document the product as being a much more convenient product, exchanging seven injections just to one. And that itself, when we talk to insurance companies in the US, that itself would allow a premium price. But what we're now looking at, after having long discussions with the advisory board, they strongly think that we should go for a superior claim. And why can we say that? It's the same molecule as the Vidasa product that's out on the market. Well, it is because this API, azacitidine, that's called, has an epigenetic mechanism. So it actually goes in and into the DNA and do what's called a demethylation of the DNA. And one of the reasons for the MDS indication is that the DNA has been metallized. It has been there's a lot of metal groups bound to the DNA, and then when splitting the cells or dividing the cells, they cannot read the DNA as they should. What azacitidine does is that they take away those metal groups, which is a chemical group, so to say, so that the DNA works as it should. And having that mechanism, it is so much better to get a constant plasma concentration, so that you get a sort of a pressure on the cells and demetallize the DNA throughout the time, instead of these very fast peaks that is with a Vidasa formulation. So we're taking this project now back to the preclinical to study this mechanism in a mouse model by next year. And we have a good collaboration with Rikshospital in Copenhagen for that. And so we're aiming at that, and also aiming at really showing evidence that the new formulation works as it should. This is a picture that has gained a lot of interest from the big pharma, that we can actually work with monoclonal antibodies. I see the time is running out, so I will not speak too much about this. But this, I wouldn't be surprised if we start feasibility studies with the big pharma around the monoclonal antibodies very soon, I'd say. This is more about our pilot plant, and I think I've mentioned the most important things here. This is, of course, the most important picture of all. The management team, extremely good management team with long experience from the pharma industry, which is extremely important. We have done product development, all of us, before. Not all of us, but majority of us before, so we know how to do it, and we're pretty sure that we can do it also with these projects. And we also have, of course, a very experienced board of directors headed by Göran Ando. And so investment highlights. Why invest in Nanexa? Well, there's a lot of things that I've already mentioned, but it's sort of a summary picture of that. And it is, I would point at this very strongly, that we do have a unique technology. And I think the drug delivery market for long-acting injectables are really growing. So we have a huge potential upside here. And this is where we're located, in the former Pharmacia site in Uppsala. So we have about 900 square meters there, with about 300 square meters of pilot plant, 300 of lab, and we also have some offices there where we can sit and do other things than the laboratory work. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, David, for such a nice presentation. And now we have time for a few questions. And I will start with one on the news from yesterday on your Next 20 project.
Yeah.
And I will structure this question in two parts. The first part, I don't know how much you can say, but could you give us a little bit of color on the trial design? I mean, how many patients are you planning to include in this trial, and what would be the dose escalation structure?
Okay.
And the second part of the question, and it's something that we have heard from investors before, is in this Next 20 project, and how much, how big or small is the risk that we see the same that we
Yeah.
saw in the Next 18? I mean, how much
Yeah.
transferable issues
I
are
think
there?
those are two excellent questions, actually. Well, it will be a dose escalation study, starting with a very low dose. The number of patients is a handful of patients, or not patients. We actually do this in healthy volunteers, which actually will speed up the process of executing the trial. It is done in Uppsala, so we have close by, and then we have. So it's a handful of healthy volunteers, and we're looking at 3 different levels of dose, and going from the first, and then get a readout from that to the next and to the third one. When it comes to the to the risk of getting the same result as with Next 18, what we have done here is a much more thorough investigation of this formulation, since the lenalidomide API has not been given subcutaneously before. We were sort of forced, one can say, by the medical agency to do a preclinical GLP tox just to look at the skin reaction in the subcutaneous tissue when administering this. So we did quite a big study of that in mini pigs, very much like we did with evaluation of the Next 18 product. And we did see very little reactions in the mini pigs. And that has also, of course, been part of our clinical trial applications. So also the medical agency have looked at that data and concluded, both our toxicologist and the medical agency have concluded that this is a very, very limited risk.
That's very good to hear. And a second question, in the Next 22 product, you are going for liraglutide for diabetes, and in diabetes, I mean, the diabetes space, it's growing quite fast lately. I mean, there is several companies playing and bringing new products to the market, and one of the things that the space is seeing is the appearance of more oral treatments for diabetes. I would like to hear your view on how the space is developing and how much competitive situation is there with the oral ones and the injectable ones, and where is the Next 22 there?
Yes, it is a growing field, and there will be more competitors getting out there. But the oral ones will have one part of it, and the driving force for the Next 22 project is the poor adherence. The poor adherence will stay with oral. It's not just that the poor adherence will just be eliminated just because you go from an injection once daily than taking a pill once daily. So that is clearly seen in many studies, not just for diabetes, but also for a lot of prescription medicines in the US. So I'm not that worried about the oral ones. We have, of course, the Lilly product, the once weekly, which we see now take a big, it gains a lot of market share actually. But once weekly is just once weekly. I think that is just to show the trend, and it proves the thinking about the Next 22 project and why we actually already have seen quite a big interest from the big pharmas.
It's very interesting. And one last question, and it's on your Next 18 project. You mentioned in your last quarterly report that you are evaluating now if Next 18 has a superior efficacy compared to Vidasa. Could you give us some color on that, and what would be the consequence, let's say, if you can prove that it has superior efficacy?
So what we're doing, we're planning those studies. It is fine. Actually, we have found a mouse model that is validated sort of for this for looking at the demethylation. That is quite tricky actually to look at demethylation, but there are methods out there that have been used in several clinical studies, and we now have that planned for next year. And so when we will get those data, if that really shows and improves our hypothesis that this really have a superior effect, that will be part of our sales package sort of, and to partner. And in this specific project, I think having data, preclinical data that shows that there's no tissue irritation, those two together with an FDA meeting and having an FDA sort of approval of a clinical program for superiority, it will give a very good ground for out-licensing this quite early, actually. Because already now we have some interest from companies. They really see that this is an interesting market, and the concept that we have is really something that attracts a lot of companies.
That's very good to hear. And David, I think we have to close it now.
Okay.
For the sake of time, but thank you very much for being here today and for your nice presentation.
Thank you so much.
Good morning and welcome to the third presentation of the day. My name is Adam Carlson, former biotech equity research analyst here at ABG. And it's my pleasure to introduce X&K Therapeutics, an NK cell therapy company, and CEO Johan Living. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Here is our disclaimer. Please read it very carefully. So, some key highlights of X&K Therapeutics. At our core, we have a platform technology. This technology allows us to expand and activate the natural killer cells. And these are very versatile cells, so we can use them as monotherapy, as combination therapy, and also in both hematological malignancies and solid tumors. And we have ongoing research in all areas. We come quite far. We have presented a phase 1 clinical trial showing that it's a safe product and also having a very promising efficacy, allowing us then to go into a phase 2 trial that is ongoing. Is a combination trial where we combine our autologous natural killer cells called evencalusul with Sanofi's anti-CD38 antibody. And it's a combination trial in multiple myeloma where we collaborate with Sanofi and the Karolinska Institute. We have also taken this further, moved into other indications. We have an ongoing collaboration with the MD Anderson Cancer Center in Houston, Texas, around AML, another type of blood cancer. And we're moving into solid tumors and bladder cancer. We announced that in June, and we're now working with the Karolinska Hospital. We are well positioned to collaborate with others because most of the big pharma companies have these type of antibodies, which are very good to combine with autologous NK cells. So we have a nice target of companies to approach. And we have a strong momentum in business development. And being a global leading company in autologous NK cells, we are an attractive partner. So what do we do then? Well, we work with natural killer cells. These are part of your primary immune system. And these cells are your first line of defense towards virus infections and cancer. So when a cell gets infected by a virus or transformed into a cancer cell, the pattern on the cell surface changes. And the NK cells recognize that change in pattern and attacks it because it realizes something is going wrong. But when you develop cancer, the tumor escapes this mechanism, grow up, and then suppress the whole system. And the whole idea behind this company, what we do, is that we take out your own natural killer cells. We restore their cytotoxic capacity so they can kill cancer cells again, and we grow them up in very large numbers, giving back as a cell therapy. The good thing about these NK cells, and I'm quite proud of it, it was actually discovered at the Karolinska Institute in the mid-1970s, and it's taking 40 years of groundbreaking research to come here. And today, this is one of the hottest fields in biotech globally. Generally seen as the next cell therapy that's going to, come after the CAR Ts and the T-cell therapy. So, how does it work? The patient would come in, donate 1 unit of blood, that's 450 milliliters. That is then shipped to us. We separate the starting material, and we freeze it. The good thing about the freezing step is that we control the time of all downstream processing. So we don't need to have overcapacity. When we have the production capacity ready, we can start to produce. Then it goes into the magic steps, the expansion and activation of the natural killer cells, restoring their cytotoxic capacity, growing them up in large numbers, takes around 3 weeks. Then we can freeze it again. And since the company has been around for such a long time with all the research at Karolinska Institute, we know we can freeze the end product for 10 years. Then we ship it back to the patient frozen. The patient will come in, getting the infusion, stay for observation, couple of hours, and then go home. So from the patient point of view, it's kind of an open treatment, right? You come in, donate 1 unit of blood, go home. When it's time to be treated, you come in, get your treatment, stay for observation, go home. And being an autologous company working with your own natural killer cells, we know it's very safe. So we can give multiple dosaging. So we typically give 3 dosages. This is our management team, and we can really get things done. Just pointing out our newly appointed CSO, Anna-Karin Maltese, a really good addition to our company leadership team. We have a experienced board of directors. Pointing out Ted Fjellman from Fleury. They made a major investment in us in March, April this year. Hans Gustav Ljunggren, former Dean of Research for Karolinska Institute, and one of the individuals who make this groundbreaking research in the 80s. Also our chairman, Gunnar Mattsson, well-known person in Swedish healthcare. We work with autologous NK cells. There are two ways you can give this. You can take your own natural killer cells and give them back to you. That's the autologous route. Or I can take Adam's NK cells and give them to me. There you go, the allogeneic route. And these are different routes have pros and cons. And we firmly believe that in the future, both will be on the market. Actually, you can think of combining them because they have different pros and cons. Looking at the autologous cell therapy, since I give back these restored NK cells to myself, I don't need to immunosuppress. I mean, my own immune system will not attack them. I give back my own immune system, so it's safe. I don't need to immunosuppress the patients, which means I can go for weaker patient populations. Also, they will not be attacked by my own immune system because it is my own immune system, so they will last longer, giving a longer duration of response. And also, of course, a more favorable safety profile because of all that. And since you don't have any safety issues, you can give it, repeatedly. You can go 3 doses, 6 doses, whatever, it's not a problem. If you look at the allogeneic side, well, since I'm taking Adam's natural killer cells and going to give them to me, I can produce in advance. So if I have a very aggressive cancer, that's something I would like to do, right? So they're kind of off the shelf. I can produce in advance and I can give them when I need to treat the patient. The good thing about that, of course, I can select an optimal donor, someone with a really, really good NK cell component. And I could potentially get a more efficacy product. But the problem is I can't give repetitive dosing, so I get a short but effective punch, but it will not last. So different pros and cons fit different patient populations, and in the future, potentially you can think of combining them. So this is how the competitive landscape looks like. We're following around 40, well, slightly less than 50 companies, 105 pipeline projects. Half of them are in clinic. If you look at them, roughly half of them are using gene modification techniques. You take the natural killer cells, you modify them. The other half, they don't. They just restore their cytotoxic capacity by other means. The allogeneic space is more competitive. It's around 80% of the total space and 20% in the autologous. We think that is really good because we are in a less competitive space. If you work in the allogeneic space, it's difficult to differentiate. It's very competitive, it's crowded. Being a global leader in the autologous space gives us what we think is a very good position in the market. And if you take the autologous space, around 13 products is in clinic. And this is how it looks. We are in multiple myeloma in phase 2. The other companies are also, the most advanced, are in phase 2. Can point out what we think is, in addition to us, the most respected company here is NKGen, a California-based company, originally from Korea. They actually presented really good data in non-small cell lung cancer, combining with an antibody in October, showing a really efficacious treatment. We were very happy to see that because it proved the concept. This will work. So this is where we are. This is our pipeline. We start in the multiple myeloma. We are using our compound, evancalusul. We have an ongoing phase 2 study in collaboration with Sanofi and the Karolinska Institute. And we are recruiting patients. We have run preclinical studies in other indications in multiple myeloma, an elderly population, and smoldering, a pre-stage of multiple myeloma. And we're thinking of taking at least the smoldering into the clinic pretty soon. We were called up by MD Anderson, who wanted to have a autologous NK cell therapy because they wanted a longer duration of response. And MD Anderson is the most renowned cancer center in the globe, in the world. So we're working with them on AML, trying to find a good patient population for an autologous treatment. I've seen some promising data out there, so I think we might get it to work. We are moving into bladder cancer, urothelial cancer, having preclinical studies in there. And we're working on another undisclosed indication in solid tumors. Also will be in a collaboration with another big pharma. So we're covering both hematological malignancies, solid tumors, monotherapy, combination therapies. So this is our technology. Compared to the other autologous companies, we use a feeder-free system. Essentially, it's your own T cells who will activate the NK cells. It's patented, and we have an orphan drug designation as well. We can start from frozen material, so we can really differentiate from the other companies in this space. And what happens is that during the first 5-6 days, we need to optimize the environment for the NK cells. Actually, we're restoring their cytotoxic capacity, so they will recognize the cancer cells. And then once that is happening, they start to become cytotoxic. We grow them up in really large numbers, giving in the dosing that we need. And this is what it looks like if you expose these natural killer cells towards your own tumor. That's the graph to the left. And healthy cells, that's the graph to the right. And when you take them out from your own body, that's day 0. That's the dotted line at the bottom of both those graphs. And as you can see on the y-axis, that's the killing capacity. They don't kill cancer cells. They are suppressed. They just leave the cancer cells alone. But then when we start to restore the cytotoxic capacity, you see it goes up. And after 20 days, they are really aggressive. They really kill off cancer cells. But the good thing here, the beauty of this therapy, is that these natural killer cells, they recognize changes in surface pattern, right? If a cell gets infected, these will change. If it transforms to a cancer cell, these pattern will change. Healthy cells have normal surface patterns. And the natural killer cells, well, they leave them alone. This leads to a very safe product. The beauty also, this is a general mechanism, right? All cancer cells do this, so you can go hematological malignancies, solid tumors. So what are we looking for? Well, we are an autologous therapy, which means that we need to find a good patient population where you really would like to have an autologous therapy. We found one in multiple myeloma. Where we are today is a frontline therapy after a stem cell transplantation. So the stem cell transplantation is taking out most of your cancer burden, so it's debulking it. And then after that, you're kind of weak as a patient, and we can come in as a consolidation therapy, repeated dosing. The good thing also is you have an antibody, an anti-CD38 antibody that we'll combine with. And what these antibodies do, they actually point out as small flags the cancer cells. And then on the backside, they have a CD16 handle that the NK cells will attach to, actually leading to large synergistic effects. So that's what we do in multiple myeloma. We went into AML, same type of concept. Bladder cancer, same type of concept, with debulking with chemotherapy. And then we come in after, together with an antibody that is already on the market, available. That's what we target. And you can find this in amyloidosis, liver cancer, lung cancer. You know, there are multiple options there. I just want to point out that in multiple myeloma, your natural normal NK cells have a CD38 expression on the cell surface. And if you combine that with a CD38 antibody, it will actually mark out your own natural killer cells. So they will start killing each other. So that's why most companies in this field, they need to gene modify. You need to knock out the CD38 expression on the NK cells you give back, right? Otherwise, they will just kill each other. In our expansion, that is downregulated. So we don't have to knock it out. It happens automatically, which is why we don't gene modify at the moment. And in the other indications where we look for, obviously, we checked, they will not start to kill each other using an antibody. So, where are we? This is our ongoing phase 2 trial. It's a randomized trial, 30 patients in each treatment arm. One treatment arm is the anti-CD38 antibody, isatuximab from Sanofi. In the other treatment arm, you have the anti-CD38 antibody in combination with our autologous NK cells. And we're looking for efficacy, response rate. Obviously, time to progression, duration of response, overall survival, all that is in there, and of course, also safety. We could go into this trial because we finalized our phase 1 trial, first in human. We treated 6 patients, same indication, multiple myeloma, as a consolidation after an autologous stem cell therapy. It was published in February this year, and we followed up with a poster at EHA in the summer. And what we can see is that we didn't see any serious adverse events. Yes, natural killer cells. They should be safe. The majority of the AEs that we saw were of grade 1, so they are mild. The majority was also unlikely to be related. But what we saw, an interesting observation, that the 4 first patients developed shingles, bältros in Swedish. Of course, it was surprising to us, we were a bit scared. But then Hans Gustav Ljunggren in our board of directors started to think about this, and he was actually quite excited, because what we think is happening is that when you get chickenpox as a child, that never goes away. The virus will dormant in your dorsal root ganglia and sleep there. But these are virus-infected cells, so they have changes in the cell surface, right? So when we inject highly activated NK cells, they will find and see this change in cell surface. And they start to attack it, and then that will reemerge. The good thing about that is that it can, of course, be prevented. So we give the last 2 patients high-dose viral treatment, and we didn't see shingles develop. So, of course, moving forward, this will be a combination therapy, giving our autologous NK cell product together with a high-dose antiviral treatment. And it also went into patent application, because no one thought about it. But we see it as a sign of efficacy. They are killing cells, attacking cells where you have this change in cells pattern. We also have a long-term safety follow-up. Follow-up over 5 years. No new safety events. And the good thing is that it kind of confirms our thought that it's really feasible to give this as a consolidation treatment. And another most important thing is that we don't affect later lines. We don't destroy later line treatment, which of course is important because you want to be safe, efficacious, and the other therapies on the market should still work as they intend to. And that's what we think we can see. However, moving forward, there's a relatively large problem that needs to be solved for all cell therapy companies, and that is production. Today we are producing at Vicura, which is the cell therapy production unit as the Stockholm County Council. Works fine for us for the ongoing clinical trial, but there is no way we can use that production capacity to run a global trial, or European or US trial. Will not work. So we worked really, really hard during the last 1.5 years to set up our own GMP production. And it's ready build now. We have a capacity of around 100 patients per year initially, easily scalable to 200 patients. We can really work on how to optimize the production, the scale out, and I'm really happy to say that this is all ready to build, just waiting for approval, and then we're ready to go to really take our entire pipeline into the clinic big time. We also have an opportunity here because Fleury Invest, who invested in us in the spring, also are a fully owner of NorthX Biologics up in Matfors. They know how to produce. They don't know cell therapy, but they really know how to produce. So we are exploring synergies with them, trying to come as closely as we can, so we don't have to have backup facilities, backup redundancy, and whatever we can utilize, all their power that is in NorthX. And let's see where it is, but I'm hopeful that we should be able to come to a good path forward here. So just to sum it up, XNK Therapeutics, we are a globally leading company in natural killer cells, one of the hottest topics in global biotech today. We have a platform technology, allow us to expand and activate the natural killer cells. We can use it as a treatment in monotherapy or in combination therapy. We can use it in hematological malignancies, solid tumors, and we have research ongoing in all those areas. We come quite far. We know it's safe. We have published our phase 1 data, leading us to go into phase 2. We have that ongoing in collaboration with Karolinska Institute and Sanofi. And we're now really broadening our pipeline into AML, bladder cancer, and hopefully one more indication in the near future. And we're just waiting to make sure that we can take this further into the clinic. Well, thank you very much. Questions?
Great. Thank you very much, Johan. We have time for a few questions. I don't think we're taking questions from the audience, so I'll start us off anyway. So one of the key benefits or differentiating factors of an autologous as opposed to an allogeneic, as you were saying, was this potential for retreatment or redosing. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that you haven't done that with your product as of yet with patients. But in sort of the wider field of autologous cell therapy or NK autologous cell therapy, how much of that has been done so far, and what can you say about the feasibility or kind of the results, big picture of retreating with an autologous cell product?
We have done it. So in our first phase 1 trial, we gave 3 treatments. Escalating dosage, but 3 treatment, and we didn't see any problem with that. So in our ongoing phase 2, we do the same concept, 3 treatment. We don't know it's going to be 3. You can think, 6. Why not? I mean, but so far we stick with 3. But we are of course playing with the thought that you can give 6 or 12, or depending on the indication.
And other autologous cell therapy products, kind of.
Yeah, they give multiple dosing. I think I'm not sure, no, for sure, but I also think they give 3 seems to be a magic number here. Mm-hmm. That's where everybody seems to start with.
Okay. No, good. And then perhaps a question on the IP side of things. So you said the production process is patented. Mm-hmm. But then obviously, as you were showing in the competitive landscape picture, there are other companies developing NK cell products, and some of them autologous as well. And then obviously you want to keep your process as secret as possible. How kind of easily enforceable is your patent or your IP protection? How do you kind of ensure that others don't piggyback on your production process and vice versa, I guess? How much of a shield is it really, given that it's so secretive?
We haven't done any evaluation of the patents, so I honestly don't know. But given where we come from, the natural killer cells were discovered here at Karolinska Institute, mid-70s. It had a very long time to develop a good process. It takes time because these are really difficult. So we submitted our patents really early, so they're kind of broad. We just submitted last year a updated patent application on the things that we learned during the last 3 years when we developed the platform. And then, of course, we have the combination patent where you combine the autologous NK cells with an high-dose antiviral to prevent shingles, right? Also, that something could be, strengthen our case in the future. But the problem here is, patent is good, but the problem is that this is cell therapy. So if, independent of what you do, you still need to develop the entire data package because no one will believe you do the same thing. And of course, there's a lot of things to be keeping the secret sauce.
Right, yeah. Okay, no, that's very useful. And then perhaps one question on kind of this other, potentially differentiating factor of an autologous as opposed to an allogeneic therapy, of its kind of the durability or the duration of response with CAR-Ts. I mean, we've seen in other autologous products, we've seen very impressive sort of objective response rates, complete and partial response rates very high, but then I think overall in the field there's been some kind of general disappointment with the duration of responses kind of not lasting very much beyond sort of 6 months at best, if even. And I guess you were saying, with an autologous, there's that theoretical benefit there in vivo or there from yourself, so they should be able to last longer. And so I wonder if you could speak a little bit more to that, kind of what are we seeing in the field at large, and perhaps if there's anything from your work as well.
Yeah, so typically what you see with allogeneic products is, I think you talk about 2 weeks duration, right? Just, that the cell will survive for 2 weeks, then they clear it out. What we see now, so in our first clinical trial, is that we know that they last for a month. We didn't check any longer because we didn't have the ethics to do that, but we could detect in 1 month. But the big beauty here is the redosing. So you can just keep going, right? You give them, let them last, and then you inject a new one. That's one way you can really, prolong the whole thing. They will last longer, but you can also retreat. That's a difficult concept with a unique product. It's not. And then the good thing here is that I didn't know if I pointed that out, is that if you look at the T cell, the CAR Ts, right? What we do with the antibodies that we administer together with, the anti-CD38 antibodies, Aclisa, is virtually a CAR T, right? But in two components, right? The antibody will mark the cancer cells, and then the effector cell will use that to kill. And of course, you get the synergistic effect as well. But the point is that it's a nice concept where you actually can take something that's available on the market already and just adding on the effector cell, and in very large numbers and very aggressive. So it seems to be a very fruitful concept.
Good. And then perhaps just a final question then in the interest of time. So you were showing how the new production facilities are sort of ready to get going, pending formal approval and certification and so on. What kind of volume will that allow you? Will that take you through sort of all the way to market, but then presumably not beyond? And then on that second point, then big picture, kind of the cost of developing sort of commercial scale production. Is the expectation that you would do that internally over time? And I mean, what should we be thinking in terms of that?
So when the production facility, we actually built it to be able to run large phase 3 trials. That's what the intention in mind, right? It will not be a commercial facility, for sure. It needs much better. We placed in Huddinge, right? That's the wrong place if you want to have a commercial facility. But for research, pilot facility is really good. We're going to learn a lot for, taking the next step. If we're going to build a huge facility ourselves, I don't know. I don't think so. we have a good partner now in Northex. That's what they do, right? Well, there might be other partners as well, but there are good opportunities there for running a large-scale production facility. But for what you want to do for the clinical development, making sure that we can, take this, show good response, looking for partners which we can collaborate with, licensing out to, this is fit for purpose.
Great. Perfect. I think we're at time. Thank you very much, Johan, for an interesting presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back from the break. My name is Derek Laliberte. I'm an analyst covering primarily investment company and media stocks at ABG. And it's with great pleasure I introduce the next company, Nax. And with us from Nax, we have the investment advisors from Nax's partners, Amari de Porret and Thomas Åkerman. So with that, please go ahead with your presentation, Nax.
Thank you. Good morning. So today we're going to talk about private equity, and no matter what, where you get your information from, whether it's from the web, TV, or the newspaper, every day you're going to see those headlines. Private equity fund has raised a major multi-billion fund. Private equity manager has sold a company for several billions, generating like 20 times the returns, like Nordic Capital did recently with Binding Site, or a private equity manager has listed a company on a stock exchange. So I think as a retail investor, the question that one asks oneself all the time is, how can I invest in those funds and be part of this industry and the fantastic returns they are generating? At the same time, whether you are a retail investor or a small institution and you have a long-term view, you're going to think carefully how you allocate your asset and build a portfolio. And I think it's safe to say that the most successful asset allocation models in the last decades has been the one from Yale Endowment, which had generated extraordinary returns by any standards. So over 20 years, net of fee, the Yale's endowment has returned over 11% per year, even during very turbulent period post .com, the financial crisis, and the COVID pandemic. And obviously, one of the strengths of the Yale model is that it has an allocation to private equity which is over 30%. So basically, if you want to create long-term returns, you will want to have private equity in your portfolio. And the big problem is, as a retail investor or a small institution, you cannot get access to those private equity funds, either because they require, tens of millions of euro of minimum investment, or even if you have that money available, it's very difficult to access the most successful managers because their funds are almost oversubscribed and don't take in new investors. So when we thought about this problem back in 2007, we thought the best way to solve it was to create a listed share which provided access to private equity funds. And this is what we did with Nax. So Nax is a standard investment company, Swedish AB. Nothing fancy about it, a single class of share, very straightforward. It is listed on NASDAQ. The company has today over 5,000 shareholders. However, one will note that we have one shareholder who owns more than 50% of the stock, which is a US institution called QVT, and which has also a relatively large influence on the company. For example, they have nominated all current directors. We will note that QVT has been a shareholder in Nax since the IPO back in 2007, so they've been here for a really long time. And Nax has a very simple business model. We provide access to the best private equity funds with a focus on the Nordic region, which also happens to be the region in the world where historically some of the best returns have been created by buyout funds. And our focus is buyout funds. It's not by coincidence. I think that when we launched in 2007, we considered also venture capital funds. But if you take a long-term perspective, one will know that, especially in the Nordics, the return of venture capital have not been as regular and strong as the one from buyout. They've been much more volatile, even if those funds have had a very good run in the last few years. I think if you take the longer view, the performance is not the same. And buyout funds, for those who are not familiar with it, it's funds who focus on mature companies and take a majority stake. So they control the investment and they can make the changes they feel are required. And amongst the names you have here, I'm sure you're familiar with almost all of them, whether it's Nordic Capital, Valedo, Apax, and so on. And there are some names maybe are less familiar, like Mimir, or JAB Consumer Partner, even if it's a multi-billion fund in the case of JAB. But we can get back to that, and my colleague Thomas will do a deep dive into the portfolio. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Some of you are shareholders, and some have been shareholders in Nax. So you're very well acquainted with these brand names. You're also well aware of many of the portfolio companies that have been exited over the years. Names like Munters from Nordic Capital, Truax from FSN, and you all know, and you each day drink a cup of juice from Joe and the Juice, where is still a portfolio company among our funds. And we usually get the question after we made the presentation what we are looking for next, and then people ask what companies would you like to invest in. But I'm quite sure you are clear about that. We do not make direct investments in Joe and the Juice. That's not us. We invest in funds, and the funds decide, they locate, they originate the deals, they do the investment. So there's a layer in between. We just provide access to the actual funds, and then they make the investments. A few words about private equity before we dive into the performance of Nax and our investments over the last 15 years. A typical fund has a lifetime of about 10 years. 5 years, the first 5 years is to make investments, find companies and make the investments. And then after those 5 years, you've built a portfolio, maybe 10 companies, and then there's about another 5 to 7 years of exits. When you sell, you IPO, and that's when you read about it and you read about the returns. So they have a specific lifetime of, let's say, 10 to 12 years. After that, they cease to exist, basically. Nax has overall in our current portfolio, we have exposure to 9 different managers. But these 9 managers, in total, we have invested in 15 funds. And the reason why there are more funds than managers, of course, is that once they have invested over 5 years, they start another fund and another fund. And take, for example, Nordic Capital currently has I think 7 funds running, investing or divesting. And we are in 4 of those 7 funds. So that's why 9 managers, several funds from some of the managers, and that adds up to 15. And I mean, sometimes we invest in Valedo, for example, in 2 of their funds, but not necessarily in the third fund, or depending on the capital we have available and how the performance have been. But the speed of some of these investments can be very rapid. Today, many of the funds invest their capital in 2 to 3 years, which is but when we started in 2007, it was actually up to 7 years because we had the financial crisis in between. But nowadays, maybe 3 to 5 years is the normal investment period. Overall, we provide a diversified exposure to private equity. 9 funds. 9 managers, 15 funds, and remaining in the portfolio is also 63 portfolio companies, including, yes, we can go. 63 portfolio companies, including Joe and the Juice, still in the portfolio. The performance of the exits that have been made since start, a total of 176 companies have been acquired since we started in 2007, of which 113 have been divested or exited. And the performance of those 113 exits is about 18% per annum IRR. And that's after deducting the profit share to the underlying funds. You know probably that they take about 20% of the profit above a certain threshold. So 18% per annum, and just as Anne-Marie explained, the return from private equity buyout is rather consistent. We've been through pretty difficult times, including the financial crisis. We had not the crash, but we had a serious decline in, I think it was 2014-15, at least in the stock market. We have the current times, which are also rather tough. So I think it's fair to say that the buyout sector is stable and consistent. I mean, 113, and this is over 15 years now, that has been both investing and divesting. Some companies are held and generate a fantastic return already after 2 to 3 years. If we take, for example, Espresso House, you all drink coffee. Maybe you don't drink juice, but you drink coffee, almost all of you. I'm sure you've had an Espresso House every now and then. That was originally acquired by Valledo, and 2.5 years later, it was... Hercules. Hercules. And 3 years later, it was sold to JAB, one of the funds in which we were invested. And that was a fantastic return after 3 years. We were very happy when we saw JAB acquiring. We didn't know JAB at the time, but since then we have also invested in the JAB funds. So we are actually again exposed to Espresso House, but there it's a very small fraction of the total asset. Binding Site, on the other hand, Binding Site was originally invested in 2011, so it's been 11 years in the portfolio, more than 10 years in the portfolio. And Binding Site was the company that was on the front page with almost 20 times invested money, 20 times, and that's about 19% per annum in return for that one single company. Actually, we don't only do fund investments. We have something in our portfolio called direct investments as well, where we go straight to the underlying companies and invest. It's a small portion of our total investments, about 5% of our NAV. And the typical type of investment we make in this case is a so-called co-investment. We invest alongside the funds in which we are investors, like Keurig Dr. Pepper, which is a global leader in coffee and drinks, and I think #1 in coffee in the United States. We have invested directly into that company. We are also indirect investors in the company via funds, but we really like the company. So that counts as a co-investment or a direct investment here. Still, we expect this to be a rather small share of our total portfolio. It's really fund investments that we will be focusing upon. So how have we done? Well, when you look at the NAV, this is starting in 2012. We actually started the business in 2007, but then it was a rather flat development because we had mostly had cash for 5 years. And then, the exit started and we started to pay dividends in 2012. And we've had a rather nice development of our NAV over time. It's been rather stable. We had a bit of a fall in the NAV development in 2020 when the pandemic broke out and the underlying funds, the valuations came down quite dramatically, as you recall, in March, April of that year. And also this year, which has been really tough. In Q3, we reported a 5.9% increase in NAV and 27% over 12 months, which is quite good given the rather rough times. Here it's worth mentioning that the NAV, which is the green part, the other parts are the dividends. The NAV is the values we receive from the underlying funds. We do not make our own valuations. We add together the valuations we receive from the underlying funds. And they, of course, follow extremely strict and rules for valuations, usually LTM, latest 12 months, EBITDA, and market multiples from comparable companies. So it's an aggregation. And it's a little bit of a lag. When we report Q3, it's based on the underlying funds reports for Q2. So there's a bit of a lag there. You will note that we have over time consistently paid a rather good dividend. And our guiding principle has been to dividend about 4 to 5% of the NAV. We're not so focused on the yield on the share, but we try to. That has been our sort of focus over the years. So this is quite a good return distribution to shareholders, and we have also made quite large distributions through share purchases. So I think if you add share purchases to this, it's probably 25-26 kronor per shares in the last 5 years. So it's a large distribution that we've committed. That, of course, partly explains the nice growth in NAV, that we reduced the number of shares. But we're shareholder-oriented in that respect. And it's worth saying perhaps also that out of the 83.38 here, the current NAV, quite a bit of that is cash. I think it's 25-26% is cash. But some of that cash is already earmarked for funds to which we have committed capital, in which we are investing. So it's not all available to invest, but we have a decent balance now between cash promises that we've made to pay out and available funds for new investments. So, how are we doing on the stock market? Well, we should be doing better. If we look at the last 2 years, you can see the NAV development on the top end, the top graph, and the share price on the lower graph. And right now, we're trading at a record discount of 26% to the underlying NAV. And I think the share price, when I just looked, was even a little bit lower. So it's maybe 27% now. And I think, Derek, when you calculated our discount 1 year average, it was 18. So we're in a record level there, I think.
Exactly, I think.
Yeah. So what do you get if you invest in Nax? Well, you get a diversified portfolio in names that you recognize, both when it comes to the funds like Nordic Capital, like Valedo and FSN. You get access to companies that you actually read about, that you will know about, like Best, Joe and the Juice, and so on. And you can read about it in the papers. You can follow Nax in a different way than you can in many other highly diversified investments. And so here you get the diversified exposure to Nordic buyout. You get a company which has delivered a good NAV development, a good dividend over time, and right now a record high discount. And I know I'm just about to close, but I know when you go home tonight and you have dinner, I recommend that you pass by Bastard Burgers. It's quite close from here. We are also investors in Bastard Burgers. They're absolutely the best burgers. You should buy them with sweet potato pommes frites. That's my recommendation. And then I think we leave it up for you for questions, Derek.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Thomas and Anne-Marie. I think that was a great summary of what you do. I was wondering if you could expand a bit on the exposure that you get as a shareholder in Nax. I mean, we went over the funds and a few examples, but could you summarize somehow what you get exposure towards in terms of geographies and sectors?
Right. Okay, I can start there.
Sure.
Thank you, Derek. That's a very good question, because here we highlight some of the brand names that you're very, very well aware of. But our exposure is primarily to the Nordic region, to Nordic buyout funds. But we also have a high exposure to via JAB, JAB, to the global market. And actually, our largest, maybe single sector exposure is to pet care, and pet care including pet insurance. And if you think about pet care right now, people are spending more and more on their pets, and as more and more expensive it gets to get your pet to hospital, the more and more you want to insure it. So our most recent investment was in JAB Pet Insurance, and that they are global number 2, and they're global number 2 also in pet care, pet hospitals and so forth. So that's a major exposure. We also have an exposure to it's primarily Nordic, but that's US, very US centric. And then through a fund that you don't know that much about at this point in time is Mimir. It's a so-called special situation funds, and through that we get access to could be engineering companies or distribution companies that you may not have heard about, but they acquire companies that are sort of unfavored or do not belong any longer in the large corporations like Atlas Copco, Stora Enso. And that's also rather major recent exposure for us. We think you will read more about them in the next few years, actually.
But I think more generally, I think the geography, the geographical exposure is mostly the Nordic region. And regarding the funds, we cover all sectors from small cap, mid cap to very large cap like JAB or Nordic Capital.
Great, that sounds like a really good diversification. And Thomas, you also mentioned that you have a really strong cash position between 25 to 30%. And I know some of this is committed to the existing funds, but could you give some indication of what the outlook for new investments is going forward? I mean, you've invested in the Nordic capital funds, the sort of new ones coming out, and added JAB and Mimir a lot lately. But is that sort of indicative of what we will see going forward?
We still try. We're very actively looking at new investments in with managers that we're currently invested with, but also new managers. And I think we have a rather good deal flow of what I think we would call slightly more exclusive managers that are perhaps specialized in one way or another, that have a slightly different tack on where to invest. And so I think we'll be back to the market with some news within the next 1 or 2 quarters.
Interesting. And also in terms of the strong cash, I mean, historically you have done quite a few share buybacks, as you mentioned also. And now with the discount at 26 or 27% to NAV, close to historical highs, basically, isn't this a good time to perform additional share buybacks?
Well, I mean, as we mentioned earlier, I think the discount is at or near record levels. And as you know, proceeding to share buybacks ultimately is the board's decision. And it is a fact that the board has in place since the last AGM and almost like every year a mandate to repurchase shares. But there are other considerations than just the discount. I wanted to remember that these depend on our cash position, our deal flow looks like, which where we might allocate money in the short term and so on. But there is a mandate in place, so it will ultimately be up to the board to press a trigger there.
Cool. Yeah, I think we have time for one more, and then I was wondering, you mentioned briefly the direct investments. Some have been co-investments, and some have come about from the funds, so to speak. I mean, you have a pretty wide investment mandate, so should we expect more direct investments, and of what form? Like, could you, for example, be an anchor in a potential IPO or something like that? Is that something that could be on the horizon?
I mean, that's possible. As you mentioned, we have quite a wide mandate, but I think regarding the portion of NAV that we dedicated to direct investment, it will remain very low and close to under 5% like we are now. That's what we expect, at least right now in the short term. And it's very opportunistic, as you see in our existing co-investments. So it could be absolutely in an IPO or outside of an IPO.
Great. Okay, I think that's all we have time for right now. But I want to thank you, Nax, Marie, and Thomas. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening, everybody. Yeah.
Hi and welcome to ABG Sundal Collier's Investor Days. My name is Stefan Knutsson. I'm an equity analyst here at ABG. And with me today I have Flexion Mobile and the CFO, Niklas Körusar. Welcome, Niklas.
Thanks a lot. Thanks. Always nice to be here. Cool. So presenting Flexion Mobile. I'm starting by showing the Q3 numbers. And on the way here, I looked at what revenues we had when we IPO'd 4 years ago. And then we reported for distribution, £1 million in revenue. And now 4 years later, we report quarterly revenues of £7 million. So it's almost 200 million SEK in quarterly revenue. So Flexion started with quite big. It's based on a lot of growth, and we do show, again, organic growth of over 100% in distribution. So we are steaming ahead. As a growth tech company, it's quite a big milestone also to report a decent EBITDA in the company. So both growing and being profitable is quite attractive in today's market. And we report £1.5 million in adjusted EBITDA. And also in this turbulent market, to have a decent operating cash flow is, of course, very important. And we report almost £2 million. So that results in a cash balance of £10.5 million, 130 million SEK. So we have a very strong financial position, and we're like a bullet train at the moment in terms of performance. So what is Flexion doing? We are a technology-driven marketing company within gaming. We work with two verticals, alternative distribution and influencer marketing. I'm coming back to what that is. But basically what we do, we grow revenues to the big game developers around the world by growing their audience list, the number of end users they have. We operate on the gaming market, so we're not in betting or gambling, it's gaming. Yeah, it's an absolutely massive market, $200 billion, of which mobile is half, but $100 billion, and you have console on 50 and PC about 40. And our two verticals, alternative distribution, they are within the mobile sector, the market that it grows a lot. And there we focus on Android, which is about 85% of all mobiles. So it's basically all mobiles which are not Apple. The other vertical, influencer marketing, is platform agnostic, so it covers the whole gaming market. If we look at our value position within distribution, is where we historically have been focusing. We focus on the top end of the market, so the kind of 250 biggest game developers in the world. And they have reached out to the market through two stores in mobile. So it's Apple and Google. The problem is that everyone is doing the same. So these two stores are absolutely overcrowded as stores. And at the same time, it's hard for these developers to reach out to the alternative stores, which are by themselves very, very big stores. So we're talking Amazon, Samsung, Huawei, etc. So we've seen a market problem here with these stores. These alternative stores struggle to get games, and the game developers can't reach out to grow the revenue. So we built a distribution platform for a long time, and we now become the market leader in gaming on alternative distribution. And on top of this, of course, we have... apologies. This is new to me now. So this quarter, what we've done is that we launched a new distribution channel, which is Microsoft's Windows 11. And if you thought about what I've been telling us, is that distribution is within mobile, and now we come with a PC operating system. And this is very typical for our market, is that these stores are struggling to get the games, and the same applies to Microsoft. So they have teamed up with Amazon quite deeply, to be honest. So when you go into your Microsoft store on Windows 11 computers in about 30 big countries in the Western world, you can download your games from Amazon App Store. So this is a good example of how we, over time, grow our revenue distribution. It's early days, but here we have 3 games live already, and we reach, over time, 500 million potential customers. So the reach for us is absolutely massive. On top of this, we have influencer marketing, and I'm coming back to that. So how can little Flexion, the little fish in an absolutely massive pond, or even sea, I could call it, have a market-leading position, because the big giants should kind of swallow the little fish, eat the fish straight away. And it's all about that we were the first on the market. So we were world leading on repackaging games on the Nokia Ericsson time. So we started before everyone else. And what we managed to do is to build really high barriers of entry for others. And if you think about it, it's impossible to build a tech if you don't have the games. You can't get the games if you don't have the tech, and you can't build your distribution if you don't have tech and the games. So it's very hard for someone else to enter. But because we started so early, we have this position now when we are kind of a couple of years before anyone else. That have also resulted in that we have the leading portfolio of games on the alternative market. And last quarter, I looked at the value of that portfolio, not what we make, but what the games itself make for the game developers. And I looked at the top 1,000 list of games in the world, and looked at what Scandinavian listed gaming companies were generating, and they were combined generating about $30 million per month combined for their games. And this portfolio makes about 100 million. So it's 3 times bigger than listed companies in Stockholm in mobile. And that has 2 important factors. First of all, we are the biggest distributor of games into the stores, so we get really close cooperations with the stores. And secondly, what happened is that it's very hard to sign really big games, because it's all about trust, because there's very large IPs involved. And because we have a large portfolio of games, we get much more credibility in the market than anyone else. So it's very, very hard for someone else who doesn't have any games to come and want a big game, because no one's going to get it. In addition, the way we work with the tech, where we kind of repackage the games, the game files, means that we have access to the games technically. And that means that we can follow new trends on the market much earlier than anyone else, both because we technically can integrate them, but we can justify the investment on a much larger portfolio of games than anyone else. So we can go in really early into new games. And then we're building a multi-service offering for these big game developers for kind of cool niche markets within marketing services. So it becomes like a one-stop shop. So we're really working hard here to lock in developers into our ecosystem. There are 2 KPIs I think you should follow if you are interested in Flexion on distribution. One is what the top games generate per average after the launch phase, and how many top games we have. And we can see now in this quarter we have 7 games generating $800,000 per month on average. So that means we can go to a top developer and say, hi guys, let's sign an agreement with us, and we generate on average $10 million per year for your game in additional revenues. And that is level where even the really big developers now start to listen to us in terms of revenue. Okay, they may make $500 million, but 10 million is a level where they take meetings and listening. And secondly, if you look on the growth over the last year, a year ago we had 5 games, I think $560,000, and now 7 games to 800. So from 5 to 7 doesn't sound much, but it's about 40% growth. And you see the same when you go from $500 to $800,000. So you do generate 100% growth as a company. And it kind of shows how we have different growth drivers in what we're doing. And this is the growth we saw in distribution, where it's over 100%. The other factor is the marginal cost, which is very low in distribution. And you see here over 2 years that gross profits have grown by over 200%, and the staff cost, which is kind of the only variable cost we have, is grown by 30%. And that is of course that we have a platform play. So anyone who's built a platform knows that it's extremely painful and costly to build it, and it takes much longer than you expected. But when you're finally there, you have a really good position because you can control your cost base. But it's another factor here which is also important, and that is that the 7 games I spoke about on the previous slide they generate 90% of the revenues. Whereas the rest of the portfolio is 12 that we mentioned and a few more smaller games earn 10% of revenues. So what we can do at the moment is we replace a game that maybe generate $10,000 per month with a game that generates 800. So without any cost increase at all, you can grow your revenue for one game by 8 times. So you can really accelerate revenue growth without cost increase. Then we went into a second vertical, which is influencer marketing. And there, what we did was we acquired a German entity called Audiensely, where we have a purchase price of 10 million euros and an earnout up to 10 million. And they are a company that focusing on the high end of influencer marketing. So it's it's the high-end game developers and really strong influencers on that market. And they're primarily on YouTube. And influencer marketing has become very important because if you heard about IDFA, for example, that Apple start to control the data that the game developer can use when they want to market their games, influencer marketing is not dependent on personal data. So it's a perfect complement to the big drivers on the main market. They as a company, they're about 35 actually as a company. They're based in Germany. They're strong in Europe. They start to be pretty strong in the USA. They have about 2.5 million euros in revenues and an EBITDA quarterly basis about 0.4 million. And they have strong growth in the company, 60% top level and 90% below. But of course, these guys are also focusing on the top end of the market, but not the same customer base as we have. So what we're working on now is cross-selling. So they have, by signing with us, they double their customer base overnight. And those are effects we hope to see in 2023. But Audience is in that agency, which is manual. There is very little tech involved in Audience at the moment. So in addition, we invested in a small tech company called LightUp, who works on TikTok, which is now the world's biggest influencer marketing. The world's biggest social media platform. But there you have a lot of micro-influencers, really small influencers that you can't work, you can't accommodate through a manual agency model. So there we're working with LightUp, with Audiensely and old Flexion, see how we can scale that through a platform play, which then also later on you can apply to the big market where Audiensely is. So that's super, super exciting. If you look at group revenues, I spoke about distribution growing a lot and 70 million pound. Influencer marketing in pounds is 2.1, so we report 19 million pounds as a company. So on a run rate, we are now at almost 1 billion SEK. So little Flexion start to be big. The growth rate is also very strong, 140% on group level. There is a bit of acquisition boost in there, but still. We have guided at the beginning of the year 40 to 60% growth, and we had to increase that in the summer to 90 to 110%. And we're now year to date at 90% for distribution and 110% on group. So we're at the upper end of our guidance. Look a bit longer term, we see the green stuff is distribution, blue is influencer marketing. We see that we generate about 200% growth over 2 years. So we're steaming ahead. For me as a CFO, this is an interesting slide, the EBITDA. So we are on a group profit of 3 million pounds and an adjusted EBITDA, as I said, of 1.5 million pounds. But if you look on the growth rates here, you see that group profit is, as we said, steaming ahead. Staff costs and overheads, it's flatter. This is, of course, on a group level with Audiensely, and your EBITDA shoots away. And this is effect you can see even more if you look over 2 years. You see that your gross profit is growing here, but almost 300%. Your OPEX costs are relatively stable, actually, even with Audiensely. And then you have this massive kicker on your EBITDA. So that's the effect now we see as a company and the effect of this low marginal cost in distribution. I just want to mention this without going into details. We went very early for IFRS accounting 4 or 5 years ago. And everyone who's followed the big gaming companies who now converted to IFRS quite late see that it's a lot of effects below your EBITDA, because when you acquire companies, you get all these intangible assets. You have to amortize up and down and back and forth. So it becomes a little bit noisy. And hence, we have reported adjusted EBITDA before, but we now introduced adjusted profit before tax to show what the company is kind of making on an operating level. You take away that effect, acquisition cost, and we're also taking out FX, which we've seen some effects now short term in the market. So just to summarize, Flexon has, if you listen to us before, we've been a distribution company. We're now shifting over to become a marketing company where we help the big game developers making more revenue in their games. Two verticals, alternatives distribution, which we own. We are the market leader on that. Now we're working strategically to build up influencer marketing to also become a market leading position. And then we're looking at more verticals, not a lot, but maybe hopefully 1 or 2 or 3, where you look at the same thing. You kind of copy the success story we have from alternative distribution, where you go in to a niche market, you focus on the 250 biggest developers, and by being in a niche market, you can then create a market-leading position. It's all driven by sales synergies, that you work with the same customer base, the biggest developers. And finally, we are actually fundraising at the moment, and it may sound a bit crazy in today's volatile market, but we went live in 2018, and we never done a proper roadshow to retail before. And I think maybe we drowned a little bit in the noise we saw in this very, very strong in the strong market we've seen over a couple of years. So we just said, let's go out and tell our story. And we've spoken to a couple of players, and in the end, we selected Avanza. So we're reaching out to the whole Avanza network across Sweden over a week here, and it's 25 million SEK, so it's very little in total capital. It's about 4%, and it's 1 week activity, and it's closing tomorrow. So I want to mention that, and that is primarily, or it is a marketing activity to tell our story. But of course, 25 million SEK in today's market is worth 50 million back, yesterday when the market was good. So there's a lot of fun stuff we can do with that money. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Niklas. And I would like to start off by just going a bit on this year. It has been quite transformative for you as a company. Are you worried that expectations are getting too high here on
Depends what you're saying.
Yeah, but your view on it.
Now, we've shown a lot of growth. If you look on the way kind of our growth curves is, we have a steady growth pace in the company. And then you take these kind of steps, these kind of jumps. We did one jump when COVID came. In 1 quarter, we jumped up 75%. We signed 4 really big games at the end of last year, and 3 of them just shot off straight away. So you get another big jump. And then they are now coming out of their growth phase, or the kind of the launch phase. So this kind of coming into the more long-term growth. That's what we're saying in the quarterly report. But so there is a lot of things we can do on signing new games, adding more distributions like Windows 11. We've already spoken about that user acquisition is coming to our market. So there's a lot of things we can do to drive. You have influencer marketing, cross-selling, our developers to our customers to them, they helping us to drive our revenue. So there's a lot of things we can do, and then also at the same time look at bigger drivers. So yes, I think we can grow a lot. But is it 140% each quarter? Maybe not.
Yeah, that was part of the question, because as you said, much of the growth in distribution has been driven by these large games that you signed last year. Now you don't have the same pipeline of deals to distribute in the coming quarters. But can you tell us a little bit more about the opportunity where you see you have 7 games live now? How many can you target, and what do you see?
We said when we IPO'd, we had about 400 games we could target, and I think it's almost 1,000 games now. So the market, because the market is growing. We're looking at games to make above $1.5 million in Google Play. Is 500,000 for small games, but 1.5 for the big ones. And I think we are now, is it 800,000 games we can 800 games we can look at. So the market is absolutely enormous still. And because we get better and better KPIs, and we're better at selling our product and more opportunities, of course, we have a good opportunity to sign more games. But I want to say that one thing is to sign games, but all this with distribution, and you can use influencer marketing to drive your own games. You can generate a lot of growth from the existing portfolio, for sure.
And if they are to be categorized at top tier, as you call it, where do you see, where is the threshold for being a top tier game?
With about $1.5 million in Google Play. And we say on average we generate about 10% of that. So that is $150,000 per month for us. And you see now that our top games are generating $800,000 on average. So yeah, of course, some of them are above their percentage, but it's also going for the really big titles.
And how many games is that roughly on a global scale? How many games can match that?
Is it 500 or whatever? It's we have 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. And then you also talked a bit about your broadening your offering to marketing services. I know it's early, but can you just talk a little bit more about that market and what one could expect from that?
So what I said earlier is that first of all, there has been 2 big players on the market, which is Google and Apple, and they are limited now by about competition authorities in about every country in the whole world. I would say it's a bit exaggerated, but in the US, in Europe, and Korea, etc., etc. So they can't take more positions, and you have Epic fighting with them in the US, Tim Sweeney, etc. So they are restricted in what they can do, and at the same time, the developers are now squeezed in these stores and also by the world commerce. So they are looking outside. And why shouldn't gaming, which is this massive market, be an open market like every other market in the world? So it's all happening now. And you have these big giants on the top within marketing services who look at user acquisition and all of that, and absolutely gigantic. But then Flexion coming from the bottom with a kind of unique customer relationship base, and we can look at new niche markets. And we said before, one thing could be direct to consumer distribution. So Epic with Fortnite, they said, let's skip the store and go directly to the end consumer. And other developers, it's very early days, but other developers are maybe looking at that also. And so they need to solve all the problems we solve within distribution. So why can't we set up a white label solution? Stuff like that.
And how does Audiensely make sure that, you said it was not a lot of tech involved. They usually are on social media platforms. I mean, isn't it quite easy for an influencer to do this themselves? Why are they employed by Audiensely, and how can they make sure that they continues to be employed by Audiensely?
It's a bit rude, but they're 20 years old and make way too much money. So no, I think they will have something like an agency or something in between, for sure. Like a movie star, they have a big team around them. But Flexion are coming from a platform play. So the whole thinking of how can you make this more scalable, because a manual agency business, yeah, you can grow it, but your cost base is going to grow linear with your revenue in some form or shape. Okay, you can make your accounts bigger and bigger, but you need to look at tech. And if there's anything we are good at, it's that. So we're working very closely. We, Audiensely, and this little startup, see how we can make it more scalable in general. It's no rush. It's early days for that whole sector, but it's over time for sure.
Perfect. And then my last question is just regarding the gross margin development of late. You did a deal with your largest US developer. Are you satisfied with the development so far?
Yeah. We're not commenting on an individual game contracts. We're not allowed in our development contracts. But yes, we're generating a lot of revenue from it, And I can also say there that if you read the press release, it's we can extend one of the existing games like on an evergreen basis until we fully recovered the required amount. So it's a large portfolio of games. It's very useful for us, and I think the structure is very good. So yes, I am satisfied.
Perfect. I think we're running out of time, and I would like to thank you, Niklas, for coming and presenting with us today.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for that. Thanks, everyone.
Hello and welcome back to ABG Investor Days. My name is Adrian Gilani and I'm an equity research analyst here at ABG. Up next on the agenda is a presentation from Sintercast, and the presentation will be given by Steve Dawson, the president and CEO at Sintercast. He will give a roughly 20 or so minute presentation, and hopefully we'll have time to round off with some Q&A after that. And with that being said, Steve, I'll hand it off to you.
Okay, thank you, Adrian. Good morning. So this is our 5th time to present at the December Investor Days, so many of you will be familiar with the Sintercast story. But let me begin with a short introduction. So we are the industry leader for this new type of iron called compacted graphite iron. And compacted graphite iron is stronger and stiffer than the conventional iron, but it's only stable over a narrow production range, and therefore it's difficult to produce. And that difficulty is our market opportunity. We've developed a technology to control the production of compacted graphite iron. And in the foundry, it makes for more efficient manufacturing. So lower scrap, lower waste, lower energy consumption, and therefore, of course, lower CO2, and also increased profitability for the foundry. On the road, our stronger and stiffer material makes more efficient engines, so the car and truck companies can push their engines harder to get more performance from a smaller engine package, and that means less fuel consumption and again, less CO2 emissions. We started our high volume production in 2003, and our business has grown continuously since then. So this year our technology will be used for the production of more than 1.5 million engines. We had our first full year profit in 2006. Then, of course, the economic crisis in 2008 and 9. We returned to profitability in 2010, gave our first dividend in 2011, and we've been giving an increasing ordinary dividend since then. We have double-digit growth in our history, and we also have an outlook for double-digit growth in our future. Let's begin with our business model, importantly, how we get paid. So in the bottom of this slide, you can see our basic equipment. Most of our foundries that are in series production have a more comprehensive, larger installation. We sell or sometimes lease the hardware, but the vast majority of it is sold. We don't sell the software. We retain ownership of the software, and we provide an annual license fee for the use of the software. Most of our revenue comes from the series production. We sell a sampling consumable, which is used one for each pot of iron that travels through the foundry. And we also charge a running production fee. So each time the foundry ships 1 ton of castings, they send us a payment for the use of the technology. So we are paid on a weight basis. And like all companies, we provide engineering service and spare parts. And we also spend a lot of time to support new product development and prototyping to motivate and grow the CGI market. So let's look at a small video of how our technology is used in the foundry. So here we're putting the sampling cup, the consumable, on the analyzing head of our equipment. Green light means ready to go. The operator takes a spoon of iron from the ladle, lifts it over our sampling cup for 2 or 3 seconds, and now the iron sits in the sampling cup for about 3 minutes to solidify. And at the end of the solidification, we know how the material will solidify. And that gives us an opportunity to adjust or to correct the iron in the ladle before it's cast, so that we know that all of the castings produced will be within this narrow specification window. Yeah? It's also important to understand how we count. I said earlier that we're paid on a weight basis, but we have about 60 castings in series production today with a large variety of sizes. So our smallest castings are exhaust manifolds or turbocharger housings. They weigh about 5 kilograms each. For passenger vehicles, we make the cylinder block, which ranges from about 50 kilos up to 150 kilos. For commercial vehicles, we make both the top part of the engine, the cylinder head, and also the cylinder block. If we only do the cylinder head, the weight will be about 150 kilos. If we only do the cylinder block, it will be about 300 kilos. And when we do both, it's about 450 kilograms per commercial vehicle. And in the industrial power, the off-road sector, again, a variety of castings ranging from about 10 kilograms per piece up to more than 2,000 kilograms for these large cylinder liners that are used in marine applications. So it's meaningless to talk about the number of castings. And I think it's also difficult to talk about the tons of castings because it's very difficult to visualize a ton of castings. So we've introduced this term called engine equivalence. And we've said that each engine weighs 50 kilograms. And the reason for that is that the weight of an engine block in an average passenger car out on the roads is about 50 kilograms. So each time SinterCast says 1 engine equivalent, you can think about one normal passenger car on the road. Our current production is over 3.5 million engine equivalents. So again, think about 3.5 million vehicles out on the road. Here in Sweden, this year, we will sell about 350,000 new cars. So you see that our current production, it satisfies every definition of high volume production. Our technology is accepted and proven in the industry. The total vehicle fleet, all registered vehicles in Sweden, is about 5 million. And indeed, we have said that we will grow and that we hope to reach the 5 million milestone in 2024. So you can think of SinterCast producing each year enough engines to replace the entire Swedish vehicle fleet. With that as background, let's look at where we are today. And this plot shows our production from 2008 until today. And I wanted to show a really longer time period to show the growth trend. And it's more or less linear. You see that there are a few bumps in the road. So in 2009, we had the economic crisis, but new programs came on stream and we grew. In 2012-13, one of our higher volume programs came to end of life, stopped production, and our volume decreased, but new programs came on stream and we grow again. It happens that programs come to end of life. And then you see in 2018 and again in 2019, additional new programs coming on stream, strong growth. Then we have this sharp spike from the COVID shutdowns, and after that, a recovery. And that's a mix of market recovery and new programs coming on stream. Today, our production is 3.6 million engine equivalents currently. You can see that that is above the pre-COVID peak. And so far this year, each of the first 3 quarters have set quarterly records. So our production is at an all-time high. If you do the math over this long development period, we have 12.5% compounded annual growth rate since 2008. Coincidentally, for the first 3 quarters of this year, we're also up 12.5% on the first 3 quarters of 2021. And if you add it up from the start of our production back in 2003 until today, we've produced the equivalent of 30 million cars. So again, satisfying every definition of high volume production. We can change from our production volume to production revenue, and this again shows a rather continuous increase in the production revenue. 2017 was a bit low. We had a lower year for installation revenue. 2020, of course, a bit low because of COVID. And so far, for the first 3 quarters of this year, we've had 85.8 million revenue. If you do the pro rata math, that brings us up to around 115 million by year end, and it will be more or less at the same level as 2019. But let's put the revenue into perspective. If we have a revenue of something between 115 and 120 million Swedish crowns, and we have production of 3.5 million engine equivalents per year, it's 30 Swedish crowns per engine equivalent. So when Ford, our largest customer, sells an F-150 with our 2.7-liter V6 petrol engine, they pay us about $3. So really good value for the OEM and a really strong multiplier for SinterCast with our high volume production. We have 32 employees. So again, with 115 million of revenue, it means a revenue of about 3 million per employee. Our net profit, depending on the year and the product mix, is between 30 and 35%. And that also means that we have a net profit of about 1 million Swedish crowns per employee. And that will grow because our market is going to grow faster than the cost side and faster than our headcount. Yeah? And that's SinterCast. Double-digit growth, 30 to 35% profit, and profit of 1 million Swedish crowns per employee. It's a really strong, positive business. We can also extrapolate from the revenue to the dividend. And you see in the red bars our ordinary dividend. So it's been a continuous growth since we started in 2011. a little bit of a pause for the COVID year in 2020. So far, we have transferred 243 million Swedish crowns to our shareholders. And as the business matures and we become more confident, we have reduced the liquidity. So in fact, we've given 108% of the operating result between 2010 and 2021. And again, that's Sintercast. It's a dividend company. Our philosophy is that we grow the business and we serve as a cash funnel to transfer the excess funds to our shareholders. So let's look at the current production and the production outlook. We begin with our two largest sectors, commercial vehicles and Super Duty pickups in the US. We've said for a long time that commercial vehicles will be our strongest growth opportunity, and in the last years they have been, and they will be in the next years. Today in North America and Europe, approximately 98% of long-haul heavy-duty trucks use diesel engines. And there's a lot of discussions about alternative technologies. What will come next? Will it be battery electric? Will it be fuel cell? Or will it be an engine like we have today running on cleaner fuels, perhaps renewable diesel or zero carbon fuels or hydrogen? I think that that's still to play for. Our production has increased over the last years. Even if it goes from 100 today down to 80%, so the forecasts say that commercial vehicle production may be about 85% diesel in 2030 and perhaps 80% diesel by 2035. So even if the market decreases from 100 down to 80, our market doesn't decrease, because today more than half of the commercial vehicle engines are produced in conventional iron. By 2030, most of them will be produced in CGI. So our market will actually grow. So we see this not only as a growth market, but a long-term stable contributor. For the Super Duty sector in the United States, there's a lot of discussion also for passenger vehicles about electrification, but I wanted to show this news clipping from Automotive News. It's one of the largest trade journals in our industry. It's just from October of this year, and they're talking about the Super Duties not using electrification. And there's a very strong quote from the president of Ford, and he says, if you're pulling 10,000 pounds, so 5 tons, if you're pulling 10,000 pounds, an electric truck is not the right solution. And 95% of our customers tow more than 10,000 pounds. So this will be a long-term stable sector for the diesel engine. You may also note that California sets emissions legislation in the US, and 13 of the states follow California. California has talked about banning the internal combustion engine in 2035, but their rulemaking excludes Super Duty. Yeah, because even the people who make the rules know that it doesn't work for these large engines and the way that they're used. And so again, we see a long-term stable opportunity for the diesel engine in this sector. For full-size pickups, which make up about 10% of our production, our engine is a 2.7-liter V6. It's the smallest and most fuel-efficient engine in F-150, and therefore it's logical that it will have the longest timeline. Indeed, since this engine was launched in 2014, we've had very strong growth. It's now being applied in new vehicles. It's in the Explorer and also in the new Bronco. We're producing more than 1,000 engines per day, and that production will increase. And then looking at the last two sectors, passenger vehicles, a year ago we thought that perhaps the passenger vehicle sector would sundown and the production would stop toward the end of this decade, and that's changed recently. So you may have seen that Ford has committed to moving the production of our engine for the passenger cars, the 3-liter V6, from the UK to South Africa and to Argentina. So they've made new investment to continue the production. This engine is used for the Ford Ranger and the Volkswagen Amarok. Those pickups are made in a joint production facility between Ford and Volkswagen. The engine is very popular. The demand for pickups in Africa, Southeast Asia, and Latin America is very strong. And indeed, we see now this sector going well beyond 2030. So in fact, it won't go to zero, and I think that we can expect to maintain at least half of the production. The off-road sector, it also has a need for CGI. It's a good contributor to our volume, but the fact is that it's a smaller market. If Sweden sells 350,000 passenger vehicles per year, how many trains and tractors do you think that it sells? Yeah? So there's a need for the product, but it will always be smaller. Before we wrap up, let's look at how we contribute. This means to society and to the environment. And again, focusing on our three largest sectors. For commercial vehicles, just last week, Scania announced that their new 13-liter engine, which uses Sintercast for the cylinder head and the cylinder block, has 8% better fuel economy than its previous generation engine. So we can go through a math sequence. Those large engines tend to run about 120,000 kilometers per year. They consume between 25 and 30 liters of fuel per 100 kilometers. And that means that we save about 2,500 liters of fuel per year for each vehicle. And every liter of diesel generates 2.4 kilograms of CO2. So that means we save 6,000 or 6 tons of CO2 per vehicle every year. And this year, Sintercast technology will be used to support the production of between 150,000 and 175,000 trucks. So if you multiply, it's 1 million tons of CO2 per year. We're contributing to that. On the Super Duty side, there's a diesel engine option and a petrol engine option. We do the diesel. And the way those vehicles are used, the diesel operators usually save about 1,000 liters per fuel compared to the petrol engines. And today we're producing 1,000 of these engines every day. So you do the same math as we have in the first column. Again, 1 million tons of CO2 saved per year. And then on the full-size pickup trucks, as I mentioned earlier, our engine there are 5 different engine options for F-150. Our engine is the smallest, the lightest, and the most fuel efficient. And just last month, Ford made a statement saying that their current F-150 lineup is 27% less greenhouse gas emissions than it was in the year 2000. And again, we're a part of that. We're contributing to that. So if you put it in perspective, Sweden in total produces about 40 million tons of CO2 per year. The transport sector is responsible for about 15 million tons per year, and heavy-duty trucks, 3.1 million tons per year. So you can see that we're making a really large and powerful contribution. And finally, to wrap up, let's look at where we're going. I said earlier that our current production is at 3.6 million engine equivalents per year. We had previously said that we target to reach 4 million by the end of the year. It's now looking that we won't reach that target. We understand the background for it. This is an extract from the U.S. vehicle sales statistics for second and third quarter. And we see that the Ford Super Duty, again, the highest selling vehicle of the 4 Super Duty trucks. In the second quarter, they sold 38,000, and in the third quarter, only 20,000. And there's 2 reasons for that. One was semiconductor supply, and the other is that Ford is now changing over to the 2023 model year. So they had a lower period in the production during third quarter, and that affected us by about 300,000 engine equivalents. Yeah, so we could well have been around 3.9 million. I mentioned that the semiconductor supply continues to affect the market. The statistics are published every Monday. So again, this is a quote from Automotive News just from last week. We can see in the box at the beginning, they say that 2022 will end with a loss of nearly 4 million cars because of the semiconductor shortage. The world makes about 100 million vehicles per year. So that's a loss of about 5%. At the bottom of the box, you can see that last year, the number of lost vehicles was 10.5 million. So you can think that we had about half of the recovery this year, but we'll also benefit from the other half of the market recovery next year. Next year, we foresee that we will return to normal installation revenue. Our average for installation revenue is about 8 million Swedish crowns per year. At the three-quarter point this year, we only had 1.9 million. And during the COVID time, the foundries were very conservative about new investment, so we didn't have a lot of commitments leading into this year, but we see that that has returned. We've already made an announcement for a new installation at Dongfeng in China. There are other discussions going on for new installations, and I think we'll get a recovery effect. So I think that in 2023 and 2024, we can expect to be at the average or perhaps a bit better. And finally, we published that we target to reach the 5 million engine equivalent milestone in 2024, and that remains intact. As I said earlier, we have double-digit growth in our history, and we look forward to double-digit growth in our future. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that presentation. I'll go ahead with some Q&A, and we'll probably only have time for 1 or 2 questions. And I'll start off with some recent news flow from one of your customers, DAF, who announced a few new engine models fairly recently. Can you just talk about, are these using CGI, and does that fit into your or how does that fit into your 5 million production plan?
Yeah, good question. Thank you. So in October, DAF did make an announcement that their new 5-liter and 7-liter engines would be produced in CGI. And we have a policy that if we make a new engine, we will announce it. And we didn't comment on that, so you can conclude that it's not Sintercast. So it doesn't factor into the 5 million. That press release caught us by surprise as well. And indeed, I'm not aware that those engines are in fact produced in CGI.
Okay. In that case, final question and a follow-up on that one. Regarding the 5 million engine equivalent target, that's for 2024. Looking ahead further, you talked about the market growing into 2030. Where's sort of the ceiling for where CGI can reach? Is it 7 million, 10 million, 20 million engine equivalents?
Yeah, we talk about 2024 and 2025 because in the auto industry you have a 3-year order book, so we can see that really well. So we'll continue to extend out our forecast. You saw earlier this year we announced a new petrol engine application where we have a cast iron engine that has the same weight as aluminum. And that's really exciting because that can open up the passenger vehicle market for us. As passenger vehicles go more and more toward electrification, they need a really inexpensive small combustion engine as a range extender or a hybrid. And I think we have a really good play there. That could really change the addressable market for us. But I think that staying with the main categories that I showed in the presentation, we can get to 7 million, perhaps beyond for 2030. And if that engine concept where the CGI is the same weight of aluminum is embraced by the industry, it really opens up a bigger question.
Okay, perfect. With that, I think we have to round off, and I'll just leave it up to you for some final remarks before we end off.
Yeah, as I say, Sintercast, double-digit growth, dividend play, strong profitability, and a really positive future with growth and stability well beyond 2030.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for being here today. My name is Benjamin Silverstone. I'm the equity analyst here at ABG who covers GomSpace, which is a Swedish-listed, Danish-based nano-satellite company. Today, we have the pleasure of having Troels Dalsgaard, CFO, presenting GomSpace today. Without any further ado, Troels, I'll give the word over to you.
Thank you, Benjamin, and I'm happy to be here in Sweden also because in the Nordic that is the region of space, and that's what I'm gonna talk a little about today. But first of all, I wanna introduce myself. My name is Troels Dalsgaard. I'm the CFO in GomSpace, and I have that position for the last 9 years. I have a background coming from the audit industry, being hired in two of the big four companies. So let's just go straight ahead, and what you can see on the screen in front of you is a spacecraft that we have designed. So that's what GomSpace do. We are a manufacturer, we are an engineering company that design, we produce, we do the hardware, we actually facilitate launching satellites too, and we also provide operating satellites for other customers. But let me get back to that. First of all, I'll start with 2 slides about our financials. And what you see is that we have an order intake. You see we have a declining order intake, but at the same time, our backlog, the number is not listed here, but the backlog is the same as 2 years of last 12 months revenue. So we have a backlog of more than close to 440 million Swedish. That's also explaining why we have been ramping up on employees, because we need a lot of engineers, a lot of staff to run our operations. But what you also see here is on the revenue and even more on the operating profit, the EBIT margin, that we took a quite significant drop here in the third quarter, both when it comes to revenue and also especially when it comes to EBIT. The reason is that we suspended a large order for a significant customer, and we took a major impact on that. So we have accounted for that, even though it is a suspension of that order, we have accounted for it as it is a termination, removing it from the order book, removing the revenue, take a provision for loss on that customer, and that have a big negative impact. If you look on the underlying activity, removing this, what we define as a one-time effect and the ripple effect of that order, our activity level is still growing. We have a quarter in Q3 that is still growing according to our plans. So just to make that sure, we took a quite significant negative impact on that suspension and the way we accounted for us, but we see it as a one-time effect going forward. So let me explain a little more about GomSpace. We are a company founded in 2007. What we're really good at is within the radio intelligence, meaning that we are really good in doing anything with a radio. And a radio can fulfill a lot of missions. We have and we consider ourselves as the technology leader within this niche industry. Since we were listed in 2016, we have invested more than 800 million into technology development. And afraid we're not done yet because it's a long journey and space is capital intensive. So given that we are such a young company, we still have a significant track record. We have more, the way you accounted for it, mission in space equal 75 mission. So we have our products in space, tested in space, operating in space. More than 50 years of our products lifetime in orbit. We are a couple of hundred employees, have a growth roughly about 40%, coming from, of course, a low number, but as today. And most important, we have an order backlog consisting of approximately 2 years of last 12 months revenue. So a short glimpse into the history in our industry and in space in general. And if you see to your left, and 2016, where we come from, where there was 14 of satellites in our industry. You see a total of 11 satellite launched into space that year, to where we were end of 2021, where it was 1,336 satellites. So it's a massive growth in number of satellites being launched into space. We can put more or less a single person's name on the majority of those, and his name is Elon Musk, with his Starlink, the founder of Tesla and so on, if you should not know him. He's been quite active since all of the last couple of years. So that's where the majority of the satellites go into. But still, underlying, we have here micro and nano satellites. So to give a little definition of that, that satellite, you see here, the mini satellites go up to, start from 100 kilograms. So we are in much smaller satellites, so this size satellites. And that's what we are targeting with our satellites. And still you see a growth where there was just in the nano satellites 270, and then some more also in the micro satellites, the little larger satellites. And that's where we are in. So that's the track record of this market. So we have made a strategic plan that says we want to be European champion in radio-based nano and microsat space infrastructure solution. That's a short title, but what it really means is we want to be the technology leader in Europe. And we believe we have a very good footprint and a backlog to do so with the history we have already. We also see that we estimate, as it is today, what we're delivering, it's a $1 billion US market. And you also see on the EBIT market on the graph over there, that we are here at a low EBIT margin. And just to give you some example of that, today a lot of the deliveries we do is by doing a lot of engineering and less product content, meaning we're not able to scale operation the same way. We scale by increasing our number of staff because we need to deliver a lot of engineering. So that's where we are today. We have among, we believe, the best technology platform, but we have very difficult making money of it, making profit of it. So we're struggling with that. Most of the company, almost everybody in this industry are not making profit. Everybody having a loss. It's an industry where everybody is investing into. So even though we are not specific proud of our numbers, they are relatively much better than many of our competitors. So what we have a plan for is to move into this constellation. So we need to have more standard products into our deliveries. And that's the plan. That's what we have a strategic plan to go through. And by doing so, we can expand our market to around 4 billion, and we can increase our margin to 15%. That's our view. At the end of that, we actually intend to go into being an infrastructure provider. We're not going to be a SaaS company, but we're going to be satellite infrastructure as a service, meaning we want to go in a situation where we can actually lease out our satellites, but we don't want to take the financial and technology risk on those products yet. We want still the customers to bear that. And we are not there yet. So step one is to move up and have more standard content in our deliveries to go to the constellation manufacturer. So, as it is today, 1/3 of our deliveries are engineering. That's what you see on the circle there. That means that every time we have to produce revenue, then 2/3 of that have to come from engineering effort, meaning hours, people, engineering, and 1/3 from production, manufacturing of hardware. We have a very attractive margin on the hardware part, but we are really struggling on making profit on the engineering. This is a global market. We are located in some of the regions, Sweden, Denmark, Luxembourg, Europe. Our salaries are on a high level because we have really skilled and bright people. But it put pressure on the margin, on the earning capacity in a company. So the way, and we cannot eliminate engineering in our deliveries. So our plan is to turn it around. So we have 2/3 of our revenue coming from standard for reuse and 1 out of 3 of our deliveries through engineering work. And to do that, we need to standardize a product portfolio. We also need to develop something new. And least of all, we need to make sure that our customer understand that they are better off choosing our standard platform because it can solve most of their missions with this standard, with some 1/3 bespoke content. So how would a satellite look like? And that's the one we have on the screen. And it's called Project PAWS because we're having the Volkswagen Group have PAWS, and they have a consultancy company called PAWS. So we're actually having somebody from the car industry to help us in this transition, industrialize our product offering. And to do that, we come up with a plan that we can actually have one platform in 2 versions, depending on the missions. And the mission you see here in the below, if it's something in signals intelligence, that could be listening into position of ships, planes. If you want to do some monitoring of the atmosphere, you don't need so much power. So we have a model with a lower power consumption. The platform has a lower power. And then we have other areas where you see we need much more power. That's the watt you see in the button here. So we have basically the same platform, but then we need to have like you can see a premium version that can generate a lot of more power. And power is generated by the solar panels you see on top, and the amount of batteries you have within the system. And if you want to do missions where you want to do, for example, VFF, if you want to use our satellites to connect planes, so you can actually talk to the planes through satellites with an existing infrastructure, like VHF, you will need such a solution. It will also be for communication platform. If you have data going back and forward with more bandwidth, you need more power. And that's the platform that we have developed for this. So the essence of our strategy, what we want to achieve now, is that it's 3 operational goals. The time to market, the time it takes for us to have the final specification cleared out and signed by the customers to we can deliver to the customer, have to be reduced from 12 to 6 months. So it's time to market. Second, we need to increase our earning and also having less risk in our products. We need to double the standard content in our deliveries. So that's the second thing. That also makes us able to increase our volume significantly. And coming from, we are higher now than 5 satellites a year, probably more around 10. But with this setup, we can actually scale up our production to something like 100 satellites a year. So that's a goal. That's what we wanna. How we want to transform the company to be this constellation manufacturer, as I put in the previous deck, or what you saw the presentation. So now I'll go. The last part of my presentation will be about looking forward, where this market headed. You saw the numbers from 2015 to 21, how it was growing. And we believe, and not just us, also market analysts believe that this market is still going to grow. It's probably going to be a factor 10 for 2030, with a quite significant growth to 32% on average. So if I dive in a little in this, where do we have our numbers from? We can do 2 things. So I have 2 slides here. You can sum up all the constellation only being released. You can go into database, seeing what's the plans, and then you can sum up, and then you can see within reach, and what we can actually count up is something like 13,500 satellites. You can also look into what have all the constellation registered. They have been doing filing, because when you have to send up a satellite, you need to register, so you can have a license. You can have, because you need a frequency to send the satellite signal. And if you take those numbers, then we're looking into 24,000 satellites within this period of time. We have decided to base our assumption on the lower number here. So we're saying that 13,500 satellites, what's the potential for us in this, because this is the entire market. And as you remember, we are only seeking for the micro and nano satellites. So there'll be some part of the market that we are not fulfilling. And if we take some assumptions about, it's depending on the satellite price, $250,000 for one of the micro or the nano satellites, and $500,000 for a micro satellite, a little larger satellite, we come up with some numbers projecting to somewhere around 750 million in hardware sales. And if we go all the way and adding on the infrastructure, the service, because then we're adding the launch, insurance, operating the satellites too, something that we have as capabilities already, but are not actively selling now at the moment, then we can reach a number where we are close to 2 billion in 2030. We will not capture the entire of this market. So a fraction of that is where we look into. And that's why we see, if we project to where we have, as you see, assuming a market growth that is actually lower than the market. The market is growing plus 30%. We are actually aiming for probably not going to get all of those products to us. So we'll actually just continuing with a lower grade, 26%. Then we are looking into that we, in this period of time, if you accumulate those years, something like $700 million in revenue potential, aiming at 165 in 2030. So that's kind of where we are heading. So last slide to sum up all the things I've been saying here, and it has a lot of content, this satellite, but it's actually to show you what's going to happen for us to succeeding in our 2030 plan. We have some mission and business opportunity. We need to constellation preparation 24, the constellation deployment in 25. We are already, the next thing is in our strategy. We have made the decision about the strategy. We are starting to implementing this strategy, increasing our product content, but there'll be a lot of steps going through. When it comes to the space infrastructure service, it's much later in the period of time. So that's something we haven't started yet, but something that we'll begin in on a later stage. We need to open some office. We open an office in France this year, and we're probably going to, on a later stage, be more active within the US. But as we said, we're going to be a European champion first before we can be expanding much more in US. And to do that, it requires capital. So one thing we have done early this year, we took in a new major investor. His name is Peter Hargrave. Today he have around close to 20% of the shares. So he's our leading investor. We also did a decision about doing a rights issue next year to facilitate, to finance our plans. That has been done in a two-step model where we took in a convertible loan that is going to be converted into these shares in the rights issue. So that will happen early next year. On top of that, we have secured a credit facility, 18 million euro equals close to 200 million Swedish by the European Investment Bank to finalize those, to support our growth plans here. So with that, I would say that was the condensed version of GomSpace.
Thank you very much, Troels. We appreciate the thorough presentation, and we will now do the Q&A session. A first question will be in terms of the short-term bumps in the road that we've seen in last quarter. There's been some guidance changes due to some customer uncertainty in terms of willingness to pay. Could you elaborate a little bit about what happened in Q3 and also how you ensure that won't happen going forward, if you can do so?
Yes. As we communicated the 7th of October that we suspended a large customer. And it's a huge project with a lot of engineering in. So it's actually touching exactly about what is our problem today. We are going into project that requires a lot of engineering, so there is also a lot of uncertainty about scope and how the system is going to look like. Of course, we have a contract in place to regulate that, but sometimes the parties cannot agree about the scope, and that's the situation here. So it's not something that happened from one day to another. It's in a long journey where we at the end saying we are absolutely convinced that what you are asking us to deliver expand what we have agreed. And we, for a long time, have the assurance from the customers, we're going to solve this, we're going to agree at it. But at some time, you also need to put your foot down and say, enough is enough. So we told them, if we don't resolve this now, we're going to stop the work. So that's what we did. And that's very unfortunately. This is the nature of this industry as we is today. There's a lot of engineering in our deliveries. So the best answer actually to avoid this is saying we're still going to have risk in contracts in government space. But we can eliminate some of this risk by having a relative less portion of this engineering in our contracts, where there can easily get conflicts between the customer and the supplier as us. So that's why our solution to avoid this in the future is actually our strategy. It is to have much higher product content in our deliveries.
Makes sense. Thank you so much. Looking a bit further ahead, we do now see a more clear strategy of where you're aiming to be at, getting more product into your pipeline as well. But going from today to that point in, let's say, 2025, as you mentioned, you will need capital to invest and actually facilitate the strategy. And we see what you're doing now. You have the EIB, you're doing a right issue next year as well. In terms of this right issue, could you give us some more nuances to the timeline, potential dilution? What should investors look for here?
Yeah, maybe starting. It stated also like this will require us investing both in OPEX and CAPEX to fulfill our goal in the magnitude of 46 million euro. And that's what we're financing with that. But there's a lot of steps in that. First, we need to reduce some of our offerings today, and then we need to expand on something else. And that's where we are aiming for building up the product, having it more standardized. It's actually going a little up in the standard platform too. And that's the first thing we have to do. A satellite consists of 40 sub-products, solar panels, reaction wheels, battery packets, motherboard, processor, and so on. So we need to do a lot of product enhancement of those. So it's not that we're going to do something new, but we're going to enhance what we already know about. So we have a very good knowledge about what the market requires, how to deliver those systems. We know that already. So that's the first thing we'll do. When we then have those products ready, we at the same time also need to ensure much higher quality and reliability. As it is today, most satellites are uninsured because nobody will insure them. We will not be able to move in the value chain before we can have our satellite fully all risk insured in space. Of course, you have the liability insurance in place, but you need to have the products in such a state, and nobody is having that today. We need to have our products in such a quality and reliability state that it can be fully insured. When they can be fully insured, we can also start out mitigating the risk. We can transfer the risk from the operator and from the manufacturer to insurance company if they have data enough. And when you can transfer some of the risk, you can also start in to have lower capital coming into this industry. So that's the phase. So that's the end goal. But they have to require the product content go up, the quality and reliability also to be on an insurable level, and then you can start up growing and financing, go into this satellite infrastructure as a service. We see a lot of our competitors already today are in the satellite infrastructure as a service. I think it's a good selling story because recurring revenue is a big thing. But you have to have recurring revenue without taking all the risk on yourself. And we're not willing to take that risk because the products are not in a state where we can bear that risk in government space.
And then looking ahead for next year, when you will have a likely right issue, do you have any more details on the timeline here and what
Yes.
what that will center around?
Timeline, we said that we'll perform this rights issue beginning of next year. There's already the mandate from the AGM to go ahead with a rights issue. So it's all existing shareholders being invited. We put out the volume. We said we need between 100 to 125 million. The convertible loan will be converted, and so a little less than half of that is kind of secured already. But of course, depending if all shareholders subscribe, then it's not going to be fully utilized, that loan. That loan is provided by the two largest shareholders, Peter Hargrave and also the board members, and the CEO and the CFO and the entire management team in that convertible loan. We don't have. We have only said the amount and the timing, and it is going to be a rights issue to existing shareholders. It's also due that we took in as a strategic important investor in the beginning of March, and we also want to have the existing shareholders able to participate in this. So that's one thing. We have not determined the condition. We know there will be a lot of speculation about what will the discount, how many shares can you subscribe for having with the existing shares. That is not determined yet. To be honest, looking here and then looking into first quarter next year in the market that we're facing, we have decided that will not be the best strategy to put some specific on it. But we're being very clear. It's the rights issue to existing shareholders. And of course, you will have some kind of dilution effect if you do not participate in this. And it could also be major. If you don't want to participate, of course, in a rights issue, there will be some kind of discount in this rights issue to make it work.
Yeah.
But last time we went out with a rights issue that was significantly higher, we had no backup, and we subscribed around 85% of that. This time it's significantly lower, and we have close to half of it already pre-committed through this convertible loan.
Duly noted. Thank you so much for the presentation today, Troels. We will conclude the presentation here. Thank you so much for being.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to ABG Investor Days. My name is Simon Jönsson, an equity analyst here at ABG. With us next, we have the CEO of Clavister, John Westberg. John will hold a presentation, and then we will have a short Q&A at the end. With that said, John, I leave the floor to you.
Thank you very much. So, Clavister, for those of you who are not familiar with Clavister, we are one of the early cybersecurity companies in Sweden. We have actually our 25th anniversary this year. Over these years, we have been fortunate to work with quite a lot of good names in the industry. Some of them you can see on this slide, including Nokia, BAE Systems, multitude of larger public administration agencies and so forth. And we've been able to ship north of 200,000 products and cybersecurity solutions over these years. Obviously, there is a new landscape, a new geopolitical landscape that has caused quite a lot of impact and new dynamics into the cybersecurity industry. And for us to understand better how these dynamics look like, we actually conducted a fairly large market survey a few months back where we interviewed 500 European businesses and organizations, and we wanted to understand their position on cybersecurity, their cybersecurity plans, basically. One of the obvious questions that we asked, and maybe with an obvious answer, was to understand whether or not the war in Ukraine have caused the organizations to take measures on their cybersecurity protection. And quite obviously, the answer is a big yes. But more interesting was that only 1% says that they are not doing additional investments or not taking any plans or actions because of the war. So a vast majority is actually planning to invest in more cybersecurity technology. So that's obviously good news for us in this business. Within the specific area of critical infrastructure, again, driven a lot by what we've seen in Ukraine, with attacks happening on energy providers and on energy grids and so forth. So 2/3 are actually prepared to invest in new cybersecurity technology. This takes us to the next question, the next topic. If we go back a number of years and we would ask a potential customer, is it or is it not important for you from where the technology originates? And a few years back, most customers would probably say, no, we don't care that much. We just want the functionality. From the time of Edward Snowden, people started to get an understanding that, well, there might be something called backdoors. There might be important to understand where is the technology actually coming from. So we asked this question, who do you trust? Or more specifically, is it important for you to have cybersecurity being produced in Europe versus elsewhere in the world? And very positive news for us and for the Swedish and European cybersecurity industry was that a vast majority feels that it's either important or even very important to have European-produced cybersecurity. Keep in mind then that the majority of all cybersecurity in the world is produced in US, of course, followed by Israel, to some extent China, up until recently Russia to some extent, and quite little infrastructure being available in Europe to build cybersecurity. But this is good. It's a good outlook. This is then a nice segue into understanding why Clavister has decided to work in specific niches, in specific domains. We basically looked at the market in two perspectives. One perspective where we asked ourselves, for the specific customer groups, how important or how mission critical is cybersecurity to you? How much do you have to protect? What budget are you willing to spend on cybersecurity? With all respect for the local hairdresser or auto workshop and so forth, but we have to climb to the more critical infrastructure type of customers to see areas where the impact of a cyber breach is harsh, and hence you have quite a lot of budget to protect. The other perspective we looked at was, again, then, the importance of European cybersecurity. How important is it that it is produced in Europe? And then we basically looked at all the common industries and plotted them on a matrix like this. And maybe to no surprise, we found our sweet spot in the upper right corner. Industries where the consequences of a cyber breach or a cyber attack are severe, and where they more and more feel that the origin of technology is important. So you would see the typical critical infrastructure industries like telecom, like public administration, like transport, and so forth. And this resonates, of course, well then with our mission statement, where the emphasis is on carrier-grade solutions, namely solutions that are designed to work 24/7 by 365. Targeting mission-critical applications, and of course, built and designed in EU, or more specifically, built in Sweden. In this presentation, I'm going to zoom in on one specific area of these, namely defense, which is an area that, obviously, given the situation in Ukraine, has become even more interesting and important from cybersecurity standpoint. The challenge on the battlefield is, of course, the war itself and the wars and the political situation, but more so the fact that all the defense platforms are increasingly becoming more digitalized. Whether it's land-based platforms, sea-based platforms, or air-based platforms, they all both benefit but also suffer from the same situation. They become more digitalized, and with digitalization comes more cyber threats. The other difference is also what we refer to as a threat actors. Typically, a threat actor in cybersecurity terms is the individuals or the organizations that are behind an attack. And a few years back, and in some cases in other areas, the threat actors would be the typical teenage boy hacker. Not so much in defense. We're looking at state-sponsored threat actors, highly motivated, highly funded, obviously, and with a time perspective which could span multiple years. The attacks in this area is not about trying to cause as much harm as possible on a broad scale. We're not looking at attacks that would, try to damage the entire store chain of Coop and likewise. We're looking at very specific attacks, typically designed for one user or one use case only. So it takes a lot of discipline, it takes a lot of funding to do this type of attacks. This is one example, very concrete example of such a threat actor. It's the Unit 74455. It's a part or a subunit of the Russian military intelligence organization. This unit is known to be behind the first known attack on an electric grid, happened in Ukraine back in 2015. They are also behind the big, infamous NotPetya attack that is known to be the most damaging cyber attack of all times, $10 billion of damage. And just 1 month back, this is the same group that attacked the transport and logistics infrastructure in Ukraine. Highly active and highly motivated, obviously, and highly financed. So what are the problems in a modern defense architecture, defense platform? This is an example you might know. It's the CV90 produced in Sweden by BAE Systems. The attack vectors in such a vehicle nowadays are a lot. You have multiple attack vectors ranging from online communication over the air, connected devices, physical attack on sensors, and so forth. Maybe one of the most sophisticated attacks, though, is what we refer to as a supply chain attack. So you would theoretically attack a device like this on the battlefield, but obviously that's quite complicated. You could attack the platform at the site of the manufacturer. Still quite advanced, still quite difficult to do. But if you take it one step further and you attack the component manufacturers, for instance, the provider of a high-definition IP camera that is used as sensors, or the weapon system, or something else. Obviously, this ties back to my comment on the lead times and the quite longevity of attacks that you need to see. You attack and you implant threats many, many years before it's being active on the battlefield. You don't see that much because this submarine that is supposed to look like is deep down in the sea. One of the questions we sometimes get is, yeah, but this only applies to vehicles or to platforms that are connected to the cloud, or where you can communicate with it. Nothing could be more wrong, obviously, because you're implanting malware, you're implanting attacks or threats that you can then offset and make use of at the worst possible time. If you would attack a submarine at surface level, well, okay, it's bad, but it's not that bad. If you attack a submarine when it's 200 meters beneath the surface, that's completely different. Shut off the engines, shut off the air system, then you have a big problem, obviously. You might also know the fairly new trend on the battlefield with autonomous drones and autonomous vehicles. We have one Estonian company that we are working with called Milrem Robotics, producing these type of devices. You obviously don't want that type of device being remotely controlled by a threat actor. It would be quite bad to see this running haywalk at E4 north of Stockholm. Obviously, there are solutions to this, and what we have built over the years is a AI-based cybersecurity platform targeted for defense. It makes use of the same Clavister technology that we have built over quite many years from the inception of the company, basically. But we have augmented it with NATO requirements. We have added artificial intelligence capabilities and tailored it in a way that resonates with the needs and demands from the defense industry. One of our early customers on this has been BAE Systems, so I will actually let them talk about the solution.
The cyber war has already started, and the threat is real. The digitization of our society potentially makes us more vulnerable. This also applies to military equipment. Without the correct means, hackers might obtain vital information, induce faults, or even actively shut vehicles down. How do we protect ourselves? To combat the cyber threats of today and tomorrow, BAE Systems Hägglunds have worked in close cooperation with cybersecurity specialists to harden the CV90 from cyber threats. The CV90 is protected with cyber armor, an advanced integrated solution using a combination of hardware and software to control how all the components and systems within the vehicle talk to each other. It uses artificial intelligence to scan all data activity in real time to detect a cyber attack and isolate the threat without impairing the vehicle. A system is not stronger than its weakest link. The solution protects not just the vehicle, but the forces and soldiers connected to it. In times of joint forces with shared classified communication, it is crucial that every part of the network have a high level of cyber resilience. The CV90 comply and exceed NATO cyber requirements. With CV90 and its cyber armor, your forces and soldiers will be protected on the digital battlefield and get home safely.
That's one good example how this technology is being deployed. And again, it's not limited to a land-based platform. You have the same challenges and the same requirements from vessels and from airplanes as well. Our offering in this segment consists of what you just saw, the cyber armor platform, if you like. So it's essentially software, but we're packaging it with hardware that we are collaborating with different hardware vendors. We have, from our technology portfolio, other aspects that we deliver to other type of customers as well. So we include customers like Eurofighter. We work together with Nokia to provide private 5G or LTE security networks that are being deployed for military use. We have one case ongoing with the United States Marine Corps, where they use our identity and access management technology. And just recently, we won a research project with the Swedish Defense Material Administration, FMV, where they use our AI technology to detect anomalies or attacks on satellite-based communication. The engagement model that we typically follow in defense, where we start with knowledge enablement, because obviously these are long-tail business, long lead times. We can't expect to just position a new product or a new technology and get it integrated into a defense platform. These type of vehicles, they're obviously having a lifetime of 30 years. So it's quite a lot of preparation to get the technology in. So typically we do this by working with the customer on services, reviewing requirements, reviewing design, applying best practices and so forth. That hopefully leads to a pilot project where we can demonstrate the technology, we can run a proof of concept and be part of a pre-series of production. And eventually moving into a large delivery project, which typically spans over 3 to 4 to 5 years. After that, quite a long aftermarket period with 10, 15, 20 years of potential of recurring revenue in terms of aftermarket and support services. Example project, one of the first customers that decided to go for this solution was the Dutch Royal Army. And they are upgrading 122 CV90s from their current fleet. It's a delivery project that spans over 4 years approximately, where the contracted or committed order value for us is around 50 million SEK, following then a 5 to 10 years of aftermarket services. Also quite some upside potential in those numbers. How can we scale this business? Well, obviously we're a small company, we're 130 people. Our go-to-market model is not to work directly towards the various defense users. We're not working with the defense organizations. We're working through the contractors, the system integrators of different kinds. Just mentioned BAE Systems. Obviously, BAE Systems is the world's third largest defense contractor. Apart from the CV90, you have a lot of different other vehicles where we can scale our business to. So we see quite an interesting leverage that we can gain from the very same technology at the base, and then through different type of system integrators and OEMs reaching, the end users at the end. So our sales effort is limited in terms of headcount and investments, but of course, lead times are quite substantial. Market as such, cybersecurity market, we're looking at a 12% CAGR, reaching approximately $45 billion by 2030. And again, we're fairly active in research projects as well. Reason being that this is a fairly small market in terms of organizations and people, and quite a lot of businesses and potential businesses are being born within various type of research projects. And there's a lot of funding available for, especially now in these days, a lot of funding available for research projects. So we're part of a few. For instance, one that was recently granted 25 million euros, including companies like General Dynamics and Leonardo and Clavister representing cybersecurity. And recently a research project with FMV, as I just mentioned. Final few words before Q&A, looking at financial development of Clavister from 2018 up until Q3 this year. So we've been back in 2018 just north of 100 million SEK of net sales, and been able to grow that fairly stable up until last quarter, almost at 140 million. We're, as I mentioned, we're a software company by heart, so that obviously reflects in our gross margins as well. Initially, we set a target for ourselves at 70% gross margin. We were quite substantially above that for many quarters. So by beginning of 2020, we decided to increase our target to 80% gross margins, where we've been with some slight exception. We've been been above that as well. So last quarter we closed with 87% gross margin. On the journey towards cash break even, we have, as you just saw in the previous picture, we have good gross margins, and our gross profits obviously are increasing as we go. Historically, though, we have built a little bit of too much OpEx mass in the company, which has been required to build all of this technology. It's obviously we're fighting against the big US incumbents with massive investment muscles. But we've had quite a big OpEx, which we have deliberately now over this year driven down from a level of run rate 200 million approximately, down to when we closed Q3, this level was at 155 million. And we continue to optimize our cost base as well. So our inflection point in terms of operational cash flow is not very far away, as you can see. So with that, leaving back to you, Simon.
Thank you, John. And to start off the Q&A, I would like to start off where you finished. Talk about your cost base, development capex. You have different kind of product areas or product focuses. But just to make clear, do you use different technical platforms for these products, or is it based on the same core infrastructure?
That's actually the good thing. So the base technology that we have been developing from 1997 is the very same technology that we're using for all of these variant use cases. So whether it's defense or telecom or a Swedish state agency, it's the same technology. We don't do any bespoke development. We don't do any custom development that are tailored specifically for one customer only. So we can reuse all the investments to all customers at all times.
All right. And the slides and videos you show here look really promising in terms of potential defense orders down the road. But as of now, you still only have one major order from BAE, but you seem to have a lot of discussions. So could you elaborate about the lead times here, and when can we expect like a pickup in order intake and revenues?
So initially, we started working with defense approximately 2 years back or 3 years back, when we had engaged, first of all, with Saab. We have engaged with a couple of other customers who were not allowed to mention by name, but then eventually we were able to close a framework agreement with BAE that led to the first major order. Since then, we have now 2 full-time salespersons that are just building funnel and building pipeline in defense. So from, let's say, 1.5 years back to now, we've moved our funnel from basically nothing to a really, really huge funnel. You have all probably seen the budget increases to the various armies around the world and the defense contractors. We expect to be part of some of them. It's long lead business, of course, but we expect to be part of several of those deals. When and how much, obviously we can't say yet, but that's our pipeline.
And in terms of the Oman acquisition you made recently, has that altered the kind of discussions you're having and potentially what kind of revenues you can attract, mainly recurring revenues maybe?
No, absolutely it has. So for the history, we acquired a small startup offspring, you might say, from Chalmers University last year. And what they built was a very sophisticated artificial intelligence machine learning algorithm that we have now integrated into our product portfolio. And with this technology, we can detect what's known as zero-day attacks, which is basically attacks that have never been seen before. And we detect them not because we understand the attack, but we see that there is an anomaly. There is a behavior that's different. This is bleeding edge, obviously, but the entire market in cybersecurity is moving towards the use of AI on a more, let's say, normalized level. It will take a few years still before that is the norm for all cybersecurity, but what it gives us is an ice breaker in all the discussions we're having, whether it's defense or other customers. The fact that we have this technology is an eye-opener for many, and it typically takes us to the step where we can talk about our general portfolio, which is typically what you buy in the end, and then you see the AI part as something as an upsell opportunity over time.
Great. I think that's all we had time for, I'm afraid. But thank you, John, for attending, and thank you, the audience, as well.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to ABG Investor Day. My name is Nikola Kilanowski, and I'm an equity research analyst here at ABG. With us today, we have Distit, CEO and CFO. So we will allow them 20 minutes for a presentation, and then we will follow up by a 5-minute Q&A. With that said, gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Distit in short, Distit's business concept is to acquire and develop niche distributors within mobility, within home electronics, networks, data, etc. And we have channel access within the Nordics and the Baltics in B2B and in B2C. We are distributing external brands and own brands. So our role is to be in the center. So we have a portfolio which is well positioned in the value chain. So we have suppliers on one side, and then we have our customers in the end, and we approach them through various channels and through our various operating companies who are putting together assortments suitable for their end customers, approached through the correct channels. And our role as a distributor is also dependent on the long-lasting knowledge of the channels and the customer relationships and IT system integrations we have with our customers. We have had a robust growth for many years within the group and through various challenging times, I add. So what is the summary of our strategy? What is our approach? It is the scalable growth dynamics, which will build our future. And that is growth from structural trends. There you have digitalization, electrification, 5G, gaming, electric cars, smart homes, smart cities, surveillance, and there are more coming as well. And it is also the gross margin expansion through the development of own brands and building specific direct-to-consumer or direct-to-user channels. Direct-to-user, I mean like B2B channels, direct to businesses. And also to build service revenues, which is especially relevant for e-fuel. But I can also mention that, well, we can go into that later. And also of importance is to build efficient base plates where we have completed restructuring, cost restructurings of Aurora del Taco. We have ongoing platform developments in all our entities. We have concluded one also within the Septon group of companies to have one unified IT and organization. And with acquisitions, we are looking for like markets, access to market, or access to niches and niche knowledges, either as add-ons or as new platforms. As a recent example of e-fuel which is a new platform. So the latest developments, well, as we all are aware of, that after COVID we have had war and energy crisis. And so what we have been facing during 2022 is starting the year with long COVID lead times. We have had an energy-driven price inflation. We have had weakening SEK to the US dollar. We have had, it has resulted in defensive customer behavior. So if we look at some market indicators, because there should be a tomorrow, we all believe. If we look at some market indicators that are improving, is the SEK has recovered some. We have an energy situation with Europe where the gas supply is managed without Russia, which is good news. We have also the important for European energy, gas prices are still high, but they have come down from the record levels. We have oil and raw materials normalizing, and also Asian manufacturing costs are lowering. So I hand over to Thomas.
Okay. Thank you, Robert. Yeah, so if we look at the latest numbers from our quarterly reports, we have July, September to the left, and year-to-date numbers to the right. So focusing on the third quarter, we had a small growth from 610 million to 622. We have decreased gross margin. Mainly, the main reason is what Robert is commenting about, the exchange rate effect on our cost of goods. We have a higher cost because of the expensive dollar. And on the EBITDA level, down as well from last year. Also that depending on the FX effect. And also one-off cost related to our restructuring and move of inventory from to one central inventory. Yeah.
Yes. So if we look at what we mean, what we talk about structural trends, here we have some examples of structural trends. We have digitalization, we have gaming, we have smart home, we have electric car charging, and we have also home office. And we see that we mean with megatrends is a structural trend which will take place over time and is likely to have a higher growth than the general consumer or consumption markets. So we see it in these areas. We have launched both external brands but also our own brands. And you have examples of them here. And for example, in the smart home category, Del Taco Smart Home is managed through an app, Del Taco Smart Home app. And we have today, I think it is 280,000 plus users of Del Taco Smart Home downloads, which also has a very high rating on the Apple's App Store. And we also have here another example is our e-fuel business, which has a very, very high growth rate. And also Del Taco Gaming, who has achieved an amazing market position in Sweden especially. So 28.4% of our sales January-September was own brands goods. So despite challenges, we have progress within our group. Within Ardell, we have restructured in 2022 cost restructurings, which we announced earlier in the year, to secure efficiency and better machine for growth. We have had, for own brands, 48% growth in Q3 compared to Q3 2019. So in absolute terms, quite substantial. We have further growth opportunities in the markets within what we have access to in the Nordics, because we have a very strong penetration in Sweden, but not to the same level in Finland, Norway, and Denmark. That's one example. And also we have development of new concepts and new offerings as well. We have also worked on an efficient base bit, which will enable us to implement continuous improvements to modernize the way the organizations are working more systematically. Septon is a well-positioned niche distributor who is attracting also new brands and offerings to distribute within their segment of professional audio, video, and lighting. We have started 2 years ago. We have an emerging own brand business with promising potential, which is like products which are tailored for like teams, rooms, offerings. And in Somnis we have a trading business which is transforming into a marketplace business. And Somnis will gradually become a center of excellence for the group for marketplace business, meaning like Amazon, to how to open seller's account on Amazon, how to monitor, how to drive business. It's very specific knowledge. So it's good. We find it could be good to have a center of excellence for that. So I hand over to Thomas.
Thank you, Robert. Yeah, over to e-fuel, our golden egg in the group. What can we expect from e-fuel? Well, on the revenue side, we put a lot of focus into to keep growing because Sweden is our main market. But we have also identified other key markets where e-fuel want to grow and see the ability to grow. On the margin side, I mean, we have a stable base with the EV distribution business that delivers nice margins to us. But to further accelerate the margin expansion, we also focus on software services and also developing own brands, which give us a better profitability. Looking at the quarterly result and revenue, e-fuel delivered 200 million sales the first 3 quarters with a 6.2% EBIT. And just to mention the third quarter separately, the growth was 107%, and the profit was 8.7%, which give us great comfort into reaching the targets looking forward of a growth of 70% to 120%, and an EBIT margin of 9 is more likely than 7, so to say, because we are already trading on 8.7.
Yeah, so let me go into a bit further on what situation e-fuel is in. E-fuel is in, one could say, a roaring megatrend. We look at indicators like general indicators. The share of electric vehicles is growing very rapidly. It's around 65% of new cars sold are electrical, and it's growing. And people have been calculating that, yes, for every car we need 1 charger. But if we look at the leading market like Norway, it's up. They're counting 3 to 4 chargers per car. It's a matter of convenience. You want one in a summer house, one at work, etc. So if we look at market growth in Sweden, we see that e-fuel has been able to come into B2C channels, which is a bit tricky for electric car charging boxes, because the consumer is not happy with just a box; he needs it installed, right? But e-fuel works with like 2,000 installers in Sweden, and they have a partner portal how they handle all the interactions with the installers, which is they have strengthened through their tech team, and this can be used by retail chains. For example, Mekonomen. So they can sell to the customer, and e-fuel can deliver to the customer with the installation, right? And the thing is that that has been quite hard to achieve for the retailers. So we have a user-friendly offering. So we are adding on more retailers for this. So it is very good because they want to get into this business. So for us, it is on one. Yeah, we can just continue on the list here. Is that we also have growing market share in Finland with increased access and share through B2B partners in Finland, and we are also starting to sell in Denmark. So if we look at our current market share then with these installers, what I just described on the B2C side is also we give the installers business through the B2B sales. So it creates and builds the loyalty, which strengthen our market share of focus or cooperation with them. And also we have added on offerings of own brand accessories within their field, within e-fuels type of business. So if we look at the growth coming from products and services, for Wallbox, we have just started the cooperation with them, and we are selling their products in Sweden, but also we are expanding with them for Finland and Denmark. That's quite important for us because also Wallbox has some technological, very promising new products because they put a lot of R&D into the using the car, the electric car's battery to supply your house. So you can use it as an accumulator. So going in and out of your car. If you have solar panels on your house, you can charge a car, and in the night you can also run your house out of your car. This is not yet released fully in Europe. Legislation is just around the corner. It is prevalent in the US because the grid needs to use also electric cars to balance the grid. So therefore they need this two-way stream with the cars. And if we look at another thing is recurring revenues. We have been working and developing a tech team within eFuel who is upgrading the software and releasing new versions of proprietary software services where we can enable customers to use smart charging to be able to get access to the best electricity prices for charging. And this will enable us to build up recurring service revenues for e-fuel. So let me mention just some words on some of this strategic pillars. So we want to focus our efforts within mega trends in niche categories. We want to develop our own brand portfolio. We are also looking for ways to develop services and also e-channels direct to consumers and users. And I would like to mention there is that we have quite a substantial such business for Deltaco on the B2B side, which we are upgrading. So we also have a strategic ESG focus, and we are developing a number of European distributors for our own brands. And also we need to allocate capital in a sensible way to develop these businesses. A few words on sustainable value creation. It is becoming a more from a nice to have to a very need to have. There is legislation around the corner, and a number of our customers are far ahead, and a number of them are not there yet. And legislation will be chasing the whole market. So we are talking a lot with our customers to drive this in the right way for us. And we see it offers us a market opportunity to develop products and offerings that they need. What do they really have? What do they really have a need for? What do they prioritize mostly? So we can, early on, we work with them to drive what is most important for them. And it also comes a lot with the increased traceability and control over product quality and certifications. And what is happening now, it is actually building a barrier of entry. It will. To the main customers, it will. Because this traceability demands quite a bit of your supply chain and also of your data processing of your ERP systems need to be adapted to this. So it offers also cost savings and reduced freight optimizations. And a few words on our M&A thoughts is to look for interesting players who are in interesting megatrends niches, or also opportunities to gain access to markets with our offerings. And that's geographical expansion. And the structure of it could be an add-on into, for example, Septon or into Ardell, or it could be like a new leg standing on its own, where we can still cooperate and integrate parts and bits and pieces. Yes.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for the presentation. We're almost out of time, so I think we'll just go with one question.
Yes.
And so recently the consumers, of course, been hit by higher inflation, higher interest rates, and so there's many macro factors that aren't really playing into the cards well for the consumer. Now, could you walk us through a little bit of your business? You know, which segments would you say are the least exposed to the consumer, the least exposed to, inflation and higher interest rates and so on? And what is your near-term outlook for some of these businesses?
I would say that if you look now and ahead a bit, you can say that e-fuel is in a roaring megatrend, which is hard to comprehend, and it is like a revolution, and we will be revolutionized by that, the energy transformation and how we drive it. So I see very, very, very strong growth for the e-fuel business for coming years, which will give us opportunity to also develop scalability. That's one. We have also the Septon business looking at the consequences through COVID, which were really punishing for hospitality kind of business, has shown a remarkable or surprising resilience, and has a kind of a element of robustness because it's a niche with the know-how, and these are so our outlook for that is kind of certain element of robustness. Same goes with the our B2B business has also shown a certain resilience. It is a B2C part of the business which is been mostly affected to the mentioned factors, I would say.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, thank you very much, guys, for coming, and thank you, everybody, for listening. It has been a pleasure. And with that said, we're out.
Välkomna tillbaka. Nu är det dags för ännu en presentation, denna gång med KlaraBo. Ett fastighetsbolag som noterades i december förra året, inriktning mot bostäder. Jag heter Marcus Henriksson, täcker fastighetsbolag, bygg och bostadsutvecklare på Stockholmsbörsen. Och välkomnar Andreas Morfiadakis, vd för KlaraBo.
Tack så mycket Marcus. Andreas Morfiadakis heter jag och är då vd och grundare utav KlaraBo som vi startade 2017. Haft en ganska snabb expansiv resa och nådde ju en milstolpe då att faktiskt notera bolaget i december då för ganska exakt ett år sedan och vi huserar numera då på midcap i Stockholm. Om vi hoppar över till sidan 2 så har vi ju 3 delar utav vår tillväxtstrategi. Den ena delen är ju såklart att vi vill vara aktiva på transaktionsmarknaden. Vi ser att vi kan förvärva existerande förvaltningsbostäder. Vi vill också kunna använda vår kunskap och vår modell när det gäller nyproduktion. Så därför så letar vi då med över hela landet för att faktiskt även förvärva byggrätter. När vi har förvärvat existerande förvaltningsbestånd så tittar vi efter ett par grejer och en av de grejerna är ju då att vi vill gärna se att det finns ett visst eftersatt underhåll invändigt i de här fastigheterna. Med den hyresmodell som finns i landet så möjliggör det med rätt investeringar en ökning utav hyresvärdet som i sin tur genererar ett ökat fastighetsvärde. Vi har idag uppemot 4300 utav våra 6 500 lägenheter som vi har identifierat med renoveringspotential. Och med det innebär det att vi skulle kunna organiskt höja hyrorna genom investeringar med 20% eller mer. När det gäller nyproduktionen så har vi valt att arbeta med ett väldigt högt industriellt tänk. Det gör vi genom volymmoduler byggda i trä och hittills då så har vi förvärvat de här modulerna via ett antal partners vi har i Baltikum. Så de byggs i Baltikum, transporteras till Sverige och monteras då på plats. Vi har uppfört ungefär 350 lägenheter hittills runt om i landet och vi tycker att den modellen funkar alldeles utmärkt och hjälper ju då till att hålla nere hyrorna runt om i landet. Så det är det segmentet som vi pinpointar. En av de viktigaste siffrorna som vi har i vårt bestånd är ju såklart den här genomsnittliga hyran per kvadratmeter. För att kunna möjliggöra uppgraderingar av beståndet och med ett ökat fastighetsvärde som resultat så krävs det ju då att den ingående hyran är förhållandevis låg. Den genomsnittliga hyran då på det orenoverade beståndet som vi har ligger i dagsläget på strax över 1000 kronor kvadraten, 1027 för att vara mer exakt. Och när vi då har genomfört en fullständig renovering så landar vi någonstans på mellan 1350 till 1450 kronor per kvadratmeter. Så det är en ganska signifikant ökning på hyran genom de här investeringarna som vi kan göra. Om vi hoppar över till sidan 3 så är vi uppdelade, vårt förvaltningsbestånd är uppdelat i 4 delar. Syd, mitt, norr och öst. Vi har numera då fastigheter från Trelleborg söder till Visby öst och Umeå då. Senast förvärvade i somras då förvärvade vi 900 lägenheter i Östersund som vi precis har tillträtt. Jag sa innan att vi har 6 500 lägenheter under egen förvaltning. Hela 89% av det är ju då bostäder vilket innebär ju att det är en väldigt låg vakansrisk i beståndet. Och vi har en reell uthyrningsgrad på hela 99% så att vår syn på det är ju då att hela vårt bestånd är fullt uthyrt. Hyresvärdet uppgår idag till 590 miljoner och som jag sa tidigare så har vi då en väldigt låg snitthyra på bostadsbeståndet då på cirka 1000 kronor kvadraten. Om vi tar nästa slide. Så här nere till vänster då, den grafen är ju en av de viktigaste uppföljningarna som vi gör internt och då redovisar varje kvartal till marknaden. Och det är då skillnaden egentligen mellan den generella höjningen som man får på de orter där vi verkar och det hyresvärdet som vi själva har skapat genom att göra liksom hundratals investeringar och åtgärder i vårt bestånd. Så gapet mellan de 115,5 och de 105,1 det vill vi ju då ska öka för varje kvartal som ett resultat av att vi renoverar i snitt då ungefär 70 lägenheter per kvartal har vi haft då senaste rullande 12 månader. Och det är det som helt enkelt är den organiska tillväxten och någonting som tydligt visar på att beståndet dels blir bättre, det ökar kassaflödet såklart, men att även då har stigande fastighetsvärden. Ju. Det här gör vi ju enbart när hyresgäster flyttar ut, så lägenheten är ju tom när vi fattar beslut om att göra investeringar. Och på så sätt så tvingar vi inte på någon högre hyra på en befintlig hyresgäst. Och hyresgästen som flyttar in har ju såklart då valt och önskat den här standarden och kvaliteten och då även har då en betalningsförmåga att klara av den nya hyran. Skulle vi teoretiskt genomföra alla våra 4300 lägenheter som vi har identifierat med renoveringspotential så kan vi då organiskt växa vårt hyresvärde med cirka 90 miljoner kronor. Och det menar jag på att det är inte jättemånga i vår bransch som skulle kunna göra det med exakt samma bestånd. Så det är en viktig del utav vårt bolag. Det är 95% utav vår balansräkning består utav den här typen av fastigheter och den här typen av möjligheter. Så att det här är det absolut viktigaste vi har med oss och även då när vi går framåt i tiden. Om vi hoppar över till nästa bild. Vi har ju då nyproduktionen och nyproduktionen har ju varit en väldigt viktig del initialt i Klarbos tid. Vi har ju velat pinpointa den delen av marknaden där betalningsförmågan kanske då inte är som allra högst genom att då tillföra en väldigt produktions- och kostnadseffektiv produkt med ett väldigt högt industriellt tänk. Det här har funkat väldigt, väldigt bra. Och vi har på kort tid byggt upp en portfölj som motsvarar ungefär 1700 lägenheter i planeringsfasen då. Det här är det byggrätten som vi på ett eller annat sätt förfogar över och som vi teoretiskt sett skulle kunna genomföra. Det som har hänt på marknaden nu då är ju en rad saker, vilket gör ju att hela byggsektorn har ju mer eller mindre stannat upp. Det som påverkar just Klarbo specifikt är ju då att vi har sett stigande materialpriser under en längre tid. Vi handlar ju i euro i och med att vi har några partners i Baltikum, vilket gör ju då att en svag krona påverkar ju såklart kalkylerna ju. Vi har ju också då sett senaste kvartalet att fler och fler indikationer tyder på att just nyproducerade bostäder är de där vi ser störst yieldförändringar då ju. Så att sammantaget gör det ju den här kalkylen väldigt, väldigt svår att fullfölja. Vi tror också då att när vi kommer in i en lågkonjunktur att betalningsförmågan kommer att bli sämre, vilket i sin tur då innebär ju liksom att nyproducerade bostäder, även om det är med en rimlig hyra, så kommer betalningsförmågan och betalningsviljan vara lägre på det här segmentet så att säga. Så därför valde vi vid förra kvartalspresentationen att meddela att vi pausar tills vidare då våra nuvarande projekt. Vi slutför dem vi har pågående, men vi startar egentligen inga projekt här och nu, utan nu får vi då utvärdera, egentligen se hur marknaden tar sig framåt och så får vi väl återkomma när vi känner att projekten är genomförbara med god exploateringsvinst och då ger det då ett aktieägarvärde igen helt enkelt. Om vi hoppar över till nästa sida. Så har vi lite kort då om vår intjäningsförmåga. Det här är då, som ni säkert redan vet, det är ingen prognos utan det baserar sig på kontrakterade hyror. Men den här visar ju ganska tydligt på då den organiska tillväxten. För tittar man då mellan 1 juli 2022 och 1 oktober 2022 så är det då jämförbart bestånd. Och då ser man egentligen hur intäkterna ökar tack vare det arbete som vi gör dagligen med uppgraderingar utav lägenheter och förbättrat kassaflöde som ett resultat. Och under de första 3 kvartalen i år så har vi då ökat hyresvärdet med hela 7%. Det är samma bostäder, det är till stor del samma hyresgäster, men med den modellen vi arbetar med så kan vi faktiskt öka hyresvärdet och sedermera då även kassaflödet. Som jag sa tidigare så ligger vi då på ett snitt på rullande 12 månader på ungefär 70 lägenheter. Vi ser att det finns väl alla anledningar att tro att vi kan bibehålla den här takten framåt. Den kan gå upp och den kan gå ner mellan kvartalen, men det beror på en naturlig omflyttning i beståndet och då ingenting som vi riktigt styr över. Att notera kan man ju säga att överskottsgraden har sjunkit lite grann om man jämfört med den första med den gula kolumnen där till 59,3 jämfört med tidigare. Och det är med anledning att vi då har konsoliderat Östersundförvärvet och där är ju då en väldigt låg hyra, så där är snitthyran 964 kronor, så det är alltså lägre än vad vi har i vår övriga portfölj. Och det gör ju då att det blir ett litet press på överskottsgraden initialt, men det är ju där vi menar på att det förvärvet är ju väldigt bra, för det ger oss en bra uppsida med hyresvärdesförbättringar helt enkelt. Slutligen då så är det ju såklart, har ju finansnettot ökat markant. Vi har ju gått från en tid där vi har haft i princip 0 i Stibor 3 månader och idag då så ligger vi på ungefär 240 punkter. Så det är klart att det där påverkar ju alla fastighetsbolag och det påverkar ju självklart Klarbo också. Och som ett resultat då så har ju då de finansiella kostnaderna ökat markant jämfört med tidigare kvartal under året. Om vi hoppar över till nästa slide så kan vi titta lite grann på vår kapitalstruktur. Och vi är ju i dagsläget ganska nöjda med att vi enbart har banklån. Vi har en låg belåningsgrad som är under 50%. Bostäder med låg vakansrisk så tycker vi att det känns ganska så tryggt. Men självklart behöver vi jobba med portföljen ändå. Det är viktigt för oss att få liksom en bra förfallostruktur både när det gäller kredit men även räntebindningstiderna då ju. Vi har arbetat med portföljen under våren där vi har förlängt vissa låneavtal som skulle förfalla under sommaren. Det gjorde vi redan tidigt under våren. Och nu tycker vi väl att det ser förnuftigt ut här och nu för att klara av den miljön som råder. Under nästa år, slut på nästa år, har vi ungefär 450 miljoner som förfaller i lån som ska refinansieras och året därpå så ligger vi på ungefär samma nivå. Så att på 2 års sikt så har vi knappt 1 miljard utav våra ungefär 5 miljarder då som förfaller. Och det där är ju såklart en trygghet i den volatila marknad som vi är just nu. Vi följer ju det här noggrant även när vi går framåt. Jag tycker mig se att där finns ju kanske anledning att se över räntesäkringen även när vi tittar med dagens priser. En Stibor 3 månader och en 10-årig swap är ju otroligt nära varandra och det lockar ju såklart med tanke på att alla prognoser pekar ju då på att du har en ökande Stibor kommande månader och något år framåt såklart. Så att vi får väl se vad vi landar i de där frågorna, men det är någonting som vi arbetar med varje dag. Och vi hoppar över till nästa slide. Så en liten kort sammanfattning då. Vi har ju levt i 2 skilda världar får man säga. Vi noterade bolaget i en miljö som var där alla stjärnor stod rätt på himlen får man väl säga. Och medan nu då så har vi ju då haft det lite tuffare, hela fastighetsbranschen. Hög inflation och såklart kraftigt stigande räntor skapar ju en otrolig osäkerhet ju. Där pågår ju en massiv diskussion och hyresförhandlingarna är ju igång med bostadshyrorna, och vi kan bara konstatera att fastighetsägarna och hyresgästföreningen står ju väldigt långt ifrån varandra i vad som är rimligt, vad man tycker är rimligt med en hyreshöjning för kommande år då ju. Vi har inte tagit ställning till någonting där, utan vi vill avvakta och se var de där diskussionerna landar innan vi bestämmer hur vi kommer att göra så att säga. Men vi fick ju 2% under förra året och vi förväntar oss ju klart mer än så under kommande år ju. Med stigande räntor så tycker jag att man behöver vara relativt nykter också när det gäller fastighetsvärdena. Det finns en stor risk att fastighetsvärdena kommer gå ner något. Jag tror att det kommer vara rätt stor skillnad mellan segmenten, och som jag sa tidigare så har vi ju sett att nyproducerade bostadsfastigheter är väl egentligen de som där det har rört på sig absolut mest ju. Jag tror att värdena när det gäller befintliga och äldre fastigheter med låga ingångshyror kommer stå sig ganska så starkt, men det finns en överhängande risk att även de kommer förändras när det gäller yielderna helt enkelt. Med det sagt så måste vi ju såklart blicka lite framåt och titta lite grann på vad är det för tillgångar vi har. Vi har tillgångar där vi har i princip de lägsta snitthyrorna i alla segment såklart ju. Det gör ju att kommer man in i en lågkonjunktur och folk får mindre pengar i plånboken så kommer man se över sitt boende och då kommer man söka sig till liksom alternativa boenden som man kommer ha råd med. Och där menar jag på att klara bestånd i de städer där vi finns idag och med den låga snitthyran kommer stå sig starkt, och vi kommer få en ökad efterfrågan på våra bostäder. Så vi menar på att där är i princip en obefintlig vakansrisk även i en lågkonjunktur. Och det är ju någonting som då talar för bostäder. Vi tror också då att när man ser på vakanserna generellt sett i fastighetsbranschen så kommer man söka sig tillbaka till trygga tillgångar, vilket då bostäder får betraktas vara, framförallt då med det äldre beståndet helt enkelt. Och när det gäller hyror och elpriser så är det ju synnerligen stökigt, men det kommer liksom hittas balanspunkter i även de segmenten så att säga. Så att tittar man på hyrorna sett över tid de sista 30 åren så har ju hyrorna faktiskt ökat mer än inflationen i princip alla år. Så att med på lite sikt och så kommer det här ordna upp sig och det kommer få liksom balans i allt som sker igen. Så att vi tycker att vi är väl rustade, väldigt stökiga tider. Det har förändrat mycket i branschen och mycket för Klarbo såklart ju. Men vi tycker ändå att vi har läget under kontroll och att det här faktiskt att vi kommer kunna komma ut ganska väl efter när det blir lite mer normalläge igen helt enkelt. Så med det, Marcus, tänkte jag att jag avslutar där och öppnar upp för eventuella frågor.
Super, tack för det. Jag tänkte väl kanske börja lite, du nämnde hyresgästförhandlingar. Det har kommit in Balder, kom överens i Stockholm, 3,25. Sen har det färdigställts en del ytterligare, mellan 2 och 4% hittills är det vi ser. Vad är din syn på det? Är det lågt? Är det rimligt? Är det högt?
Alltså jag har ju såklart ingen insyn i Balders hyresförhandlingar, men det är klart att utifrån vad man har läst så tycker jag väl kanske att det är i lägsta spannet, men där kan ju såklart finnas grejer som vi inte känner till i de där siffrorna. Jag hade nog förväntat mig mer. Jag hade nog förväntat mig man skulle komma överens på någonstans mellan kanske 4-5% snarare än låga 3. Men som sagt att fastighetsägarna verkar ju fortfarande stå på sig och tycker ju liksom att uppemot 10% skulle väl liksom vara rimligt. Jag tror inte det blir 10%. Det tror jag inte. Men det borde bli mer än 3 i alla fall. Så kan jag väl säga.
Ja, man kan ju i alla fall tänka att förhandlingar som tar lite längre tid, det är väl där det kanske är lite tuffare förhandlingar också. Så att det är kanske de lättaste som har kommit igenom först då.
Ja, så är det säkert.
Sen nämner du nämnde lite operationell risk. Det är fokus på räntor, det är fokus på belåning. Hur ser du på vakansrisk bland de olika segmenten och hur sticker Klarabo ut där om man tänker att det blir en svagare ekonomi, konjunktur under 2023?
Ja, men jag tror så att det har varit extremt mycket fokus på inflationsskyddade hyror och att det har varit liksom det som marknaden har tittat på väldigt mycket. Och man har inte fokuserat speciellt mycket på vakansrisken i de olika segmenten. Där menar jag ju då på liksom att just bostäder är en av de tryggare segmenten som finns på marknaden ju, sett över tid ju. Så att när den där förflyttningen i marknaden kommer ske så kommer man ju liksom börja liksom eftertrakta liksom bostadstillgångar igen i större utsträckning än vad man har gjort kanske då de sista 9 månaderna helt enkelt. Lågkonjunkturen har ju inte kommit in. Folk börjar väl få lite mindre i plånboken men det har kanske inte riktigt fått full genomslagskraft ju. Så att, men när det kommer så ser jag ju såklart att kontorsfastigheter, köpcentrum, kanske även logistikfastigheter kommer ju då få nya diskussioner med hyresgäster så att säga som jag inte tror kommer landa på samma sätt inom bostadssegmentet då. Så att vi ser inte framför oss att vi ska ha liksom en vakansrisk när vi kommer in i lågkonjunktur utan tvärtom så tror vi faktiskt att det blir en ökad efterfrågan på våra bostäder.
Då väntar vi bara egentligen på, jag är själv förvånad över hur stark konsumenten ändå är här under 4:e kvartalet hittills. Om man tittar, du nämner renoveringsprojekt, det är väl lite om det som är nyckeln i Klarabo framåt här. Innan var nyproduktionen en tydlig nyckel också. Kanske kan återkomma om marknaden stabiliseras någon gång. Vad ser du om man jämför med konkurrenter? Är det liksom den låga hyran som gör att man kan växa snabbt och att du behåller vakansrisken? Är det något annat om du tar geografiska lägen eller är det egentligen snitthyran som är nyckeln?
Men jag skulle säga att det är ju snitthyran som är nyckeln för att om inte den är låg så möjliggörs ju då inte den här uppgraderingspotentialen som vi då förhandlar fram med Hyresgästföreningen. Då finns ju inte den ju. Så den måste ju finnas där såklart ju. Sen är det ju klart att vi vill ju gärna kunna etablera en egen förvaltning på de orterna där vi etablerar oss om det är nyetablering. Och därför var ju då Östersund en sån klockren transaktion för oss med tanke på att det var 900 lägenheter på en ny ort ju. Så det är ju den typen av saker vi tittar. Sen måste ju orten måste ju må bra och där måste ju finnas liksom en dokumenterad bostadsbrist och det behöver ju då vara liksom en tillväxt i orten eller på regionen generellt sett ju såklart ju. Men framförallt så är det väl egentligen den ingående hyran som styr hur attraktiv vi tycker en potentiell transaktion är ju.
Och du var inne lite på det. Det känns som att nyproduktion, bostäder, att det kanske där det var hetast förra året. Så där vi kanske ser störst prisfall potentiellt om det är transaktioner som kommer igenom. Men vad brukar ske mycket transaktioner här nu fram till nyår inom i princip alla segment? Vad ser du? Vi vanliga dödliga, vi ser ju inte så mycket. Så vad finns där ute?
Nej, jag är väl också kanske då dödlig så att jag ser väl såklart inte allt. Men självklart så ser jag en del och det jag ser framförallt är ju då att jag får nyproducerade bostäder till mig helt enkelt. Och det är ju ingenting som Klarbo då historiskt förvärvar, vi är inte intresserade av det. Men det är tydlig signal att det är den typen av tillgångar som verkar röra på sig absolut mest. Men generellt sett så är det ju lite transaktioner som verkar bubbla, i alla fall som jag får till mig. Det är inga stora volymer, det är liksom styckefastigheter hit och dit. Så att, jag tror inte att det kommer röra på sig jättemycket innan jul. Det kommer inte vara som vanligt om man får säga så, utan det här kommer ta lite tid. Köpa och sälja står fortfarande ganska långt ifrån varandra så att säga. Så det kommer inte ske några transaktioner såvida inte någon har lite grann kniven på strupen att de faktiskt måste göra en exit helt enkelt. För det är klart att då förändras ju ganska mycket. Så att jag tror det kommer vara ganska lugnt även resten av denna månad och en bit in på nästa i alla fall.
Om vi blickar 6 månader framåt och tar i beaktande diskussionen ni har med bankerna just nu, potentiella marginalförändringar, kan man allokera mer kapital till renoveringar eller är det de här 70 per kvartal i snitt? Och om priserna faller x%, är man köpare då eller blir det fokus på organisk tillväxt?
Ja, men alltså just nu är det definitivt fokus på organisk tillväxt. Vi får väl se var vi står om ett halvår. Men det är klart att vi har ju fortfarande ett mål med både NAV-tillväxt och tillväxt i förvaltningsresultat. Och det är väl klart att någonstans i det så ligger det ju ett mått av att vi faktiskt ska vara aktiva på transaktionsmarknaden. 6 månader idag känns ju ganska långt borta och mycket kan hända. Det har vi ju sett redan bakåt i tiden såklart. Så att stalltips är väl liksom att marknaden har öppnat upp sig lite grann på 6 månader. Va? Och så får man väl se liksom hur bankerna står sig där och då. Men jag tycker egentligen att vi är ganska väl rustade för det vi har för den organiska tillväxten. Så vi behöver inte springa in och köpa någonting liksom här och nu. Utan vi kan invänta tydliga signaler på att marknaden har stabiliserats och så kan vi agera där och då. Och det är ju klart att när du har en balansräkning med bara banklån och under 50% belåningsgrad idag och en kassa på ungefär 360-370 miljoner så tycker vi ju för vårt lilla bolag i alla fall att vi står ganska väl rustade liksom för nästa år och åren därpå.
Superbra. Jag tror vi är i hamn där och tiden börjar ticka på. Så vi tackar dig Andreas att du var med och presenterade idag. Tack så mycket. Tack alla.
Välkomna tillbaks. Fredrik Stens heter jag, aktieanalytiker på ABG, fastighetssektor. Nästa bolag som ska presentera är Aros Bostad. Vi har Magnus Andersson och Ken Wendelin här hos oss, VD och CFO. Så scenen är er.
Tack så mycket. Kul att vara här. Vi är här för att presentera Aros Bostad. Ska vi se om jag får presentationen på skärmen här. Så där. Ja, vi är ju en bostadsutvecklare som är aktiva i Storstockholmsregionen och Uppsala. Vi bygger både bostadsrätter och hyresrätter. Både flerbostadshus, lägenhetsform och småhus. Och vi har varit aktiva sedan 2006 då bolaget grundades. Och har varit på en kontinuerlig utvecklingsresa sedan grundandet. Framförallt de senaste 6 åren där vi har tagit ett ganska rejält kliv i vår utveckling och kommit upp i ganska stora produktionsvolymer. Vi har en devis i vårt bolag. Det är entreprenöriellt synsätt och strukturerat genomförande. Och vad det handlar om det är att vi, även nu när vi växer, verkligen vill bibehålla det vi kallar ett entreprenöriellt synsätt. Det här är en cyklisk bransch. Det handlar om att hela tiden anpassa sig efter marknadsförutsättningarna och göra bra affärer vid rätt tillfällen samtidigt som vi har bra kontroll på genomförandet och på kostnaderna i våra projekt. Hanteringen av risker för att säkerställa en bra lönsamhet, och det tycker vi att vi har kunnat bevisa genom åren. Det som särskiljer oss, tycker vi, från våra konkurrenter är att vi har en väldigt stor och attraktiv byggrättsportfölj. Det är ju grunden i bostadsutveckling, att ha tillgång till rätt mark i rätt lägen till rätt ingångsvärden, och det tycker vi att vi har. Vi har drygt 6 500 framtida bostäder i vår byggrättsportfölj, så det är en stor och fin byggrättsportfölj. Det andra som lite grann karaktäriserar oss är att vi har en relativt liten organisation. Det beror framförallt på att vi inte har någon egen byggverksamhet. Det är ett väldigt medvetet val. Vi jobbar i nära samarbete med de lite större etablerade byggentreprenörerna och handlar upp totalentreprenader för att på så sätt paketera och överföra entreprenadrisken till de som vi tycker är bättre på att hantera det än vad vi är. Vi ska vara en duktig projektutvecklare, bra på att köpa mark, utveckla fina bostadsprojekt och sälja bra bostäder med hög kvalitet till nöjda kunder. Och på så sätt så hanterar vi byggrisken. Vår finansiella resa, det är att vi har gått ifrån att i princip ha hela vår finansiering genom olika investeringsfonder till att mer och mer göra projekt i egen regi och bygga en egen balansräkning. Och det har vi möjliggjort bland annat genom att vi har gett ut en preferensaktie. 2018 noterades den på Stockholmsbörsen och 2021, förra året, noterade vi även stamaktien. Vi har en affärsplan lite kort. Vi har en ambition om att växa volymerna från idag ungefär 1000 bostäder i pågående produktion till 2025 mellan 1200 till 1400 bostäder i pågående produktion. Det ser vi som en rimlig tillväxttakt, även givet den ganska svaga år vi ser framför oss nästa år. Så det är en rimlig tillväxttakt. Det här kommer vi att göra genom att bredda oss ytterligare geografiskt inom Storstockholmsregionen, Uppsala och Mälardalen. Vi ser att det finns stor potential att växa genom att gå in i fler kommuner i vår geografi och även gå in i det vi kallar samhällsfastigheter. Vi bygger idag hyresrätter och bostadsrätter, men vi ser en stor potential att även genomföra äldreboenden, förskolor, skolor, LSS-boenden, där vi ser att det finns ett kommunalt behov, framförallt i de här stora utvecklingsområdena som vi utvecklar, där vi då kan genomföra de här produkterna och bygga upp ett bestånd av förvaltningsfastigheter där vi får ett kassaflöde. Och där är målsättningen att det kassaflödet ska motsvara ungefär 50% av våra omkostnader över tid. Hållbarhet är en viktig fråga för oss. Vi har jobbat aktivt med den frågan länge. Vi ser ett ökat tryck och intresse från investerare, banker, från kunder, egentligen alla våra stakeholders. Och vi har en ambition att under affärsplaneperioden göra en green equity-certifiering av vår stamaktie. Och det innebär i praktiken att vi måste jobba väldigt aktivt med att hantera och rapportera och minska vårt klimatavtryck i produktionen. Så det är ett väldigt aktivt arbete som pågår. NKI står för nöjd kundindex. Där ska vi vara topp 3 i branschen. Vår rapport som vi släppte för några veckor sedan, vår Q3-rapport, tänkte jag dyka in lite kort i. Vi satte rubriken stabilt kvartal trots en orolig omvärld. Vi har en snabbt föränderlig bostadsmarknad, det vet vi nog alla om. Men vi kunde leverera ett kraftigt ökat rörelseresultat. Under årets första 9 månader levererar vi ett rörelseresultat på nästan 72 miljoner kronor. Det är en kraftig ökning från förra året och framförallt är vi särskilt nöjda med att ha en bruttomarginal på över 20%. Det är ett viktigt nyckeltal i vår affärsplan och det visar att vi har en god lönsamhet i projekten. Det andra som sticker ut är att vi har en mycket hög bokningsgrad. Det innebär att 88% av det som är i pågående produktion, nästan 1000 bostäder, är bokat eller sålt. Det beror delvis på att vi har haft en stark försäljning under året, men det beror också på att vi under andra kvartalet gjorde en försäljning av en portfölj av projektfastigheter som hyresrätter till en extern investerare som heter Patricia. Och det är ett väldigt strategiskt val. Det är en bra affär, men ett strategiskt val inför den vikande bostadsrättsmarknad som vi sett komma under ganska lång tid. Där har vi avyttrat och säkrat intäkterna på en väldigt stor del av vår byggrättsportfölj. Och det gör också att av det vi ser framför oss nu så ligger ungefär 75% av det vi kommer att starta närmaste 12 månaderna kopplat till hyresrättsportföljen där vi har säkrade intäkter. Och det är en väldigt stor styrka för oss i det vikande marknadsklimat vi är inne i. Det tredje är att vi också genomförde en portföljaffär med ALM Equity där vi har förvärvat en större byggrättsportfölj och personal från ALM Equity. Jag kommer att komma tillbaka till det, men det innebär också att ALM Equity nu är en ny storägare i Aros Bostad för vi betalar med aktier. Lite kort om marknadsläget. Vi har ju en vikande bostadsmarknad. I Storstockholmsregionen så föll priserna på bostadsrätter med ungefär 8% under kvartalet. Det innebär att vid tredje kvartalets utgång så har priserna fallit ungefär 10% sedan toppen i februari i år. Det vi ser är framförallt att vi har en otroligt avvaktande marknad. Det är drivet av att kunderna är väldigt oroliga. Transaktionsvolymerna går ner. Under tredje kvartalet så var transaktionstakten, alltså antalet köpta och sålda bostäder i Stockholm ungefär 30% lägre än samma kvartal föregående år. Det här är naturligtvis helt drivet av att vi har mycket oro i samhället kring stigande inflation, räntorna som stiger, oro för energikostnader och vi räknar med att vi kommer ha en fortsatt svag bostadsmarknad på bostadsrättssidan under närmaste kvartalen, åtminstone fram till sommaren nästa år. Men det här är en cyklisk bransch och vi ser liksom långsiktigt så måste man se att det långsiktiga behovet av bostäder verkligen kvarstår och att vi kommer att komma ut i en marknad när den väl vänder upp där vi har ett väldigt lågt utbud av nyproducerade bostäder. Så vi känner oss ganska trygga i, eller helt trygga i att bostadsmarknaden kommer att komma tillbaka igen i slutet på nästa år. Byggrättsportföljen lite kort. Som jag sa, vi har inklusive förvärvet från ALM. Det här rapporteras exklusive förvärvet från ALM, men inklusive det är ungefär 6 500 byggrätter. Innan förvärvet från ALM så drygt 5 000 byggrätter. Där har vi har 2 stycken alternativa nyckeltal för att påvisa potentialen i vår byggrättsportfölj. Det är dels övervärdet. Och det är skillnaden mellan bokförda värdet på marken och det marknadsvärde som finns på marken vid lagakraftvunnen detaljplan. Och det övervärdet uppgick vid halvårsskiftet till 1,8 miljarder motsvarande 46 kronor per aktie. Och det totala utvecklingsvärdet, alltså när vi byggt ut hela byggrättsportföljen med hyresrätter eller bostadsrätter så har vi ett utvecklingsvärde på 25 miljarder kronor. Ken kommer att komma tillbaka till det här, men det här är ett sätt för oss att visa potentialen som vi verkligen ser i den här byggrättsportföljen som vi förfogar över. Försäljningen lite kort, jag har redan gått igenom det. Vi hade en stark försäljning under året fram till dess att marknaden vek. Vi gjorde den här affären med Patricia där vi sålde av 878 hyresrätter till nivåer som var minst lika bra som om vi hade sålt de här lägenheterna som bostadsrätter. Och det innebär att vi kommer att ha en väldigt hög bokningsgrad även framåt då 75% av projekten som startas under nästa år är kopplat till den här portföljen. Så det här är ett väldigt strategiskt val att hantera den marknadsnedgång vi nu ser framför oss genom att avyttra hyresrätter och säkra intäkterna. Den sista bilden jag har det är ALM Equity. Vi gjorde då en portföljaffär. Det här är en strategiskt viktig affär för oss. Vi skrev en avsiktsförklaring med ALM Equity i maj. Vi skrev bindande avtal under tredje kvartalet och nu har vi tillträtt den här portföljen. Och det handlar om att vi har förvärvat 1505 byggrätter och personal som driver projekten från ALM Equity. Det här innebär 2 saker. Det ena är att vi kommer in i fler kommuner i Stockholmsregionen så vi sprider oss geografiskt. Och det gör att vi kommer att vara aktiva i 19 kommuner i Storstockholmsregionen och Uppsala efter att affären är genomförd. Det innebär också att vi kommer åt en stor del småhusbyggrätter och det är ett strategiskt viktigt segment för oss. Vi vill komma in och bygga mer småhusbyggrätter. Vi ser att det är en attraktiv produkt. Vi ser, om man tittar på analysen över alla Stockholms kommuner så finns det ett strukturellt underskott på småhusbyggrätter. Och vi ser att det också är en väldigt hanterbar produkt i en lite svagare bostadsrättsmarknad. Så det är ett viktigt steg för oss. 5 projekt är i pågående produktion. Det är 35% av övriga byggrätter har lagakraft under detaljplan, så det gör att vi har en flexibilitet att kunna starta upp fler projekt framåt. Och affären görs med betalning i form av stam- och preferensaktier. Totala värdet 1,45 miljarder. Och det motsvarar ett framtida ägande av ALM Equity Aros Bostad på 35%. Så det är en strategiskt viktig affär som vi slutförde och nu har tillträtt under innevarande kvartal. Därmed tänkte jag lämna över till Ken.
Tack så mycket. Ken Wendelin heter jag och är CFO och vice vd i Aros. Innan vi går in och tittar på siffrorna som jag tänkte påvisa på i den här presentationen för Q3 så tänkte vi återbesöka den affärsplan vi lanserade i maj i år under Q2. Det är för oss ett paradigmskifte där vi bland annat återbesöker ett antal finansiella nyckeltal som vi arbetat efter tidigare. Men vi passar också på att introducera ett antal nya nyckeltal som ska då föra oss vidare fram till utgången av verksamhetsåret 2025. Om vi börjar som ni ser högst upp med soliditet så är det ett nyckeltal som har varit centralt för oss under hela vår utvecklingsresa under våra nästan 20 år i branschen. Och det kan man väl titta på hur det ser ut i dagens marknad när flera av våra stora aktörer och konkurrenter eller kusiner, syskon har problem med soliditeten. Det går väldigt snabbt i fastighetssektorn eftersom man då kan belåna sig och få en hävstång som ni alla känner till. Och för vår del har det varit väldigt viktigt att hela tiden fokusera på att ha en rätt nivå av soliditet i vår verksamhet. Vår balansräkning ska kunna vara välmående. Om man tittar på Q3 så har vi en soliditet på höga 70%. Och det är en effekt av vad vi har varit med om tidigare. Vi vet att när det skakar till så går det att göra väldigt bra affärer om man har ett utrymme att kunna genomföra dem när andra har finansiella trångmål. Vi har gjort det tidigare och tagit stora kliv i vår verksamhetsresa under de här perioderna. Och ambitionen är att använda den här möjligheten vi har i vår balansräkning med vår finansiella styrka till att göra motsvarande övning nu under kommande period. En annan del som vi inte tummar på är våra projektmarginaler där vi säger att varje projekt vi förvärvar ska på egna meriter klara av att generera en projektmarginal på 20%. Magnus pratade om att vi har förvärvat 35 projekt från våra vänner på ALM. Det innebär inte att vi tittar på den på projektportföljsnivå och säger att snittet ska vara 20%, utan varje enskilt projekt ska leverera 20% i marginal. Och det är en av våra kärnverksamheter där vi arbetar oerhört aktivt i vår organisation för att se till att det levereras. Ett nytt nyckeltal är just rörelsemarginal och det är en effekt av att vi nu är börsnoterade och vi tittar på oss mer som en evergreen än om man går tillbaka 15-20 år tiden när vi hade fondstrukturer på plats. Och det är ju ett sätt också för oss att kunna kommunicera ut i marknaden ett lönsamhetskrav som vi har satt på bolaget och lättare för analytiker att kanske följa oss utifrån det kravet. Där vi säger att vi ska leverera 15% rörelsemarginal. Då får man ju också hålla reda på att vi är ju i en verksamhet som är cyklisk och väldigt volatil. Så vi ser det ju på helårsbasis ska man titta på det här. Så intrakvartalmässigt så kan det ju skilja åt. Men målsättningen är att det ska leverera minst 15% om man tittar på helårssiffror. Fjärde nyckeltalet, då bör vi så sakteliga börja röra oss från resultaträkningen över till balansräkningen. Men här blir vi någonstans mitt emellan. Utvecklingsvärde är ju för oss att ett sätt att kommunicera vad vi har för intjäningskapacitet i den här byggrättsportföljen vi har låst och äger idag. Våra 34 olika projekt som vi har just nu eller per Q4 våra nästan 70 projekt som vår projektportfölj kommer bestå av där och då. Och som Magnus sa så idag är utvecklingsvärdet cirka 25 miljarder, det vill säga den intjäning vi kan få när vi arbetat ut alla de här projekten vi äger per Q3. Det kommer ju komma en ny siffra då därav per Q4 när vi nu då har tillträtt nästan lika många nya projekt som vi äger per dag. Och för att ha klivit då fullt ut till balansräkningsnyckeltal så då synliggör vi övervärdet i byggrätter. Och det har varit en viktig variabel för oss. Om man då tittar på våra fastighetsförvaltande kusiner på något sätt som är börsnoterade så kan de då marknadsvärdera sina förvaltningsfastigheter. Och är värdet högre än vad man har bokfört det till då skriver man upp det egna kapitalet. Man rapporterar på så sätt enligt IFRS. Skillnad för oss som är bostadsutvecklare är att vi kan inte arbeta på det sättet utan vi måste hålla våra projektfastigheter även om det är fastigheter som är kontorsfastigheter där vi har uthyrt under 10-15 år så är andemeningen med den här projekten som styr redovisningen så att säga. River vi en detaljplan på en fastighet där vi om 15 år eller 20 år först får en detaljplan kan riva den och och på så sätt bygga bostäder, så måste vi ha den at cost även om vi har en värdeökning över tid. Så för oss är det här en viktig variabel att lyfta fram. Vad vi då egentligen gör är att vi tittar på vår byggrättsportfölj som vi har kontroll på idag. Och så marknadsvärderade vi den och ser vad den har för värde här och nu. Och ungefär 5 miljarder är vår byggrättsportfölj värd med en lagakraftvunnen detaljplan. Vi har ett ingångsvärde, det vill säga vad vi har förvärvat de här byggrätterna för, som motsvarar ungefär 3,2 miljarder kronor. Och deltat däremellan, det är de här 1,8 miljarderna i övervärde. De syns inte i siffrorna på något sätt, varken i resultat och balansräkning, utan det är något som ligger utanför. Och det är ju en viktig variabel eftersom den är så stor, och en fingervisning att det finns ju någonting vi har gjort som gör att vi klarar av att bygga bostäder både i bra tider men också i dåliga tider och generera en god projektmarginal. Därav detta nyckeltal. Sista variabeln som vi kommunicerade i samband med att vi offentliggjorde vår affärsplan i maj i år, det var att vi ändrar redovisningsprincip. Återigen, nu blir det tekniskt, men ramlar man in i IFRS så har vi en situation just nu där bostadsrättsföreningen ligger utanför koncernen. Man bygger i en bostadsrättsförening som inte tillhör koncernen, så den har lämnat koncernen. Det finns ett oberoende förhållande där. På så sätt så kommer ju inte själva produktionskostnaderna in i vår koncernresultaträkning, utan det egentligen vi lyfter in på det sättet är vinsten som vi får från bostadsrättsföreningen. Och det gör det ganska svårt att förstå hur stora vi är som bostadsutvecklare. Och det gjorde vi nu att i samband med den nya affärsplanen så tillämpar vi istället en bruttoredovisningsmetod där vi egentligen då skär in den produktionskostnad vi har i alla våra bostadsrättsföreningar och också den intäkt vi får i alla våra bostadsrättsföreningar, så man lättare kan få en bättre bild om hur resultatet i vår koncernredovisning arbetas fram. Och det gör vi då i vad vi kallar för segmentsredovisning. Inte IFRS utan i segmentsredovisningen. Jag återkommer till det. En mer strategisk fråga som vi berörde på den nya affärsplanen, det är att vi lämnar ett historiskt sätt att arbeta inom Aros. Vi kommer från en situation där vi har genomfört bostadsutvecklingsprojekt tillsammans med institutionella investerare eller family office-investerare i vad vi kallar för private equity-liknande strukturer. Nu är tanken att vi är så pass stora så att framöver med nya affärsplanen så ska vi inte arbeta i sådana strukturer. Och det är vad ni ser längst bort till vänster, Aros bostadsfonder. Ambitionen framöver är att vi ska göra allting i egen balansräkning. Och en effekt av det hela blir ju naturligtvis det här förvärvet via Alm Equity som gör att vi allokerar hela det förvärvet i det högra benet egen regi. Så spelar ni fram filmen till utgången av verksamhetsåret 2025 så ska alla projekt så gott vi kan hamna i den silon ska vi säga. Och de andra strukturerna blir mer av en fading out-struktur som inte kommer ersättas av nya fondstrukturer. Det gör ju att vi kommer då bibehålla större delen av vinsten själva och att substansvärde kommer växa snabbare än tidigare. Så det är en stor skillnad mot gamla Aros och kanske det nya Aros enligt den nya affärsplanen. Går vi lite snabbt sen och tittar på vår resultaträkning då för det tredje kvartalet i år. Återigen, det här är segmentsredovisning. Vi rapporterar enligt IFRS och den finns också i våra kvartalsrapporter och i vår årsredovisning. Vi följer upp bolaget enligt segmentsredovisningen för där kan vi ge mer information än vad vi får göra enligt de redovisningsprinciper som gäller för IFRS. Så ser ni här på intjäningssidan så har du vinstavräkning för projekt. Och det är alltså de här projekten, 12 stycken per Q3 som vi har under produktion idag. Då genererar de en intäkt på ungefär 650 miljoner kronor då att jämföra med 340 motsvarande period föregående år. Förvaltningsarvoden, det är de här aktiva fonderna som vi haft historiskt som håller på att fejda ut. Som genererar en management fee eller ett förvaltningsarvode löpande. Men det kommer ersättas i takt med att, eller försvinna ut då, i takt med att vår verksamhet fokuserar mer på projekt i egen balansräkning. Övriga intäkter, det är då intjäning som vi har från en del förvaltningsfastigheter som vi driver detaljplan på. Och där vi har hyresgäster som genererar då driftnetton tillbaka till organisationen. Och då får ni intäktsnivån på cirka 680 miljoner kronor att jämföra med 365 motsvarande period föregående år. Projektkostnader, det är våra totalentreprenader vi har på plats. Där vi bygger med NCC, Peab, Skanska och så vidare. De totalentreprenaderna har en lyftplan och under den här perioden har de ackumulerat upp till cirka 540 miljoner kronor. Att jämföra med då 263 motsvarande period föregående år. Och det är själva projektverksamheten. Sen kommer overheaden in i det hela för organisationen vi har idag. Det är cirka 35 personer som arbetar på Aros. Och sen har vi också de externa kostnaderna. Det är ju kontor, det är licensavgifter, det är allt runt omkring för att se till att den här organisationen fungerar och klarar av att leverera. Och det gör att vi, om man går ner lite längre ner då, får ett rörelseresultat på cirka 72 miljoner kronor att jämföra med 40 miljoner kronor föregående år. Därtill har vi lite finansiella kostnader och det är återigen kopplat till våra förvaltningsfastigheter där vi har en del bilaterala banklån. Resultatet för det tredje kvartalet uppgår till 69 miljoner kronor att jämföra då med 37 miljoner kronor motsvarande period föregående år. Och det är en justering med nästan 85% i förbättring i förhållande till föregående år. Eller nästan 70% bättre i vinst per aktie i förhållande till motsvarande period föregående år. Sista bilden som jag har, det är vår balansräkning. Den är väldigt enkel. Kan säga att vi har utvecklat verksamheten på det sättet att balansavslutningen uppgår idag till 1,3 miljarder. Jag tycker det är intressant det här, givet var vi är någonstans i cykeln, lite tuffare tider, det är att se hur vi har då finansierat aktivsidan i balansräkningen. Och då ser ni där att större delen av vår passivsida balansräkning består av eget kapital, nästan 1 miljard. Och därtill har vi långfristiga och kortfristiga skulder, det vill säga det är i stort sett bilaterala banklån för de förvaltningsfastigheter vi äger idag, där vi driver detaljplan. Med dessa ord så tackar jag för Aros och tänkte lämna över till ABG och Fredrik.
Tack för det. Några frågor från mitt håll. Kanske kan börja med en fråga till dig. Du nämnde att ni har en stark balansräkning, 70+% soliditet. Bostadsmarknaden känns lite tuff, har ni varit inne på, och ni ser framför er att den kommer vara tuff även kommande halvåret. Ser ni redan nu att det liksom börjar dyka upp möjligheter att andra kanske mer stressade aktörer med lägre soliditet är ute och säljer saker? När, om inte än, när tror ni att det kommer? Och hur kan man på något sätt som extern få en indikation på att det händer?
Jag tror att vi har absolut börjat se tecken på det. Det är väl lite grann som som årsringarna på ett träd. Om man sätter den liksom strukturen på en karta, så ju längre ut är mer perifera lägen, där är det mycket tuffare idag. Och ju närmare centrala delarna av en storstad, läs Stockholms centrala delar, där har det inte hänt lika mycket. Vi tycker det är lite tidigt just nu. Vi tror att vi är på väg in i en lågkonjunktur. Vi är inte fullt där inne med de fulla effekterna. Vi är alldeles övertygade om att det kommer komma saker och det bubblar runt omkring. Så vi tror att vi får vänta in i nästa år. Det är då man kommer göra de bästa affärerna. Och det är ju bara frågan, vad är den bästa affären? När har vi nått botten? Det är väl egentligen det som är svårigheten. Vi är ju nu i en sån situation där vi har lyckats göra 2 bra affärer. Vi har då sålt hyresrätter, så vi har låst en intäktssida mot en institutionell part. Så vi ska egentligen producera mesta delen av volymen kommande år. Och så har vi genomfört det här transaktionen med ALM Equity. Så vi har lite råd, om man får säga så just nu, att vara lite avvaktande. Men absolut kommer det komma nya grejer. Men det kommer att ta ett tag in i nästa år när man kan göra de bästa affärerna.
På det temat att ni har gjort affärer som täcker, ni nämnde själva i presentation 75% av starterna nästa år och har en projektmarginalsprofil eller ett krav på 20%. Säg att ni vill starta ett projekt som inte är sålt, så ett bostadsrättsprojekt. Och så ser ni framför er att det kommer vara lite surt kommande halvåret. Startar man då om man får 21% projektmarginal då, eller väntar man tills årets slut och hoppas på att marknaden är bättre? Eller hur tänker ni att kommande året spelar ut?
Jag tror, det är klart. Jag menar, lönsamheten är en sak. Sen är det också finansieringsfrågan och vilka villkor vi får från banken. Jag tror att vår hållning, nu har vi säkrat så mycket som hyresrätter. Vi har säkrat så mycket av produktionen som hyresrätter. Så att vi kommer ha fördelen av att kunna vara väldigt avvaktande och se. För det kommer att handla om lokal marknadsanalys, lokala projekt. Vad det som funkar, vad det som inte funkar. Precis som det har varit i alla andra nedgångar. Så vi kommer få vara väldigt noga med vad är det för typer av produkter, hur stora etapper ska vi släppa och sen successivt titta tillbaka till marknaden igen. Och det kanske kommer börja hända någon gång under slutet på våren när vi har liksom bättre visibilitet i räntenivåerna, energiprisen och så vidare. Då kommer vi hitta en ny nivå igen. Så det kanske inte var direkt svar på din fråga, men vi sätter alltid lönsamheten främst. Vi måste alltid se till att vi har vettiga marginaler innan vi startar ett projekt. Sen kan det ju vara att man istället delar upp projekten i mindre etapper och försöker hitta rätt när man kör igång dem.
På det temat med projektmarginaler, Förutom priset som bostadsrättspriset eller hyresrättspriset som kan gå upp och ner, så rör ju kostnader på sig. Vi ser stålpriser, träpriser, fraktkostnader, allt vad det är. Har vänt ner från toppnivåer tidigare i år. De diskussioner ni för nu med, ni nämnde Peab, Skanska, NCC etc. Har de börjat reflektera lägre materialkostnader, eller är det också lite tidigt att sia om?
Det har börjat, men det är lite tidigt än. Och det som jag tror är den främsta orsaken, det är att vi ser tydliga nedgångar på materialpriser i insatsvaror, men vi har fortfarande en hög aktivitet i byggbranschen i flera sektorer. Det är samhällsfastigheter, industri, det är försvaret. Så att medan bostadsbranschen där går volymerna ner. Men vi har inte kommit dit att vi ser att det börjar ge riktigt avtryck på våra entreprenadkostnader än. Men det tror jag det är bara en tidsfråga. Det kommer att komma efter årsskiftet. Men vi är inte riktigt där än. Men vi har börjat se tydliga tecken på det.
En sista fråga. På ALM-förvärvet eller ALM-förvärvet från ALM Equity. Ni nämnde 5 projekt där igång. Är det uteslutande bostadsrätter? Och går det i så fall att säga någonting om bokat såld-nivån där? Ni har nästan 90% er som är väldigt högt. Hur ser det ut i deras projekt som är igång?
Man kan säga att det är precis som du säger. Det är projekt som är kommit väl långt, väl sålda och kommer börja vinstavräknas under 4:e kvartalet. Så att, det kommer bidra till resultatkapaciteten för året. Och vi är inte oroliga på något sätt, utan det är bra projekt i bra lägen. Och kanske kommentera också ALM-transaktionen som sådan. För oss, en av de stora usparna med den är att vi kommer in i ett segment som den nya affärsplanet är fasta på. Mer radhussegmentet för bostadsrättsändamål. På det här sättet får vi en bra volym. Nästan halva ALM-portföljen som vi förvärvar är sådana projekt som har kommit mycket längre än våra. De projekten är mycket snabbare att genomföra, har en bättre kvalitet i den bemärkelsen att du slipper oftast bygga garage och dra på dig stora kostnader som är svåra att täcka i en tuffare miljö. Och är projekt som är mindre i numerären, oftast kanske 20-30 enheter istället för att produktion startar någonting som är 80-100 enheter. Så vi upplever att det finns en bra kvalitet i den portföljen och ett bra tillskott som vi får från och med Q4 i år och framåt med ALM-förvärvet.
Jättebra, då tror jag tyvärr att vår tid är slut. Så tack för att ni lyssnade. Och sen så hoppas jag att vi hörs och ses till nästa presentation. Så tackar vi av oss.
Tack.
Tackar.
Välkomna tillbaka. Nästa bolag att presentera här idag är Stenhus Fastigheter. Så vi har förmånen att ha Gustav Segerborg och Mikael Nikander här hos oss. Båda två vice vd. Scenen är er.
Tack. Vi kör väl direkt igång. Ja, Gustav Segerborg är jag då som sagt. Jag var tidigare vd på ett bolag som heter Randviken Fastigheter som gick ihop med Stenhus här i somras. Och det här är vår första, vad ska man säga, gemensamma kvartalsrapport. Så det är väldigt kul att få visa hur det sammanslagna bolaget faktiskt ser ut. Och tittar ni på kartan här i mitten så ser ni ungefär var våra fastigheter är lokaliserade. Det är en tonvikt på Stockholm-Mälardalen med drygt hälften av fastighetsvärdet. Vi har även en ganska stark förankring i det vi kallar västra Sverige, eller västra regionen. Och där räknar vi in Karlstad där vi är ganska stora. Borås är vi också ganska stora i. Och sen i Skaraborgsregionen. Och vi har en mix av olika fastighetstyper. Vi kommer komma in lite mer specifikt på vad det är för fastigheter senare i presentationen. Men det man kan säga i korthet så är vi ett bolag som fokuserar väldigt mycket på kassaflödesgenererande fastigheter. Så att vi är i första hand inte ett projektbolag. Vi har en viss del projekt som vi också ska prata lite mer om idag. Men i första hand så är det starka kassaflöden med bra motparter, långa hyresavtal, det är det vi gillar. Och vi har en ambition att bli ett av de ledande bolagen på Stockholmsbörsen inom den här nischen. Tittar man på de här nyckeltalen på vänstra sidan av sliden så kan man se att vi har kontrakterade hyresintäkter om drygt 1 miljard kronor. Det är fördelat på 174 olika fastigheter. Vi har ett driftnetto förväntat på drygt 800 miljoner kronor per år. Och vi förväntar oss ett förvaltningsresultat på dryga 400 miljoner kronor. Vår belåningsgrad är 54,6% netto då om man tar med kassan. Och vi har ett samlat marknadsvärde på de här fastigheterna på drygt 14 miljarder kronor. Ja, både Stenhus och Randviken efter det här ihopgåendet har ju varit 2 rätt snabbväxande bolag. Här visar hur Stenhus har vuxit från noteringen november 2020 fram till dags dato, ungefär 2 år. Där vi har ökat i kvadratmeter ungefär 900 000 kvadratmeter och i fastighetsvärde ungefär 10 gånger. Bolaget efter den här tillväxtresan är vi inne lite grann av en konsolideringsfas. Vi jobbar väldigt mycket med att få ihop organisationerna. Vi jobbar väldigt mycket med att få ihop alla system. Ett ekonomisystem, en kontoplan, alla de här roliga sakerna som måste sitta för att man ska kunna ta fart mot nästa mål. Om vi tittar lite grann på vad vi har för finansiella mål så har vi sagt att utgången 2025 så har vi som målsättning att nå 20 miljarder i balansräkning. Avkastning på eget kapital över en konjunkturcykel ska vara minst 12%. Vi styr på net LTV och inte LTV, men den ska understiga 55% långsiktigt, vilket den gjorde nu redan i Q3 som Gustav precis sa. ICR ska vara 2,25% långsiktigt, minst. Och soliditeten ska vara minst 35%. Här är egentligen våran affärsidé i en väldigt komprimerad bild. I centrum är kassaflöde. Allt vi gör ska generera kassaflöde för att vi långsiktigt ska kunna generera god kassa och hög avkastning till våra ägare. Vi har 4 stycken boxar runt omkring plus ytterligare en box. De 4 boxarna är den typen av fastigheter som vi äger och investerar i. Det är lager, lätt industri och logistik som är vårt största ben. Vi investerar även i sällanköpshandel och dagligvaruhandel. Vi kallar det lite snarare för dagligvaruhandel och daghandel. Daghandel är enkelt uttryckt lågpris. Det är ÖoB, det är Rusta, det är Dollarstore etc. Och sen är det rena livsmedelsbutiker. Offentliga fastigheter har vi ett gäng också. Offentliga fastigheter hos oss, det är vård, skola och omsorg. Ingenting annat. Och sen så har vi kontor. Och i vår kontorsportfölj så har vi väldigt många offentliga hyresgäster. Men det är fortfarande kontor hos oss. Vi har kommunhus, vi har länsstyrelser, vi har polis etc. etc. Och det ligger som kontor hos oss, skattemyndigheter och vad det är för någonting. Och sen har vi en liten projektdel. En relativt liten del förhållande mot de 14 miljarderna, men ändå. Vi bygger ingenting på späck. Minst 10-åriga hyresavtal med stark motpart. Vi försöker alltid att eftersträva att minimera projektrisken. Det gör vi på 2 sätt. Antingen totalentreprenadavtal där vi minimerar risken i projektkostnaderna. Eller att vi har ett hyresavtal som egentligen bygger på yield on cost. Det vill säga hyran är en funktion av hur dyrt det är att bygga. Hållbarhet. Vi är som sagt var 2 bolag som precis har slagit ihop våra påsar. Vilket innebär också att vi gjort ett litet omtag på hållbarhetsarbetet för att fånga det som har varit bäst från respektive bolag. Vi ska inte säga att vi har kommit världsmästarlångt på den här resan, men vi har kommit en god bit på väg. Vi kommer i 2022 års årsredovisning ha en hållbarhetsredovisning. Trots att vi kanske egentligen inte är tvingade att ha det, så vill vi visa hur vi arbetar med hållbarhet. Enkelt uttryckt, så om man tittar på de här cirklarna här, så har man de olika delarna i hållbarhet. Vi har ekonomin, vi har social hållbarhet och vi har övriga världen, och vi kallar det lite enkelt så. Vi ser att de här delarna hänger ihop. Man måste skapa sig ekonomiska möjligheter för att kunna investera socialt och för att kunna investera i till exempel CO2-dämpande åtgärder. Och som i sin tur gör en bättre social hållbarhet, som i sin tur förhoppningsvis gör att vi tjänar mer pengar. Och så åker vi den här upp och ner hela tiden, är tanken.
Fastighetsportföljen då. Vi har varit inne lite grann på vad det är för typ av fastigheter som vi investerar i, men här har ni det svart på vitt. Tittar man på hur marknadsvärdet i vår fastighetsportfölj fördelar sig mellan de här kategorierna, så är 42% lager, lätt industri, logistik, 22% är livsmedel och lågpris, 20% offentliga fastigheter och 15% kontorsfastigheter. Vi har knappt 1% av vår balansräkning som är knutet till byggrätter, så att i de flesta fall så har vi inte ens tagit upp något värde i balansen på byggrätter som finns på befintliga fastigheter, men vi har ett par lite större som har ett värde i våra böcker. Tittar man på hyresintäkten per region först då, så är västra regionen starkast eller störst på 33%. Sen har vi Stockholm och Mälardalen på dryga 50%. De här siffrorna är ganska lika marknadsvärdet. Så att det är hyggligt samma. Och ser man på vad hyresintäkterna kommer från för fastighetssegment, så är det också ganska likt marknadsvärdet. De här lätt industri, lager, logistik är det absolut största segmentet.
Om man tittar lite närmare på våran 10 topplista när det gäller hyresgäster, så tycker vi själva att vi har en väldiversifierad 10 topp. De här 10 topp står för 25% av våra totala hyresintäkter. Vi är också väldigt glada för att det inte är mer, vilket innebär att vi står en väldigt liten risk med en och samma hyresgäst. Om man ska highlighta några hyresgäster här, så är vår absolut största hyresgäst är Bombardier Alstom. De hyr hos oss i Västerås. Om man är lite nyfiken på vad de gör, om man har sett på första sidan i våran Q3, så ser man en interiörbild. Här i den här lokalen så har man en invändigt trävers som lyfter 400 ton, och här byter man bland annat hjul på våra tunnelbanor eller på våra SJ-tåg. Den enda i sitt slag i Sverige. Och Bombardier Alstom är ju experter på det här. Det är ju från början en gammal ABB-division. Vi hittar Dollarstore, vi hittar kommuner, vi hittar Bilia, vi hittar ett antal dagligvaruhandlare. Och summa summarum så genererar de här, som jag sa, drygt 25% av vår totala kontraktsvolym. Och snittdurationen i den här portföljen är knappt 7 år. Snittdurationen i portföljen som helhet är 6 år. Tittar man lite grann på förfallet, så kan man konstatera att det ser ut som det gör i många andra bolag i början. Man har mycket förfall närtid, det vill säga det är 3-åriga hyresavtal som kontinuerligt kan omförhandlas. Men vi har som affärsidé att försöka knyta så långa hyresavtal som möjligt. Och vi har ju faktiskt rätt många hyresavtal som sträcker sig en bra bit för bortom 2036. Då kommer inte jag stå här och hålla låda, tror jag. Då har jag gått i pension. Ett litet axplock på våra fastigheter. Längst upp till vänster så har vi då en kontorsfastighet. Det är Tyresö kommunhus.
Till höger om den en bilhandlare i Kista. Bilia som hyresgäst, långt avtal, stor markbit i Kista. Men en fastighet som vi verkligen gillar.
Sen har vi Samariten, vår största samhällsfastighet. Där Botkyrka kommun och Stockholms läns landsting är största hyresgäster. Det här är gamla Tumba sjukhus.
Och sen har vi Norrtälje, Vattumannen, Willys, Rusta. Och sen en sån här fastighet som vi verkligen gillar. Det är lågprismat och lågprishandel generellt. Alltså det är såna här verksamheter som vi tycker funkar väldigt bra i alla konjunkturer egentligen.
I mitten så har vi Finslätten. Det är vår fina anläggning i Västerås där Alstom med våra största hyresgäster. Den här lilla pucken ni ser i mitten, det är där våra tunnelbanevagnar får nya däck. Eller det heter inte däck, det heter hjul.
Säffle är också ännu en sån här lågprisfastighet som vi gillar. Där har vi Dollarstore och Ica som ligger bredvid varann. Och det är ofta så här att du har en livsmedelsaffär och sen så antingen Dollarstore eller Rusta eller ÖoB. För de där funkar väldigt bra ihop. Där man går in och handlar sina färskvaror på Ica. Och sen så kanske man går ut till ÖoB eller Dollarstore och köper torrvaror och tandborstar och vad det nu kan vara. Så att det där funkar väldigt bra ihop.
Sen har vi en ren terminalbyggnad, ligger i Tibro. Det är bortsett från Ikea, Sveriges ledande möbeltransportör. Har legat där väldigt, väldigt länge. En jättefin terminal och det är en renodlad terminal. Det är alltså inte en så kallad 3PL utan godset ska in och sen ska det ut.
Skövde personbilen, en nybyggd produktions- och lagerfastighet där Rockwool är hyresgäst. Rockwool gör nästan all stenullsisolering som ni ser på byggen. De här röda och vita balarna produceras här och lagras. Så där tog vi över det bygget och slutförde det. Förra ägaren hade inte möjlighet att slutföra, så då tog vi över det och tog även över det 15-åriga hyresavtalet som finns med Rockwool.
Och den sista är ett stort markområde i Rosersberg som är kanske Stockholms hetaste logistikområde. Just nu på ett långt hyresavtal så sitter Ränta. De hyr ut byggmaterial eller såna här byggbodar och truckar och vad man nu behöver till byggen i deras affärsidé. Om vi sen ska nämna någonting om projekt. Här har vi highlightat egentligen 3 typer av projekt. Alstom bygger vi faktiskt också ett nytt forsknings- och utvecklingscenter i Finslätten bredvid anläggningen där man servar tåg. 10-årigt hyresavtal, flyttar in 1 juli. Den bredvid bygger vi till Hedin Bil. Jag ska säga det också, när det gäller Finslätten så är det en totalentreprenadsavtal där vi har ringfensat i princip alla risker. Hedin Bil är yield on cost som bygger hyran. Det är ett 15-årigt hyresavtal för en Ford-anläggning i Uppsala. Och den längst till höger är den terminalbyggnaden jag just nämnde där vi har gjort en satsning tillsammans med hyresgästen på att bygga en solpanelsanläggning på taket.
Ja, tittar man bara lite kort på resultaträkningen så ser ni här hur det ser ut kvartal för kvartal. Och man kan säga att i Q3 så hade vi 236 miljoner kronor i hyresintäkter. Vi hade ett driftnetto på ungefär 180 miljoner kronor och ett förvaltningsresultat på ungefär 103 miljoner kronor. Och vi tycker att det här är väldigt starka siffror och som sagt så är vårt tydliga fokus kassaflöde, speciellt nu när vi ser starka och snabba räntehöjningar så är vi glada över att ha ett starkt kassaflöde och fastigheter som har en lite högre direktavkastning som kan motverka de negativa effekterna. Och tittar ni på graferna här till höger så kan ni se lite tillväxten som har skett sedan bolaget bildades för ungefär 2 år sedan. Och det har varit ökade intäkter och resultat i stort sett alla kvartal sedan dess. Så att det är siffror som vi är stolta över. Intjäningsförmågan var jag inne på lite grann i början. Vi har kontrakterade hyresintäkter på drygt 1 miljard. 200 miljoner försvinner i fastighetskostnader, alltså typ lite fastighetsförvaltning och energikostnader och sådär. Det ger oss ett driftnetto på dryga 800 miljoner. Från det ska räknas bort central administration. Vi har en stor räntekostnad såklart också, och det kokar ner till ett förväntat förvaltningsresultat på 432 miljoner kronor, och det motsvarar ungefär 1,20 per aktie. Och det här är långsiktigt. Här tar vi med effekter av de här projekten som om de vore färdigställda, och även såklart räntekostnaderna för dem som om de vore färdigställda. Vi har även gjort en liten känslighetsanalys som ni ser i grafen under här, att vad händer om vårt driftnetto går ner 10% samtidigt som Stibor går upp till 3,25, så förväntar vi oss att fortfarande tjäna i storleksordningen 285 miljoner kronor på sista raden. Så att det är en portfölj som står pall för lite tuffare tider. Balansräkningen tänkte jag inte säga så himla mycket om, men det jag vill poängtera är att det är en väldigt lätt balansräkning att förstå. Vi har ett aktieslag, vi har nästan uteslutande bankfinansiering, vi har 2 mindre obligationer, men i övrigt så är det inga hybridobligationer, inga D-aktier, inga preffar, inget sånt, utan det är vanliga banklån till största del och ett aktieslag.
Jag brukar väl säga det, what you see is what you get. Det finns inga konstigheter.
Nej, precis. Och här ser man lite grann hur vi förhåller oss till de finansiella mål och begränsningar som vi har satt upp, och vi ligger och tangerar på vår net LTV 55%, där vi har sagt att vi vill ligga långsiktigt. Tittar man på vår räntetäckningsgrad så ligger vi på 2,9. Där hoppas vi kunna förbättra den i takt med att speciellt de här projekten färdigställs under nästa år, så förväntar vi oss ytterligare 60 miljoner i hyresintäkter då, som kommer motverka effekten av högre räntor. Så att vi tycker att vi ligger ganska bra till i förhållande till de begränsningar eller mål som vi har satt upp i vår finanspolicy.
Avslutningsvis bara en liten snapchat om våra ägare. Vår huvudägare är ju Stenus Holding, men i vår ägarlista så hittar vi också Balder som är vår näst största ägare. Vi hittar någon känd person i fastighetsvärlden, vi hittar ett antal fonder. Och med tanke på vår korta historik så är vi faktiskt, då säger vi det här flera gånger, men vi är väldigt stolta över att ha en sån fin ägarlista efter så kort historik som vi faktiskt har. Och även om vi tittar längre ner i ägarlistan så hittar vi ytterligare fonder som kanske poppar upp på 10 bästa listan förr eller senare. Men där är de inte än i alla fall.
Vi hoppas det.
Ja, vi hoppas det. Där tänkte vi sluta.
Yes, tack för det. Jättebra. Jag tänkte dra några frågor, men ni får gärna räcka upp handen om det är någon i publiken som har lust att kan börja där. Jag kanske kan repetera den så att det hörs också för de som lyssnar live. Obligationen, ni hade 2, nämnde du Gustav. En som förfaller nästa år, en som förfaller om 2 år. Tankar om vad ni gör med dem?
Det vi har sagt och det som vi skriver i rapporten också är att vi kommer ju att betala av den med största säkerhet. Och hur gör vi det? Vi har dels ett starkt kassaflöde. Vi har möjlighet att låna upp i bank, sånt som ligger obelånat idag. Och vi har även genomfört en hel del försäljningar under året. Vi har sålt fastigheter för ungefär 1 miljard kronor. Så att det kommer finnas kapacitet att lösa de obligationerna som finns utestående.
Man kan väl också tillägga att den obligationen som förfaller i maj, den är på 200 miljoner, och den som förfaller nästa år är på 300 miljoner. Så vi har väldigt små obligationer, och de är faktiskt ärvda ifrån förvärvet av Maxfast. Och var tyvärr inte möjligt att lösa när vi köpte Maxfast, så därför har vi kvar med dem. Eller de var väldigt dyra.
Men att betala av dyra obligationer med kanske billigare banklån är väl...
det är den bästa affären.
Det låter som en rimlig väg framåt. tänkte också, det är mycket diskussioner nu om räntor såklart, men även inflation. De typer av fastigheter som ni har är ju i grund och botten inflationsjusterade. Så om inflationen är 10, då ökar hyran med 10 och så vidare. Men det bygger ju också på att hyresgästerna kan ta en hyresökning på 10%. Hur går tankarna där i ert bestånd och eventuella transaktioner framöver och olika segment?
Men om man tittar på vårt bestånd så känner vi oss ju, man kan aldrig vara 100% trygga, men vi har väldigt starka hyresgäster. Vi har kommun, vi har stat, vi har landsting. De tror vi klarar av en indexhöjning enligt avtal. Vi hoppas det i alla fall. Och tittar man på våra industrihyresgäster så är många av dem väldigt stora bolag. Många bolag tjänar enormt mycket pengar. Vi skulle vara förvånade om de inte klarar av det. Går vi in på handelssegmentet så är vi positionerade i lågprissegment som generellt sett brukar gynnas väldigt mycket av att det blir sämre tider. Och livsmedel, och vi behöver ju alla köpa livsmedel. Så att i grund och botten så känner vi oss tämligen trygga. Ta i trä.
Ja. Jag instämmer i det. Det är klart att det finns säkert några små som kommer ha det tufft, men på det stora hela så förväntar vi oss att få absoluta merparten av den här avtalade indexjusteringen.
Det, ni nämnde att ni har sålt fastigheter här nyligen. Det är väl framförallt 2 portföljer kan man väl kalla det. En industri eller lätt industri / logistik i Göteborg och sen är det bostäder. Är det för belåningsskäl eller är det segmentsskäl, geografiska skäl vad gäller fastighetsförvaltning och utveckla?
Jag kan väl dra den. Bostäderna kommer från gamla Randviken-portföljen, så den ansvarade väl jag för att avyttra här i somras. Men det var ju ett principbeslut egentligen att Stenhus ska inte äga bostadsfastigheter. Så att det var främst av det skälet. Sen så är det ju också, det var fastigheter som hade väldigt låg direktavkastning. Så av det skälet så kändes det också helt rätt att sälja. Även om det var fina fastigheter så tror jag att de passar bättre hos någon annan.
Tar man industrifastigheterna eller logistikfastigheterna i Göteborg så har Stenhus sedan vi grundades försökt hitta fler fastigheter i Göteborg. Det har varit svårt för oss att hitta bra fastigheter och det är rätt dyrt. Vi har ju all förvaltning in-house och det är rätt dyrt att förvalta fastigheter på så långt avstånd som vi har huvuddelen av förvaltningskontoret i Stockholm, även om vi har förvaltningskontor i Karlstad och i Västerås också. Så det var rent liksom geografiskt avklippning kort och gott.
Och sen kan jag väl kanske avsluta med en fråga som vi fick ju en fråga här om obligationer som förfaller 22-23. Det finns också brygglån eller icke säkerställda finansieringar i Stenhus idag som också har en bra mycket högre ränta än snittkostnaden i skuldportföljen. Är det samma tes där, betala av kommande 2 åren eller hur går tankegångarna vad gäller bryggfinansieringen?
Nej, men så är det betala av eller byta ut mot annan typ av skuld och framförallt då säkerställd skuld som är inte billig men den billigaste formen. Det är ju definitivt grundplanen. Och det här är ju det brygglån som vi har togs ju upp i samband med köpet av Randviken. Så det var ett lån som behövdes komma på plats snabbt och man behövde säkerhet i att kunna genomföra affären. Och sen nu sker jobbet med att sätta upp den mer långsiktiga finansieringen att, som jag sa tidigare, belåna upp tidigare obelånade fastigheter. Det kan vara att lägga om vissa redan befintliga lån och öka upp dem. Men som ni ser, vi har en total belåningsgrad på 55% och det är ungefär vad som brukar rymmas inom bank. Så att bara tittar man på det nyckeltalet så borde det finnas utrymme att byta ut all dyr skuld, om man säger så, mot säkerställd skuld. Det är ju plan A.
Men det kan också vara värt att poängtera, det syns ju inte i Q3, men det fanns ju 2 brygglån. Ett brygglån som Randviken hade med sig på 0,5 miljard, det är helt avbetalat. Och brygglånet som vi tog upp i samband med förvärvet av Randviken som hade ett rambelopp på 800 är 560 miljoner kvar på. Så vi har ju betat av en hel del redan under de här 3-4 månaderna.
Yes. Hektisk Q4. Ytterligare frågor från publiken? Yes. Kan bara repetera den också då, så att alla som är med på länken hör utdelning just nu och tankar kring framtiden.
Vi har sagt att vi ska dela ut pengar i framtiden, men det kommer inte ske nu. Och vi har en utdelningspolicy också, att vi ska dela ut 30% av förvaltningsresultat. Men vi ska bli lite större och starkare först.
Jättebra. Då tror jag tyvärr att tiden är ute. Men tackar er som lyssnar och tackar Stenhus för presentationen.
Tack så mycket.
Tack.
Hi, and welcome to this presentation with Napatech. My name is Eirik Øresland. I'm an analyst with ABG, and with me today I have the CEO of Napatech, Ray Smets. He will give us a 20 minutes presentation, and then we will round off with some Q&A after that. So with that, I give the word over to you, Ray.
All right, thank you very much, Eric. Very much appreciate the invitation to the ABG conference. I was in Denmark last week and hoping to be in Stockholm this week. Unfortunately, I had to come back to San Francisco to get a little work done. here in December, and but it's a real pleasure to be here. I'm the CEO of Napatech, and I'd love to walk you through a couple of things. Next slide, please. We're going to talk a little bit about the future, so next slide, please. I'll give you a good sense of Napatech at a glance. Also talk about what excites us about the potential for Napatech, and then also talk a little bit about 2022 and potential opportunities in 2023. To just give you a sense of how Napatech ended 2021, this is the slide that we use for many of our investor presentations to give you a sense of the kind of business we are, the kind of performance that we've historically provided. Even though 2021 wasn't a typical year for Napatech either, we've all been working through many different challenges within this marketplace, as you guys already know. Where the only thing consistent are the inconsistencies of this marketplace. We're a business that aspires for a really strong performance, and we've had a very good reputation building that relationship with our shareholders, that we do what we say and we say what we do. Our goal is to go long. Our goal is to build a business that has long-term growth and potential within a very interesting marketplace, which I'll talk about in just a bit, using a very interesting technology that has an extremely important part of the overall data center marketplace. I hope you get the sense for that as we go into the business. We're not a large business. We have about 100 people across the world, most of which are based in Copenhagen, Denmark. We have an expertise that is rare in this industry, building a very interesting solution that has a hardware component within its software component within a hardware shell, which is a real interesting product to help accelerate applications in data centers. It's a little technology oriented, but I'll try to keep it very simple. But this slide gives you a sense of how we performed in 2021, and we'll talk a little bit about 2022 and beyond. Next slide, please. Little Napatech does business with a lot of very interesting customers. We have over 200 global customers within our portfolio, and we have a mixture of customers between what we call OEM, or companies that embed our product within their product and take those products to the marketplace. And we have other customers that we sell directly to, which we call end user customers, and we have a good mix of the portfolio together. The OEM customers, which are on the left of the slide, are a number of different technology customers that take our product and embed it within theirs, take it to the market and sell it to their own end user customers. And we provide a benefit to that customer by enhancing the solution that they sell. They sell solutions across network management, security, and a variety of other networking-oriented solutions where we make their product better. Those kinds of customers are the A+ kind of customers for a company like Napatech. You can see the names on the left-hand side of this slide. When we build a relationship with those kind of customers, the relationship lasts for a very long time, typically 5 to 7 years, and sometimes longer than that. We have a few that don't like to be shown on slides that are rather interesting. And so we have a relatively good recurring relationship with customers like this. So we have some predictability in our typical pipeline, not in the recent days, but in the typical pipeline environment. The customers on the right-hand side of this slide typically buy our solution when they're deploying a software product or a software solution within their data centers, and they use our SmartNIC solution to accelerate those applications. They typically will buy for 2 or 3 or 4 quarters at a time until their projects are completed, and then they may come back for a year or 2 later and do a refresh. Those customers continue to buy from us over time, and as we build the customer base, we strive to create an excellent relationship with those customers. And you can see there's some really impressive brands that we sell directly to on the right-hand side of the slide. We do work very closely with a number of different partners also to get access to the marketplace. I'll spend a lot more time on that as we get further into the presentation. Next slide, please. So just to keep it really simple, Napatech has emerged in building what is known as a high-performance programmable SmartNIC. This is the techie part of the presentation, and I'll try to keep it super simple. Those little devices on the bottom of the slide are like the one I'm holding in my hand. It gives you a sense of the size and the shape of this product. This is called a NIC, a network interface connection. It's typically designed to fit within it's always designed to fit within a data center server. Servers have slots. Servers are very basic in nature. They have a general purpose computer that runs to keep networks flowing. And the SmartNIC is designed with the software that we build on it to take the information flowing through the server and accelerate it or do something very important to it to enhance the application that is running in the data center. Every server that's deployed has about anywhere between 2 and 8 slots where these things can fit into them. And depending on the use case, these get deployed within servers and data centers for a variety of different opportunities within cybersecurity, monitoring, infrastructure, and the growing and very, very interesting area of 5G mobile networking, which we're focused on as a growth area for the business. The real, even though these are designed by some of the best hardware engineers in Denmark, the real secret to our success is the software that runs on it. There's something on here called an FPGA, which is a supercompute little semiconductor device that provides super high performance. And there aren't too many companies in the world that know how to build software that runs on it. And Napatech is unique in that regard. We're the #1 provider of FPGA-based smart NICs globally. And you'll see in just a few moments how we stack up against the other guys in the industry. Next slide, please. So I like to talk about Napatech being in a very, very compelling place. And I'll talk about all of these quadrants just a little bit as we go through the presentation. So Napatech sits at kind of the crossroads of a very, very large, fast-growing, emerging marketplace that is tracked by reputable industry analysts looking after the smart NIC market. And it's by 2026, they expect this marketplace that we sell into to be about $3.8 billion, and it's growing fast. I'll show you that a little bit more of that in just a bit. We're also increasing our investments in building more types of smart NICs. There's an evolution that's occurring within the smart NIC world, led by Intel and by NVIDIA and AMD, where the FPGA is enhanced with a CPU, and that's called an IPU or a DPU. And those types of performing NICs are intended to offload the entire network stack of the emerging 5G mobile marketplace. So another super opportunity for a company like Napatech to jump in, and we are jumping for it. We are going for it. In order to get access to the market, a small company like Napatech can never hire enough salespeople to really be effective globally. So we have embarked on a strategy, and a very good strategy, which I'll touch on just a bit also, of building partnerships to get access to the large and growing marketplace. And you can see the kind of companies that we're doing business with here on the slide that are getting us access to this growing marketplace. And we're winning new design wins. In our space, winning a design win is winning kind of a tender, if you will, that provides multiple years of revenue. So the opportunity for us as a company is to win as many design wins as possible, because we have to get built into architectures. Those architectures are being built maybe a year in advance before they actually buy the product. A design win is getting built into an architecture, into a deployment, and then we get purchase orders anywhere between 12 to 18 months and beyond after that. And typically that's how you see our predictability go from a growth perspective. So Napatech sits in the middle of what we believe are some extremely interesting opportunities for growth. Of course, we're dealing with a situation in this marketplace that's a little bit challenging. We'll come back to that in just a bit. Let's talk a little bit more about the market. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, NICs are driven by server expansion. If you have been tracking the industry and you know a little bit about the global tier 1 cloud providers and pretty much everybody else in the industry, everything is going into the data center. It's the cloudification of everything. Whatever used to be done on special purpose hardware that was deployed in networking is no longer happening on special purpose hardware. It's all basically applications running in a data center on top of a server. And those applications can be very, very CPU intensive. What we provide with the Smart NIC is we provide the ability for those servers to work better for a variety of different use cases within that marketplace. So the Smart NIC market follows the server market. And the next slide, please, gives you a sense of what that market looks like. On the left-hand side of the slide, I use this in my Q3 IMS that I just delivered last week. On the left-hand side of the slide is what the market looks like according to Omdia. From a server expansion perspective, these are extremely big numbers, and they're growing at about 5% CAGR. There was a period about 5 or 6 or 7 years ago when the server market was actually in a relatively flat or declining state. We haven't seen that to be the case. Everything is going into the data center, and it's all about servers. The real challenge for this marketplace is getting the servers and getting the resources to deploy those servers. But that's a different story for a different day. Global supply chain has been in a bit of disrepair. But the analysts are saying that the server market's going to grow and it's going to be healthy for years to come. That's good news for us, because on the right-hand side of this slide is the Ethernet adapter market. And that's also known as the NIC market. And like I said, the smart NIC is a version of a NIC. So the total bar is the entire NIC market. And the pink bar that you see here is the smart NIC market. That's the market that we're focused on. We don't focus on the purple or the blue. We focus on the pink. And you can see that it's the smallest. Was the smallest part of the market, but it will be the largest market within the NIC market over the next couple of years. Hyper growth in the space, because the smart NIC is now the center of the universe when it comes to data center design. There's a big portion of this market that is going to customers, or is being measured by customers or solutions providers, I should say, that don't buy from companies like Napatech, but a big portion of this market is. What you see on the right-hand side of the slide at the end of year 2021, our market share in the vendor category of that pink bar was about 7%. And you can see the other kind of companies that are on that list. Marvell, extremely large semiconductor company, Xilinx, Intel, Broadcom, all of those guys obviously are at the top of the list. But we also eclipse others who also are rather well-known in this industry. And there's about 40 others on this list. So Napatech is a top 10 provider in the NIC market, and we are a top 5 provider in the vendor portion of the smart NIC market. So there's a real opportunity here if Napatech can position itself well within this marketplace. So next slide, please. We like to kind of also talk about the fact that this is a lucrative market, and in this lucrative market, you're going to see many different solutions. What you see here is kind of a myriad of technologies. It's a little techie driven, but the FPGA is what we bank on in terms of the supercomputer chip that we use. And it provides the highest performance and the highest programmability of all of the other kinds of solutions in the marketplace. And you can see other companies kind of gravitate to different kinds of technology choices. Napatech is a leader in the FPGA space, and we sit at the upper end of the spectrum from a performance and from a programmability perspective. Our customers buy our product not because they love our hardware, it's because they love our software. They can plug it into a data center server, they can run their applications on it, and they have an immediate benefit. The benefit that we provide to these customers is when you build data centers, you want to build them as small as possible, with the smallest possible footprint, the fewest number of servers, the lowest energy consumption, and the lowest heat emission within the data center. Of course, that's important. The SmartNIC allows customers to build those data centers, improving all of those vectors, improving the size, the performance, and the TCO of a data center. That's why they buy our product. So we fit within the financial business model of anybody building data centers today. Next slide, please. So the next slide, I'm going to browse through this. I wanted to provide this. This was all in our Q3 IMS, and it's a really good report. If you wish to listen to it, the webcast is available on the Napatech website. But it's a little bit of a preview of kind of shape of things to come. We didn't have a great year. 2022 is not going to be a great year for Napatech. We kick ourselves pretty hard, and we take a lot of beatings internally for this. But we're dealing with a very, very challenging marketplace where many of the types of customers that buy from us, we haven't lost any customers, best products ever. We have the ability to ship to these customers as much as they want. But we're seeing just a temporary slowdown in the marketplace, and the industry analysts are reporting that, especially in the enterprise domain. But in order to really succeed in this marketplace, we have to go long, we have to go big, and we can't build for every quarter coming. We have to build for the years coming ahead of us. So we're focused on growth in the coming years. And 2022 is going to go down in the history book as a very unusual and unique year for many companies like Napatech. It just is what it is. And we're very transparent about that. But we've been building relationships with companies like Lenovo. And there's a little bit more detail about Lenovo on the slide deck, which I'll let you guys look at. We have an OEM relationship with Lenovo. They're a tier 3, tier 4, one of the largest server providers with a big focus on Asia Pac. They have our solution. It's branded as Lenovo. We're building it for Lenovo, and they're taking their solution to the data center marketplace for service providers with the hope of selling our solution to the service provider marketplace to accelerate 5G applications. 5G in general has been extremely important to us, and we've been building a coalition of partnerships to get our SmartNIC solution into the 5G domain. There's a couple of different very technical areas where we can accelerate the packet core of the 5G mobile network, which is the next major investment in mobile networking. It's called virtual UPF, user plane function. And we've been building a solution that has best-in-class performance working in the 5G marketplace. We've been building partnerships with the big semiconductor companies that we know best. AMD recently acquired Xilinx. Xilinx is a world leader in building FPGA solutions. And we've just recently announced a partnership, a co-marketing and selling partnership with AMD to take our product to market and help us build pipeline selling the SmartNICs that have their FPGAs based on it, the Xilinx FPGAs. That just got off the ground. We just announced that in September, and we're building pipeline. Our goal is to build about a $75 million pipeline with AMD over the next 3 to 6 months, which are going to be targets that they want to go after and bring our solutions to their customers. Intel is a very, very interesting partnership that continues to evolve. They have many more needs than AMD from a design perspective. We're a design partner building their newest and greatest new type of SmartNIC. And we're very excited about the potential that Intel brings us, because they don't only bring us solutions or access to the marketplace, but they also bring us designs that they would like us to help them build. For example, the very last thing on here is this new design win we announced also about 3 months ago with a top tier security and networking company who does not want to be named yet, but we will name them soon, where we're building an Intel-based SmartNIC to their specifications to accelerate a very important application that already has a lot of customers in their marketplace. We expect that business will begin to impact our revenue stream next year. They'll probably buy about 1,000 units. We're selling these things for about $4,000 per unit to this particular marketplace. I didn't talk about the price range here, but these can be sold anywhere from about $3,000 to $10,000 per unit. So there's a lot of margin associated with this. And then when they go to full scale, that's worth probably about a $10 million a year revenue stream to us. So we've been designed into their solution, and we're working to fulfill it now. So we think 2023 is going to be a liftoff year for us. And we have just the same crystal ball everybody else in this room has about what next year might look like. We're looking at pipeline, we're looking at customers, we're asking for forecasts, we're studying the COGS associated with the hardware portion of our component to know what our margins will look like. And we're very hopeful that even if the market is the same next year as it was this year, which was pretty tough, that we already have revenue growth baked in to 2023 if everything remains the same. We're hoping actually the market will recover a little bit. These customers that aren't buying as much this year as they normally would, or they're deferring their projects to the right, they have to buy the SmartNIC eventually. So we're hoping for a positive rebound effect, although that's a hope and a wish and a prayer at this point because we don't really know. But we do have a pretty good sense of what the foundation of our business looks like, the fact that we're not losing any customers in this strange market environment, and we're really hopeful and confident that there's a growth potential beyond that. Next slide, please. I'm just going to go ahead and just point. This is a little more information about the Lenovo relationship. Next slide, please. The next slide here talks about our impact in the 5G UPF space. I'll let you take a look at that. We have some very good content on our website about it. Next slide, please. This is a little bit of information about the relationship we have with AMD regarding the co-marketing and sales relationship agreement that I just talked about. The next slide, please. This is about the new design for the new version of the Intel IPU and the work that we're doing with Intel, where they're publicizing the relationship with Napatech to their own customer base, which is really important to us. And the next slide, please. A little more information here about the new design win that we expect to develop a significant new revenue stream for us, and they will move to the top of the heap as our largest customer in the portfolio of customers that we have. So we're very confident that we're building what we believe is a base of business that will grow in the future, despite the sputtering economy and marketplace that we have today and of the recent 6 quarters. Next slide, please. There's just a few more things I'll point out before we go to Q&A. There was a really interesting article that was published in Light Reading by a fellow named Ian Morris, and the title kind of says it all. Tiny Napatech starts FPGA assault on NVIDIA and 5G core. Long story short, in this article, it's a very clever small article that talks about what it is that Napatech does and how we're trying to beat the big guys in the industry and how we're trying to grow our business in the 5G core. It's worth a read if you're interested in Napatech, and I hope you are. Please take a look at this article, and I think you'll get a little something out of it. Next slide, please. The last thing I'll say is that we have started a process. We announced this about 4 months ago, that we were looking into how to extract as much value from Napatech to the benefit of our shareholders. And it could be a spectrum of opportunities, anywhere from very deep strategic relationships where we go deep and heavy with a particular strategic partner to get access to their marketplace, to the possibility of maybe cash upfront relationship, maybe a co-investment or some sort of investment model, or even an equity investment, or even M&A. There's a range of possibilities here. The board wanted us to announce to the marketplace that we are working on unlocking that value to the benefit of our shareholders, and we're still working on it. So this is just an update I put into the Q3 IMS last week, just to say that we're still working on it. Our hope is that we'll be able to announce something soon in this space, and we're very excited about where this may lead us. So more to come on this, and I'll leave that to you guys to consume. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to finish up with, we did update our annual guidance for 2022. I would just encourage you, since we don't have so much time in this call to talk about it, I would encourage you to listen to our earnings results and our IMS presentation. Our goal is to be transparent, open, and honest with our market and our customers and our shareholders, and I think you'll get a big dose of that. We did have to update our 2022 guidance, and just like most companies, we've had to take our guidance down for current fiscal year. But we're very hopeful that 2023 will be a significant growth year for us, and that's our plan. Next slide, please. So I'll leave this as the backdrop, and I'll ask Eric to come on back and see if there's any questions. But I hope we've given you at least a little touch of Napatech, and please take a look at the investor relations materials that we have posted, and we're very happy to engage shareholders and talk further if there's any interest to talk further. So thank you for that. So Eric?
Thank you for the presentation, Ray. We have some questions as well, and starting with your financials, there seems to be some headwinds this year. So you also commented on this in the presentation, but can you try to explain the key factors that are currently affecting revenue growth negatively, and when you expect these factors to start to point in the right direction?
Yeah, it really has been a real hassle for us in 2022. We consider this company a highly leverageable growth business. So we built a relatively low cost business that has the potential to grow rapidly on the revenue side. Highly leverageable, meaning there's a lot of profit and a lot of cash to be generated from a business like ours, because once we sell to very large consumers. So our goal to build revenue is to build more customers that design us into their solution, and we continue to do that. What we've run into in 2022 is the headwind where customers are a little bit concerned about the potential for recession. They've been dealing with the foreign exchange challenge. They've also been dealing with geopolitical uncertainties that have impacted their customer and their buying base. So we've seen OEM customers that typically forecast very effectively move their forecast out quarter over quarter into what's looking like 2023. And we've also seen an erosion of enterprise-based customer buyers who tend to be very margin rich. So we definitely have had some issues getting stability in terms of buying behavior, but the customers that are buying just the same, they're just buying less. At the same time, we've seen an increase in COGS, meaning the cost of our actual hardware product has gone up because of an inflationary impact to the actual cost of our hardware. We've got that under control. We'll probably take a decision to raise our prices next year. Customers are expecting it. But those two factors, reduced revenue, increased COGS, have created a really challenging environment for a company like Napatech. But we're executing we're executing into 2023, and we're really hoping for a recovery in this marketplace sometime soon.
Yeah, and you also touched upon 2023, and you announced a record large order in Q2 that should lead to a significant rebound in growth next year. So could you give us some insight into how you won this contract, and could we expect to see more orders around this size going forward as well?
Yeah, sure. This is a great example, design win. I'm glad you asked that question of why these partnerships that we're building are so important to us. This customer happens to be a customer that was very appealing to Intel. So Intel brought us the opportunity, and when this customer asked Intel, "Hey, do you guys know anybody who builds great SmartNICs?" Intel said, "Yes, as a matter of fact, we do. Napatech." They offered the customer over to Napatech for us to evaluate whether we could meet their needs. We can. They had some specific requirements to be built into the hardware that we're building into the hardware as we speak. And they intend to begin consuming it next year. But it was through a relationship with Intel, and basically we had to confirm for this very large buying customer, it's multi-billion-dollar customer in this marketplace, that we could do what they needed us to do, and they committed to us to move forward. The benefit to Intel is that every time we ship a solution to this new customer, an Intel FPGA goes with it. So it's a pari-mutuel relationship, symbiotic relationship, if you will, with Intel that we like to exploit. And that's the first of others, because we have others in the pipeline that we're working on just like that.
Seems like 2023 could be really interesting for Napatech. So I see that we are running out of time. So thank you for taking the time to present to us, Ray, and to those who listened in, thank you to you as well.
Thank you very much, Eric, and thanks to everybody listening in. I hope this was useful, and look forward to talking to you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.